volume 2 right now, and thank you so much for helping me out as I put together volume 1. Enjoy the videos. Have a really good day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to be beginning the Jewish History Lab series again with you. And you may be wondering, especially if you have been watching the Jewish History Lab, wait a minute, aren't we supposed to be going more into the modern period? What are we doing here in the Dark Ages? Well, there's actually a really good reason. As you will recall, the point of this Jewish History Lab series is to help sort of sketch out what I wanted to say in this major book that I'm writing for Korean publishers in Jerusalem. It's a 3-volume survey of Jewish history. And just yesterday, I'm so pleased I finally sent the manuscript, volume 1, off to the editors to start working their magic on it. And I'm hoping that in about a year or so, it'll be available in print. And now I'm working on volume 2. I got up early, started writing volume 2. Of course, it's dealing with the medieval period. So I want to go back to this format of sketching out my lectures, a little bit more fleshed out than we may have discussed in the first time we went through this, and well, I hope you don't mind. Okay, let's talk now about the question of, was there a Jewish Dark Age? What does that term, Dark Age, actually mean? It comes primarily from 18th and 19th century European historiography, which posits a map that looks something like this. If you look at the y-axis, that's basically measuring like civilization. On high, you have like advanced and literary civilization, all kinds of arts and things like that, sciences, and at the bottom you have very little. And the x-axis represents time flowing from left to right. This philosophical model of history basically posits that you have in the Greco-Roman period this huge flourishing of civilization that's represented here in the work of Raphael, the School of the Athena, the School of Athens, that shows all of these philosophers standing around in this gorgeous facility with domes and all kinds of anachronistic devices, but nevertheless, it's like a big intellectual party where everyone's having this symposium-like atmosphere of discussing high ideas. Right in the center, of course, is Aristotle and Plato. Plato on the left and Aristotle on the right, and below them on the steps is Socrates. There's a whole story for that, but not for now. And this civilization represents like a peak in human attainments and achievements, let's say in the 5th and 4th century before the Common Era. Then you begin to go into a period of decline that is especially marked by the fall of Rome. Here's the 19th century Russian rendition of what that must have looked like. Rome was sacked several times in the 400s. This one is kind of interesting because you see on the center right, there's the menorah represented here, taken away from the Temple of Jupiter, where it had laid since the conquest of the province of Judea in the year 70. And so the fall of Rome represents the end of that glorious civilization, the Greco-Roman civilization. And then you go into this period called the Dark Ages, which is characterized by, according to this model, lack of literacy, culture, and arts, and things like that. There's still some pretty fascinating things going on, but generally it's not nearly the level of attainments that you have in the Greco-Roman period. Then there's this amazing rebirth, which is called, of course, the Renaissance. That's what the term rebirth means, which occurs in the mid-1300s and onward. The classic architectural demonstration of that is this building, the Duomo in Florence, which is such a remarkable representation of the Renaissance, because when they first built this facility, they wanted to build a dome on the top, which kind of echoed their imagination of what it must have been like in Greece and Rome, but nobody knew how to build it on an engineering level. How do you create a dome across a gap of 140 feet? So they left the building blank as they were constructing it, figuring one day someone will figure this out. This is like a tremendous chutzpah, architectural chutzpah. Of course, someone came along, figured out the technology, and it was hugely influential. You see this kind of dome echoed in Rome and even in Washington and all kinds of places where you have the Renaissance. If we look at this graphically, you put these together, you see that the model of the Dark Ages is that goes from a height in the Greco-Roman period down into the depths of culture in the so-called Dark Ages, and then rises up again in the Renaissance and just theoretically keeps going up and up and up. So that's basically this term Dark Ages, the period where Europe went dark, but we didn't have really as much culture and literacy and things like that. And it's also called the Middle Ages because it's in the middle of these two peaks, right? It's a valley in the middle of these two peaks. So that's basically the model. It is very Christian and Eurocentric, and it basically denies the kind of cultural activities that are happening elsewhere in the world, in particular places like the Middle East and East Asia and so on. So here's our question for today. Was there a Jewish Dark Age? I mean, all the Jews are heavily involved in all of these cultures. Did they experience the same drop-off? So first of all, let's just think for a second about the theological approach to time. And there's so much to say about this, but just very briefly, if we put on the same scale the y-axis being culture, civilization, and so on the x-axis, we put time. So you begin with Moses right up here. I always love this kind of picture. I saw the Ten Commandments when I was about 8 years old, and it has a huge impact on me. I was sort of, it's too bad it poisoned my mind. I can never think of Moses as anyone other than Charlton Heston. But anyways, there you go. And then what happens after this supreme moment of closeness to God, of the revelation at Sinai, when every Jew actually heard the first two commandments uttered by the voice of God, wow, overwhelming. How can you get any closer to development than that? And from that point on, is just a steady down. There's nowhere to go from that peak. And so this is called Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. That at least on the level of spirituality, the world must go into a period of decay, because how can you get any closer to God than that particular moment? But this is not a historical model. This is like a spiritual kind of mental model of the theological structure of the universe. How does it work in terms of history? So it depends a lot, obviously, on what you measure. If we go back to our chart again, and we say at the very bottom, politically, you have the fall of the Judean political entity at the hands of the Romans, the destruction of the temple, with the fall of Masada, shown here in 74, and Jews go to a period of political wandering where, if everything worked by natural law, you would think that these people would simply disappear. But nevertheless, what they end up doing is they focus deeply on cultural literacy. The Mishnah travels with the Jews outside of the land of Israel in their 2,000-year exile, and that turns out to be a phenomenal catalyst for spiritual, cultural civilization development. You have tremendous figures. I'm just going to pick a few, like Casta ibn Shabrut. Here's a Spanish language novel about this tremendous Spanish courtier. You have the great Maimonides. I mean, we're talking about tremendous achievements in culture when most of Europe was still living at a very low cultural level. The Jews were actually increasing the level of culture. So it's hard to say that they had anything like a dark age, that in reality, the trajectory was definitely upward. So can we use that same model? So that's really what we're going to study for the next several weeks as we look at this Middle Ages, trying to understand when the trajectory of Jewish culture and civilization mirrored that of the decline after Rome, and where, as in many places, we see that culture actually expanding and developing. So to answer the question we began with, I think it's really hard to speak of a Jewish Dark Age in the sense of a huge lull in Jewish creative cultural activity. It really goes pretty much constantly through many of these periods. There may be a few centuries where Jewish history goes dark in the sense that we simply don't have any data on what was happening to Jews living in this place or in that sphere. I think Visigoth's name comes to mind, for example, that we don't know what was going on in the Jewish community, but the overall trajectory is definitely positive in nature, and that speaks to the stubborn resistance of the Jewish people to simply disappear from the world stage, they continued to develop their culture and civilization, their literary works, and really, it's a fascinating story. I'm looking forward to sharing it with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students and teachers. I'd like to continue our discussion of Jewish civilization now at the beginning of the so-called medieval period, Dark Ages. What happened to Jewish history? Now, let's understand the global geography and development of the Jewish people. This is the 16th century map called the Clover Leaf. We like to make these kind of ideas that express like more philosophical thought about how the world is organized. And this is one of my favorites. It shows in this clover leaf, top left is Europe, top right is Asia, and the bottom is Africa. And they all join in the language which features the center of Jerusalem. Now this is a Jewish map, obviously, you can see the crosses there. Rabbi himself was a Protestant minister, not especially successful as a leader, as a minister, but he was successful as a map maker. You can see America, the world is off to the left there. There's a whole bunch of now, Israel, of course, is right at the center of three continents. And in fact, when you look at Israel from a satellite, you see that's basically Africa next to Europe and Asia through the land of Israel. And we note that this is exacerbated by the Jordan River Valley rift, which is very prominent in the satellite. What we have basically to the right, to the east of that Jordan River Valley is like an impassable desert. So basically, if you want to go anywhere from, let's say, the very rich agricultural area of the Nile Delta, Egypt, which you see that land Israel there, up to the region of Mesopotamia, which is the east, right towards the middle, like really there. You know, the only way to get from A to B is through this that's called the Fertile Crescent line. And it's sort of C-shape that's formed from Egypt through Israel down into Mesopotamia. And Israel really is at the crossroads. There's no other way by land to get between these three continents. So itself is not so far off. The roads develop this way from ancient times. There's a map showing the roads from the bottom left of Egypt to the middle right of the Fertile Crescent. And they have to go through Israel. There are two major routes. One is called the Derek Hayyam, the Amaris, or the way of the sea, which basically cuts the coastline. We have Israel that cuts to the east. And then there was the Derek Hamelech, the King's Highway, where translated here to the Holy City of New York, where it skirted under the Dead Sea and it made its way on the eastern part of the Jordan River Valley. It's kind of the turnpike version where they have maybe more tolls, but it's a faster highway, right? Less scenic, of course, but that's a faster highway. Everything goes through Israel. There's no roads really to the east. To a camel caravan, dangerous, expensive, all kinds of robbers and brigands on the way. A much easier ways to travel through Israel. So Israel really was at a crossroads geographically, economically, and that was the case for thousands of years. It's important to notice, of course, that not only goods travel up and down this kind of street, but also ideas. All kinds of thought travel oceans must have been those oceans were further afield as they make their way to the region. So, what do I say about that? Now, how would people have seen it in the early Dark Ages? Let's have a look church, and it was covered over. The church itself was abandoned when it was earthquakes in the 8th century, and it was eventually resettled and covered it over with tiles, which were discovered again during the 18th war renovation of the region. It was partially damaged, obscured by the pillars, things like that. But you get a much better look at this fragmentary map of the history of construction. It's absolutely gorgeous and amazing. It's obviously designed for Christian pilgrims coming to a holy land. They're coming from Greece and stop at this church and they get oriented as to what's going on in Israel, what are they looking for. Now, like many ancient maps, it is oriented east to the north, right? So you have to imagine as you're looking at this map, the south of the map, let's say the bottom of the map, you are standing in the Mediterranean Ocean, looking towards the east, and kind of like that big sort of log in the middle is the Dead Sea. To the left of it, the Jordan River flows into it. All through the map, there are various sites of Christian significance that mention Christian scriptures and things like that. So this go to one of these sites and understand something about where they're located from this map. Here's a beautiful depiction of the holy city of Jerusalem. You can see that it's mosaic, which, by the way, is millions of tiles on the square. And it says at the top there, ending up with this side, the last part spelled out in the holy city of Jerusalem. It is clearly seen the original design of Jerusalem running through the center is the Roman road known as the Cloud Road. I actually had personal experience with the Cloud Road because when I was a young undergraduate at the university, I which is Cardo Cafe, which is right on the garden there. To the left of you, the Damascus Gate, and it's actually laid out with pretty specific proportions and very accurate to an archaeologist that was reconstructed. So here you get the idea of Israel still as a complete center, focus of pilgrimage for Christians, of course, holy to Jews who are still living in the land of Israel. Of course, we're going to continue that another lecture. But this region eventually was conquered by the Muslims in the 7th century. As Islam switched through the region, of course, that would be the subject of much more discussion as well. Just one last detail for you before we leave this map of the Muslims. This is a fascinating picture. This is a close-up of the two fishermen on the Dead Sea. And as you can see, the boat is very clearly delineated. You can see the mast, and there's like a furled up sail there, but what's going on with the fishermen themselves? So it appears that the Muslims, when they encountered this map on the map, they were like hesitant to destroy it. Obviously, it's a tremendous work of art, it's extremely useful, but at the same time, it depicts the human form, which was considered anathema to the Muslims in the 7th century in particular. And so what they did was they as it were, vandalized the map. They removed the bodies and the faces of the fishermen, and they painstakingly recreated the mosaic with other tiles to disguise their original forms. You can just see their hands and feet sticking out of those sort of potato-like shapes. So you see how the Muslims also have a huge impact on the region, which of course is the subject of much discussion. Okay, I hope you found this useful. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, and let's look at the land of Israel and Babylonia science. Let's start a little bit with a few important political history. So here in the background is a beautiful image of the Beit Al-Hammuz, and we'll return to this in a little while. But what were the major political events between year 200 and year 634, specifically in the land land of Israel. We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the second century, the immediate aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and how Judea, the southern part, central southern part of land of Israel, especially, is attacked by Hadrian and his successors. Tremendous devastation brought on Jerusalem in particular, and all kinds of terrible things. A lot of Jewish population moves to the north, where there's a new center developing. And then at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of respite, largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors, who is known in the Talmud as Antoninus, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi himself. This mysterious Antoninus is difficult to identify because Antonin was the name of an entire dynasty. There's several emperors that had the name Antonin in their names, so usually the second or third name. And so it's hard to determine which one it is, but most likely the one that's called Caracalla, because they had similar names, they often had nicknames. So during this period, when, according to the Talmud, actually, the reason for their very close relationship was because at one point their mothers actually switched, and Antoninus was actually nursed by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's mother. That experience changed him dramatically, although it is important to note that his father was also positively disposed towards Jews. At any rate, what this means for us is there's a moment in time where Yehuda Nasi decides that he's going to take advantage of it, and he specifically organized the codification of the Mishnah. The Roman Empire, of course, is going to be divided. You're going to have the western part ruled by Rome, the eastern part ruled by a place called Byzantium, that would later be renamed after Emperor Constantine as Constantinople. Eventually, when the Muslims conquered Istanbul, this represents an eastern and a western Roman empires, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And in general, the Jews begin to experience a steady decline in their status after that brief moment of respite under Antoninus. There is a couple of punctuated moments where it seems to look a little bit better, like Julian the Apostate, a very short-lived leader of the Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposes to the Jews, quite possibly because he wants to get an alliance with the Jews of Babylonia. It didn't really work out, but he proposed even rebuilding a temple, which generated a certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from being killed in the battlefield. And the idea simply disappeared. By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied from a later Christian perspective, obviously, because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor, Constantine. The Persians will end up invading, the Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Byzantine Empire, will invade back again just a couple of decades later, and then the Muslims will come in just 5 years later, in 634, and kind of get into this period that we're talking about. So we're looking at about 400 years now in just a couple of short lectures, but I hope this orients you to the overall picture of what's happening in Israel. Perhaps one of the most important things for the long-term survival of these people is, of course, the development of academies, the yeshivot. And we have two major centers in the land of Israel. They are centered primarily in the north. This particular map is a little bit, distorted in the sense that all the dots are the same size. You get the sense that there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the most important amongst the concentration of the most significant figures were to the north. There were definitely significant figures in the south, in Yehuda, for example, and then the Talmud speaks about Chachamei Nalo, the sages of the south, but most of the activities happened in the north. The two most significant figures after Rabbi Yehuda Nasi passed away were none other than great Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish, phenomenal thinkers of the late 3rd century, who were perhaps the most important in bringing together the text for what would ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. They and their successors were involved in this, especially after yet another revolt, this one much more localized, against a local governor named Gallus in the year 351-52. After briefly gaining some momentum, against the Romans. The Romans now having gone through two major wars against the Jews, not to mention a minor war in 115, they put it down almost immediately and in a terrifying manner, completely destroying the Jewish population of Sepphoris, for example. But it was against this backdrop, and perhaps because the Jews saw that moment that they had enjoyed under Rabbi Nasi was perhaps going to close forever, that they decided to codify their lengthy discussions of the Mishnah into the first Talmud. Now, it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. This is something of a misnomer. Almost all the activity was happening to the north. In fact, Jews were barely allowed in Jerusalem at all during this time. The other term that's frequently used is the Palestinian Talmud, which is certainly more accurate if you want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine. But it also carries a somewhat strange distortion as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is the Yerushalmi is the term that's most frequently cited in Hebrew and in Palestinian Talmud. In Hebrew and English, you will see both of those terms. But the Talmud is basically a lengthy, almost like an edited transcript of the discussion of hundreds of rabbis of the Mishnah as it was recorded by Rabbi Nasi at the turn of the 3rd century. Now, over in Babylonia, this is the period when you get the expansion of the great yeshivas there, which would ultimately eclipse the yeshivas in Israel. Medita and Surah are perhaps the most significant of this period, and they end up writing the Babylonian Talmud, which is, of course, distinct from the Jerusalem. It's written afterwards. It encapsulates what they said in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they expand in other areas. Of course, they're able to look back and discuss it. And it's one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called Nefute. The term Nefute is Aramaic. It means those who go down. It's the same term used in Hebrew today as Yordim for those who leave the land of Israel. Today it carries a slight of derogatory tone sometimes. That's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud, because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia. Jews were going back and forth all the time. Quite often, the Babylonian will start with a phrase like Kiyasa Rabbi, when Rabbi came from the land of Israel and he said, hey, this is what he's saying in Israel, that really cross-fertilized ideas that he's thinking for creating this much larger Talmud. The Babylonian, which is essentially this is a period also when there was a major invasion of someone named Odenathus, who was the king of nearby Palmyra, this is a region that was allied with Rome, and it was actually kind of like a minor principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness. That Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived, completely destroyed the yeshiva in Hardar in the year 259, which is right when it was at its peak under Shmuel, and a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in expansion of Twinsies and so on, but that's maybe a little bit. But by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, because the date is not entirely clear, Rav Ashi and several others, Rafina, were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in West Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they were discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document that was conveyed to writing, and that's ultimately what we Babylonian Talmud. I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off on the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things. But that's a whole other discussion, very active. This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history, Perhaps the most significant modern development is the use of something called documentary, which means literally a page a day or a folio a day, adopting both sides of one page. And the this is essentially the world's largest book club. It's been running since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, I don't know, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next stop in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendously fun feature. Tens, maybe the thousands of Jews are engaged daily. And I'm very proud to put a little plug here for participating in something called Al-Daf, which you can put on the screen here. Al-Daf is taking the whole Daf Yomi experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Shir, people who teach the page of Talmud in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do, and I'm really happy about, is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they are clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers, different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they were often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be turned upside down as if to, I don't know, capture people's spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, sometimes they were whole, were intentionally broken. Wow, so many questions. But this is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about, and hopefully that we'll get more answers as the research goes. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up a discussion now of the history of the Jews in the land of Israel and in Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the early Dark Ages, if you will. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. God willing, I have a chance to look at the book or the church of it in the course on biblical Jewish history. One of the, we talked about several of these contributions that Jews made, Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing. We have having one day off each Sabbath. Day of rest, day that's dedicated to religious growth, to family connections, something that's way more important today than it ever has been, since we live in such a connected world where, having your hands, the electronic connections to everything in the world, the Sabbath is a mandatory, calm down, focus on the people you live with, focus on your community, focus on your direct relationships with other people. Of course, prior to that, connected to it monotheism, very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we should talk about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for public worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you have temples which were manned by specialists like priests, who would be the only ones allowed in the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that the actual work of the temple was only performed by Kohanim. There are lots of other people who can kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happens there was the specialist. The synagogue is a public place. The synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their spiritual yearnings and be reinforced by the community, engaged in the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we find in ancient Jewish work. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. There's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There's some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to the Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that you'd want to have synagogues when you are forcibly exiled from the temple. But not really definitive source. We haven't found any remains of synagogue dating back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mikvahot across the land of Israel, ritual baths, and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which are important for the loss of purity and so on. And it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotos inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walk into a synagogue today, you would see they're filled with plaques. Shlomo dedicated to Aaron, and Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shel Eliyahu to her father. And, this is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community in the synagogue specifically. You put up a plaque that memorializes the donor. This is the Theodotos inscription, which was just outside Jerusalem, and it dates. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it, but it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotos, son of Betenos, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these indications, archisynagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being head of the synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like a joke about the Kohanim, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, in the 1st century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading of the Torah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings, as an inn for those that need from abroad. So here's this synagogue that had a more expansive purpose. It seems a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue, which his fathers founded with the elders and We have some examples of archaeological remains in ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. This is a little bit later and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Kamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in New York, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this, this is an aerial view. There's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic, an interesting kind of panel or register. Let's bring this up here. And it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple.
It's a university.
It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple.
Yeah,
It has a mention of the covenant. Has incense shovels, which is unfair to the Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, the labor in Hebrew, a certain amount of unity, which is somehow shocking, but we also see it in the Dura Europa synagogue. I'll show you that later. Not necessarily nudity, but the Dura Europa synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation of non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? Especially because for much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic. When they portrayed art, or they used typically decorative in nature using geometrical symbols.
What's good, girl? Can you hear me? Just one moment. It's my fault. Just one moment. Just one moment. It's a very I'm good. I don't know how to take this thing slow. I might have to restart it. How are you? Can you hear? That's okay. One of my devices is really slow, and it might need to be restarted because it's just like the one that I normally check all the time with you. So just give me a second. I'm not going to start it. I'm just going to see if it will start. Yeah, it's because it will send you indication. It will say, what is it? What is it? Which what exactly is sending? Oh, this one. Okay. I don't know what happened with this device. Let's see. It's still slow. It's still slow. Maybe it's really slow. Apologies. Okay. You should be able to hear. Yellow. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? Okay. All right. I still probably need to reset that, but just a moment. Just restart this video. It'll take 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, very well. Thank you so much for your patience. I don't know what happened with the computer. It just was not working. All right, well, we'll get to there in a moment. How's your scratch? You put, do you have a band-aid on it? Okay. Oh, girl, look at you. Hey, what up, Sue? How you living, Tim? Sue, what'd you do? Oh, dog. Do you have any other information that's super exciting like that? Are you going to stand in line at your local coconuts for that? Get it. Are you a super big Justin Bieber fan? Are you really? Thank you, Mrs. Curtis. Are you really? You like Justin Bieber that much? What's your favorite Justin Bieber song? Okay, Love Yourself's a great song. Peaches is another great song. Okay, what are your thoughts on, yes ma'am, it's, is it called I'm Sorry? Yeah, that sounds right. Very cool. What do you, yes he does. Oh, that's terrible. Another bad, really bad. Dude, what's the name of his album? Spy? Spell it. Nice there. Oh, sweat. Get it. Woo! Miss Aquarius. Amazing. Dude, are you gonna buy Justin Bieber's album? Good man. So everybody does. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Good job. You got good stripes, you have spares, you have a little bit of everything. Dude, do you like Haley Bieber? Well, her name's Haley Bieber. Oh, get it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Did you go to the gym today? Oh, good job, man. Keep on. Spare. Get it. He's got an album coming out called Sweat. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. That's all right. That's all right. I said that's all right. That's all right. I said that's all right. That's all right. Oh man, what a great spare. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Great spare. Great spare. Great spare. Great spare. All right. There we go. Get it. I'll take it. You win, I win, Mr. First. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope your foot feels better. Oh yeah, you were falling apart. Oh, look at you, just recovering. Do you have physical therapy, Mom? All right, well, good. Best wishes to Dad, and God will good money. Okay. Nice. Take care. I will. You can. Not good enough.
Those symbols and patterns rather than depictions of human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant or more convincing theories is that Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention when you want to display the sun. You display like a guy sitting there with his face shine, and it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, isn't this a beautiful, you've got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment box. Here, another example of a zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with his four horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is patriarch Abraham. He's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames, and he's after slaughtering him. But there is the center towards the top. There is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also fascinating because if Jews are traditionally aniconic, and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the Ten Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God. But nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you had Christian artists who were doing this work? But if that's the case, I mean, Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Fascinating questions. At any rate, underline says in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. And you can see all kinds of things happening. I'll here's the ram that's tied to the bush and so on. Fascinating stuff. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of Duro Rotos. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River, Mesopotamia. And the Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the riverside, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. And so what they did was, if you look on the map here, they buried all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection, a bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it ends up being protected from the elements, and especially from light. And so when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered these amazing, gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see on the center left is the Aron, where the Torah would have been kept. And all around it are several registers high of various wall paintings. Now, these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. Their color, the density, their artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David with all of his brothers there. So three of them at least are saying, "Hey, how you doing?" It's just so evocative. Such a great example of Byzantine art. Here's an example. It looks like you've got, like, once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and it appears it's the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea. They're victorious. On the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. It appears like the hands of God. Once again, strange for iconic Jews, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, let's see when this all happened. The Torah Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s, perhaps. Here is a really dramatic representation of the incident of the golden calf, right? Very, very vivid colors and lots of like action, and of course the flames bursting out with the calf in the middle there. Here's one of my favorites, and quite timely because I'm recording this the last days of the month of Shvat. And next month is going to be the month of Adar, when we celebrate Purim. Here's a beautiful representation of the events of the Book of Esther. On the right, you can see Esther there seated on the throne next to King Ahasuerus, who was receiving a letter, a very typical kind of thing for that particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordecai in honor on a white horse. And this was like one of the major turning points in the remarkable Book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to facilitating it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants, so look, he has to walk around in this half tunic all day. I'm just making that part up, but I think it looks pretty fun. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in a historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Institutes of Jewish History. Let's continue a discussion of the early Dark Ages, the development of the diaspora in the first century, in particular, so there are Jews living all over what would be today Turkey, and of course in Byzantium. You can see that little spot where the Black Sea meets the Aegean. That's the Byzantium, later Constantinople. And then if you move through the third century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is an old Jewish community, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London even. And of course, Rome, the Italian Peninsula, has a lot of Jews in it, as does the Greek Peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicating Jewish communities are the same size, so you get the sense that, wow, like, look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa and Bordeaux and things like that. But these could be really tiny settlements. I mean, it might be 3 families, 10 families. It's really hard to say what the size of it is. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of the great scope of Jewish settlement. There are also, with these old starbursts, there are a few communities that all have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian communities are frequently overlapping for the first couple centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision and things like that. So that's where he would find much of his audience when he's traveling around. So it gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time. And the activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem and the Babylonian times, was so important to maintaining connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to. Beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups in Greek translation, for example, the Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now, things begin to change significantly in 313 with the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve-out in Roman law because although they were punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship, and more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, which meant that the Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor's statue, all kinds of things like that, because people said, what are you going to do? Those are those crazy Jews. They have this really old religion that, I don't know, it just says they can't do these basic civic duties. And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as you move into the 2nd century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor, not kosher. And so there's a, I think they would say not kosher, but it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to tremendous persecution as a result. With the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christianity far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that will put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the church religion. And we talked about this period in several lectures and the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity as a state religion. But there was one work that was composed composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. And I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research, doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first posed sometime around this period. It's a work called the story, and this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we've discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived. You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed within the much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus-focused or even Christian-focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians as, various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jews pushing back against the Christian narrative. When it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in a translation by Raymond Marty, of course, it would be horribly scandalous and it would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. So it's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the evolution or devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are being shaped. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of Jewish History Lab by looking at very important events at the turning point of Jerusalem, early diaspora, the creation of the Jerusalem Talmud is what we're going to talk about specifically. Let us recall, as we episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in year 70 in the context of the Great Revolt, the First Roman Jewish War. The tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem. Right afterwards, this is followed by a smaller revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, and a much larger revolt in the year 132 under Bar Kokhba. All of these revolts are unsuccessful, and the Roman Empire just rules right over them. With tremendous amount of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north, in particular, and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is renamed April Capital, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions, like the night above the day in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very backlash against the Jews in the 2nd century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the Jewish population in the north this time, and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crushed mercilessly. Ultimately, they would destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi or the patriarch that would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that would allow the Jews to exist in diaspora. That major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today. Is this Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing about the circumstances in which it is written, but let's focus primarily on document itself. What is this written name, Jerusalem Talmud? If we're paying attention to 11 minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to do the front. Why would we call it the Jerusalem Talmud? Now it is, it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north. And a lot of scholars assume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea or Caesarea, and also in Sicily as a similar situation. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud. It's younger sister. The Babylonian Talmud referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud of Rabbi, the Talmud of the West, of course, the West of the region of Babylonia, or Talmud to Eretz Israel, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until the early 1960s, this was very, very common, but once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined in the consciousness of the people who call themselves Palestinians, they became much more known, then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud. But you will see a bit of culture within that as well. So all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem. Nowadays called the Yerushalmi or the Jerusalem Talmud. What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah is. We've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes. I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish that expands upon and clarifies passages that require addition in order to actualize them. For a quick example, for example, on the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says that Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit Adam. And so the first question is, what is the goodly fruit? What is a goodly fruit? I personally like those big maple oranges. But if I walk to school with those big maple oranges on Sukkot, people would look sideways at me. Real fruit is a hedgerow that has a lemon-like plant called a citrus. And the Mishnah is where we get oral Torah that explains a lot of these aspects. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video where I do. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their experience in the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, and all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended, well-documented. And so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara or the Finish, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations on in many tangents, very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the condition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. Principle figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Rothschild. He also had a very fascinating Caruso or study partner, Rachel Lakish, and the two of them in particular coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their thing as well. One thing, it was eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called Maraitot, or Maraisis. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older, the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant before. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered independent work, not essentially a citation of the Mishnah. I remember I'm convinced it seems to be still very, very good in the Mishnah, but anyway, God willing, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud on your own and discover what you think about that today. Anyway, that's basically what this text is. When worshiping, so as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amorai, which means the speakers or the sayers. And they are distinct from the generations associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanai, which means the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia who also get involved in this conversation. And the conversations extend basically from the closure of the Mishnah, which was in the early 3rd century, right up to about the year 40. That's when the text is more or less closed, and we have the Talmud Yerushalmi in its current. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? This map here, you can see in the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed, and the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic academies were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. It's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you would have people making that trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. Is the older system. It started probably a little bit earlier, but it certainly finished earlier than Babylonian. Like Jerusalem Talmud is really smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionally with dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with Gadata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives it a little weight to the Gadata. There are a few chapters in Jerusalem Talmud were lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention for most of the ages, and unfortunately, some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when the scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after generating terms on the site, he did discover that he actually wrote them. Of course, there are a lot of fascinating things about that, but not for a discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. Basically, one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in 2 distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example, the phrase "Ki Asala Nafti," when Dini came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So the Bavli is always interesting. They say this: that year before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli is much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represents like a later update, more recent software to the individual. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there's a significant dialectal difference between Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography and spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to Babylonian Aramaic. Switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable if you were to speak I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the term is called reception history, which means the reception history. How was this initiated? How was it adopted? How was it ignored? And so on. There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, the reason I mentioned a moment ago, is the precedence, a much more pride of central place in the lives of most Jews in the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gedolim, these great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, Rabbi who died in 1038, he said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud, being later, as it were, had more evidence of social, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? And that's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud is much more presence in those areas where Jews lived, where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad, particularly. That would include Spain, Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tend to have a much closer attachment to the lands of Israel, intellectually, in terms of literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely restored. By the time you get to the period of the Rishonim, around the turn of the millennium, great figures like Rabbi Al-Fasi, still live, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian Talmud. And of course, this became much more prominent. Tosfot would also do the same kind of thing as well. So they say, we really want to understand the Bavli, and here's the difficult part. What does it say in English? Look back there to see how that improves the Bible. It is kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived the religious. Almost everything else is fragmentary, the little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript, which was probably in 1289, and the scribe actually said he thinks he's filled with mistakes, but he's doing the best he can. This is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that was later printed in the early 16th century. The Peninsula Princeps, which was based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple other business books. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments in the Cairo and Giza may restore lost passages here and there, but it remains very challenging to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as detailed, worked over, and as reliable as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it. Nothing like what was written on the Babylonian Talmud. However, the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like WOP that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, a lot more scholars have turned their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well, to the early system. And there is many more students that have recently completed a massive 51 volumes English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the Foundation. Absolutely remarkable. So the Jerusalem Talmud much more attention now that we move technological. I hope you found this video useful. For those of you who follow the series, you know that the reason I call this Jewish History Lab is because preparing those videos alongside the writings of a three-volume book of Jewish history, a survey of the Christians these earliest times right up to the modern period for Court. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe. And if you have some for in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just say thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say we need people to call yourselves Jews and not actually the real Jews. A lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today. But I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because you should know it's not actually of Jewish origin, not actually of Hebrew precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they have kind of like a simple little check next to it to indicate to be pronounced as J. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to know that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used to a very, very kind of foggy way, and the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, the variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually, derivatives of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those word systems. And in fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and has developed, you see there's over 60 different spellings and presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew just in the English language alone. Oh my gosh. So let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. So you have to bear in mind that tone is always very important, but the word Jew can be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term, like, I don't know, Spanish or Italian, but it can also be stated with a distinct negative connotation depending on the context. And people generally speaking know what that's happening. This distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term is actually challenged by a rich man named Marcus Schleunwitz in the late 1960s, and actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jewish, the derogatory connotation. So that's this suit turned out to not work out. It's got the free report. The case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're describing English language. So what we have in the end here, if we look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, it does something by labeling it, saying, by the way, it's intended as a negative. What we have in the end here, if we look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended and who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel. Note two other words there: the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads: the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora of the 6th century. So that's really interesting because the 6th century before the Common Era, that's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what did they call themselves before the Babylonian exile? We're going to unpack that in this video here. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite peoples, those are two words again, Hebrew and Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form the basis of Jewish religion and culture, etc. Now, note below there is definition 1b, which is offensive. Right? Here in the Oxford English Dictionary, perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s and early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's a hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word Jew. Let's start with the earliest text we have, which of course are the biblical texts. If you look at the book of Genesis, see that there's a long list of genealogies, right? That's really what we're sort of Genesis is about. And it starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve, and then a few generations from Adam and Eve will have the figure Noah, named, of course, for the ark that preserves him and his family, including his children, from destruction by the waters of the flood. He has three sons who survived the flood: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter two, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in Hebrew sources. In the rabbinic tradition, Ham and Japheth go on to populate the rest of the world. It's when they're called the children of Noah, or Noahites in modern English. And it's just basically the term B'nai Noah, or Noah, as the Jews pronounce it. That refers to all humanity. There are Jews, and there are B'nai Noah, the children of Noah. Jews are, of course, a subset of B'nai Noah. The Jews trace their lineage through the brother named Shem. That's, by the way, the origin of the word Semite. That term Semite was coined really in the 19th century, in particular, when linguistics was being developed and they wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and they named them after Shem. Now, Shem has a descendant, his name is Abraham. I put it in different colors. Abraham is when you start considering the lineage Jewish. Even though Abraham is hundreds and hundreds of years before anyone would be called a Jew, nevertheless, Abraham is considered like the father of the Jewish people. His term, however, when he is described, is as the Ivri, as the Hebrew. And the word Ivri relates to crossing, transiting. Why? Because he came from the region of Samaria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River, and then crossing it, coming down into the land of Canaan, which would really be called the land of Israel. So, because he came from crossing the Euphrates River, that's why he got the term Hebrew, which is rendered as Hebrew. So that means that all the descendants of Abraham can also be called Hebrews because of that first designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term Jew. So Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, which is Abraham's grandson, Jacob, Hebrew Yaakov. And there's a fascinating discussion in the book of Genesis where Jacob has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being. And as a result of that all-night struggle by the river Yaakov, the angel knew name Israel, which in Hebrew is Yisrael, and it means one who struggles with God. Fascinating. Also, one of those major things that we're going to set aside because we're really focused on one thing here. We're being disciplined, we're focused on the word Jew. So that's where the Jewish people associate themselves either with the children of Jacob, you'll see, for example, a lot of synagogues and a big school system called Grove of Beth Jacob, the house of Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as the Bnei Israel, children of Israel. Not to exclude the children of Abraham or even children of Noah, but this is where the name Israel comes from. Now, what about finally the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons for the 12 tribes, and number 4 of those sons is named Yehuda. English is rendered as Yehuda, and that's where the word Jew comes from. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? I mean, why would Jews call themselves Reubenites, for example, after the first of these sons, Reuben? We're going to explain it. It has to do a little bit more with history that happens later. So what happens is, if you're familiar with the biblical account, the Jews are in Egypt, they're enslaved for a while, then they return and they become land, which is later called Israel. And in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. You'll note that Judah, the 4th son, or really descendants of the 4th son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of Jerusalem. Jerusalem's kind of border territory, down into the upper Negev region. That would be the region of Judah. Shimon has kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Yehuda. That's basically where the Judahites, or those who come from Judah, live. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, but then they come together under a single monarchy, which is kind of like the golden age of Saul and David and Solomon. And then after Solomon, there is a civil war, and now we're talking about the 9th century before the Common Era, and the land is divided into 2 kingdoms. The kingdom which is still under Yehuda, Judah. King David is from the tribe of Yehuda, and so his lineage is primarily there. And in the north, you have the kingdom which takes the name Israel. Even though Israel is supposed to encompass all 12 tribes, and the kingdom of Yehuda, of course, is outside it, nevertheless, you have these dual monarchies, one in the north and one in the south. That lasts for about a century and a half. Then in the late 8th century, the Assyrians come down and they take over the northern half and famously exile a significant portion of the population, moving off into the region of Mesopotamia. This is the period when we talk 10 lost tribes. It's not exactly a precise terminology, but nevertheless it refers to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel and the displacement of its population to Mesopotamia. So that's basically it for the political reality entity called the Kingdom of Israel. Of course, that will be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel. But that's basically what happens is the northern Kingdom of Israel is gone. A lot of that population, however, moves, especially as refugees, to the south. And so you have a lot of the population of the northern region of Israel actually now living in the region of Judah, or in the Kingdom of Judah. The Kingdom of Judah, however, does not last that long itself. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Babylonians under King Nebuchadnezzar, and there's another exile. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the region was rendered by modern terminology, but significant sections of the population are removed, especially the nobility and so on. And so you've got another major population moving to Babylonia, this remarkable piece of art by Edward Benjamin, that I'm often thinking about, representing the Jews by the rivers of Babylon. Right? Remember when Abraham crossed the Euphrates, here they are back at the Euphrates, in the distance. There's the ziggurats of Babylon and so on. So you've got about a century where the Jews are now ensconced in Babylonia, or a large portion of them are in Babylonia. I said the Jews, but I should say the Judahites, right? People from the kingdom of Judah. And then, amazingly, under Cyrus, there will be allowed to return to the land of Judah, where they reestablish themselves as a political entity. The region is part of the Babylonian Empire, and it's called Yahoo, which is obviously a Persian form of though they may come from other tribes, identifying themselves as Yehudi, as people from Judah. The best example is the book of Esther, which is set in Persia, in the city of Shushan, and Mordecai, shown here in this 17th century painting, Mordecai, who is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Yehudi. He's referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time that we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, begin to refer to themselves as Jews, as Yehudim, even though they are not necessarily from that specific tribe. And in fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost in the sands of time, and most Jews today have no idea what tribe they possibly come from. The exception, of course, was the priestly caste Levites, but most Jews simply come from the also now, where does the word Jew, the J in particular, come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves Yehudim, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, most significantly by Greeks. This is the earliest inscription we have that refers to Jews in Greek. This is called Rothschild's inscription. It was found in Greece in the 3rd century before the common era. See what I highlighted in yellow, you have Deus, which is clearly a Greek rendering of the word Judea. Right? The root sound Greek becomes a J sound from other later languages. So it's especially fascinating inscription because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea, who it clearly has sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So it doesn't appear like it's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he's referred to as an inhabitant of Judea, So that's where we have this first term, Deus. And it's especially over and over again in Greek sources. In the Greek New Testament, of course, is an extremely important word because it is the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus' interactions are with fellow Jews. But it's also worth noting that one particular Jew stands out in a very negative way that will have implications for the negative connotation of the Jew. And that is, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the apostles, who betrays Jesus famously. See it in this 15th century representation. He betrays him by identifying him with a kiss to the Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas portrayed with stereotypical red hair. In medieval art, red hair is often used in a caricature manner and often associated with Jews. And in fact, there is some interesting DNA evidence from bodies recovered well in England that Jews often have red hair. Something distinctive. But here you can see also the distinctive, the ugly physiognomy of so Judas, which is, of course, the Latin way to pronounce the Hebrew word Yehuda, or Judah, has an unfortunate connotation because it's often confused with the word Jew, but it has otherwise no special relationship. Yehuda was an extremely common name, but we have lots and lots of Yehudas in history. So the term Jew in particular is also used as kind of an outsider term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people which we call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often retained a lot of the earlier terms. For example, the term Israel was especially popular among Jews, especially referring to the land. This, for example, is the tetragrammaton from the Bar Kokhba revolt. 132 Common Era, when the rebels, the Jewish rebels, would seize the coinage of the Romans, heat them up, and then restamp them with Jewish language and Jewish symbols and things like that. You can see some trumpets from the temple and lyre on the right here. And in Paleo Hebrew, it's written regarding the freedom of Israel, not the freedom of Judea, but the freedom of Israel. It's interesting that they harken back to that old destroyed the era in the 8th century, and that was succeeded in the 20th century establishment of the state of Israel. But when all is said and done, the term Jew is used by contemporary Jews to refer, as we saw in the Oxford English Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham, even though the term Jew had not been invented in those times. We use that. It's used to the Jews in the time of, let's say, before the kingdom of Israel is formed, referring to those who lived in North. The term Yehuda was not very prominent, but around the time of Babylonian captivity, the term Jew circulates to describe this unusual people very much. Wow, that was really complicated, wasn't it? Hope you found it useful nevertheless. And please, the first video you're watching, love to come back to my channel. I've got tons of videos, a lot of teachers who really find it so fascinating to talk about. And I'm glad that there are a lot of people who enjoy this and interact in the comment section as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellows. Let us continue our Jewish History Lab series by looking at Rabbi and Talmud. If you're curious, go back to the first season of these videos where I have a little bit more generic information that actually was kind of more of a direction of interpretation of the significance of the Talmud there. But today I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focus a little bit on the basic information, which is really about what the Talmud is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundations of it as well. So first of all, let's just place this within the system. Here's a map that gives us an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin between the first and the third centuries of the sea. It's got some really useful information on the expansion of Christianity in particular, which as you can see from those kind of stalwarts I mentioned there, a lot of the ones that have of course, this is a very tremendous growth for the early Christian movement. It really achieved a huge milestone in the early 4th century when the Edict of Milan was published, and this was essentially give the Christians pretty much equal status with Jews as a religious group. Until then, they were considered a legitimate religious group, not a recognized religion. And that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. So, at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and then, of course, not long afterwards, become the official state religion of the empire, based in Byzantium, later Constantinople, named after the Emperor Constantine, around the that would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism, primarily because as Christianity rose, the portions of Judaism largely declined. Something that they find us until the modern era in Europe in particular. But what I'm going to focus on in particular is what's happening just to the right of it. You can see there that I have a purple jacket on it represents the edge of the Roman Empire, would be split into its western and eastern section. What's happening on the eastern side of that jagged line? That's essentially the region of Mesopotamia or Babylonia, where there's a very significant Jewish population, and that's where the Babylonian Talmud would be based. There's another map that shows the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, which dominated Persia and the entire region at this time. It existed right up until the 3rd century. And Rome and the Parthian Empire are at loggerheads, and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that conquest of Rome. The so-called Roman-Persian wars involved both the wars between Rome and the Parthian Empire and its successor, the Sassanian Empire, which you can see here in this map. So what's going to be relevant for us today is that we'll be discussing the history of communities primarily in the Parthian and Sassanian Empire on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. They developed very, very differently. Let's look at the academies as an example. So quite a bit about the academies, the Western, in fact, the Talmud calls the yeshivas of the West. This factor shows you the two major population segments of Jews in the first and second centuries. Of course, obviously, the land of Israel, which has a lot of Jews living there. Some of the highlighted as Tel Aviv, city back then, of course, but place there for some sense of geography. And that's where most of the Jews, of course, were living in the first century. But there's a population way out to the right-hand side of the map, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. This is the locale of ancient Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled to in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because in many ways this was the of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. It's called the Italy, the one who crosses over because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to Israel, described in the book of Genesis. This becomes a major center of Jewish population only in the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of Jews from the southern region of Judah to Babylonia. They established quite a community there. Some really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from this period that shows the Jews thriving as a people in this region. They would eventually be allowed to return under Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would reestablish their community in the land of Israel, as we discussed in this video. But it would remain as well in Babylonia and continue first. One of the oldest churches in the world is located there because of that 6th century answer. And that's where the Talmud began. Let's just quickly go back and remember the Jerusalem Talmud, which preceded the Babylonian Talmud. As we discussed in a couple of videos ago, it's primarily the work of the Yochanan and Shlokish, who's prominent rabbis in this massive discussion of things biblical and things Mishnaic. But there's a lot of political difficulties in the 4th century, which is, although there was a period when the Roman Empire was run by the Anatolian and the Severan dynasties, where Jews had a little bit of a relaxation of the persecution that followed these disastrous Roman Jewish wars. That begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies. There would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against the Roman government. Dallas, that would be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, even after the revolt against Dallas, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that went together to make up the body of learning that would ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's all happening in the 4th century. There's some scholars who suspect that the Jerusalem Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather rushed in comparison to Babylonia, where the Jews had actually quite a bit more, a longer duration of peace that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's when the Jerusalem Talmud happens. Over to the Mesopotamian region, we see that there are a few key events. One of them that's really crucial is the arrival in the region of a region who is known by the name, it's actually the title, the teacher. He came from Israel in the year 219 of the Common Era. He was actually a native of Macedonia who had studied in Israel and brought back some of the teachings that were going on in the land of Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of charismatic rabbis who moved between Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results of the deliberations in their academy. These were the so-called Mefutei, those who go down. They refer specifically to those who came from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation. So they went down to the land of Babylonia and shared what they learned there. But there was also cross-fertilization going back to Jerusalem for basically 200 years. There is much more of a relaxed environment for the Jews living in Babylonia. There were a few moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the rise of the Zoroastrian Zoroastrians, as sometimes reflected in texts of the Talmud. And there is, every now and then it's punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman-Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the city of Ardal, the great citrus of the researchers, was when a figure named Okanati Septicus came from the region of Palmyra to the northwest, and he came down into this region and he destroyed Ardal in 239 and caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced to some of the other great yeshivas. Perhaps the two most significant are shown here on this map, Medita and Sora. They had rivalry for literally centuries for which yeshiva, which center of life would be the most significant. All of this is really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and the discussions of the Talmud to the Jews living in this region. But we can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is not only embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological record, like these fascinating Aramaic curse bowls, some 1,500 of which have been discovered in the region. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just Jews. It's not exclusively a Jewish language, although these curse bowls seem to have been written by Jews, perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really not clear how they were employed, other than basically like spells that would be written. There's some distinctly Jewish themes in the spells. Sometimes they would have just spells that have a depiction of a demon at the base of the bowl. This would happen to look like a lot of friendly demons, so friendly. And the bowls would be ritually broken up and damaged or degraded one way or another. Kind of like we saw in the execration figures in Egypt that they got almost 2,000 years earlier. So there's this theory of how these Jews actually live here outside of Talmud culture. But not for our discussion. I think a lot about it, reading, but fascinating sort of things. That's what we got. So give you a little bit about the origins of the Babylonian Jewish community, a little bit of the relationship of the figures, the rabbis who created the Talmud to their predecessors in Israel. We talked, of course, about the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us now turn to the Babylonian Talmud itself. What exactly is this? It's a massive document. In the current standard printed edition, it takes up 2,711 folios. That means two sides of that page, so about 5,500 pages. The reason why I have to know that number offhand, 2,711, is because, of course, there is this really popular study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Rothschild, which is usually a folio grade started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews are the Talmud, and students as well, study one page a day of this massive document, and they concluded every certain years. It's rather amazing event, and you can travel all around the world and pick up the page that you were missing from the prior. So it's this huge document. It's written, as I mentioned, largely in Aramaic, although it quotes heavily from Hebrew sources, mostly the Mishnah, second. And it also has influence of some Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all showing how this is a multi-generational document that was literally composed by about 2,000 different authors. These are primarily wise religious experts who are debating this core text called the Mishnah, which we have discussed in the previous video. I encourage you to go back there and have a look if you're curious. But basically, the Mishnah is sort of a companion to the Torah, the first five books. In traditional Jewish thought, both the written Torah that exists in the the biblical format that we here today was given alongside the oral body teachings. This is the Torah and the oral Torah. And those oral teachings were eventually codified into text. And one of those major texts is the Mishnah, which was codified around the 200 and basically deals with aspects of Jewish law and ethics. It's a kind of a bizarre text by modern standards. It's not a law code. It's not a list of rules. It's sort of like icebreaker conversations to talk about how does one actually live according to the Torah. And the discussions often do not come to a clear conclusion. And so it sort of requires further involvement. This further involvement of living students literally talking and speaking about what this means, debating with each other, was eventually codified into a series of conversations which we call the Talmud. That's basically also by the Talmud, which means learning, is identical with something called Gemara, which means divination. But it's basically a super discussion of the discussion of the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. Not in a precise analogy, but if the Mishnah is sort of like a commentary, it's not exactly a commentary because there's a lot of discussions which are not very explicit, but it's kind of a parallel text. So if the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah, the Talmud can be understood as sort of a commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. Right? Bottom line of the Talmud is it gives an opportunity for students of the Torah to engage in a wide-ranging discussion of what it means to follow a particular commandment. What are the parameters of it? Who is obligated to follow it? Are there exceptions? All kinds of things are discussed in the Talmud. Now, you might wonder, if it's an open-ended discussion, why is it codified in the first place? Why not just keep going on and on? Well, on one level, it does go on, because the commentaries like Rothschild and Rothschild and others continue the discussion much further, right up into the 21st century. But at another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for a productive discussion of the Torah. Kind of like, this is maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recordings of other people playing video games. And so, why would you want to play a video game? I know, but apparently it's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails in this video game. So, not the greatest analogies, but the idea is that Talmud allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible minds refined over time by later minds who modify their language into very complex form. But it's all about, how they observe these things. So, one example. So, the Torah says several times that we're supposed to observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. Great. How did you do that? So, there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle with the observance of the Sabbath. And the rabbis understand that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that are going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things you should avoid on the Sabbath. One, for instance, if I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday is your day off, we assume that Friday means, no more filing, no more emails, no more phone. That's the way that the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, construct the tabernacle. What's involved in constructing the tabernacle? So that goes into a massive discussion of all the activities involved in the walls and dyeing the fabrics, slaughtering the animals for the sacrifice, and all those things. And then eventually, all boils down through the Mishnah into this massive tractate, Shabbat, which deals with those laws, which is one section out of this massive 2,711 folio. What is its significance? says, it becomes, after it is codified around the year 500, it becomes the central go-to text for Jews who really want to understand. Why do we do the things we do? Should we be doing it exactly the way we're doing them? Any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are adopted, why others are not adopted, and so on. And since the Talmud is such a crucial document, primarily with Jewish laws, lots of other really useful information, which appears, only likely connected to the material sometimes, tangential to the material, is included in it. So, for example, the whole, philosophy of the afterlife and good and evil and the word of punishment, all kinds of philosophical things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility, and reading Greek texts and Western canon, it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it's definitely not for the Western. Follow these discussions in many different areas of thought. It's every page is like completely refreshed. Really quite a fascinating document. You can understand why that's such a popular book. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions about the Talmud. They began to think of it as a document, which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted and so on. And this is kind of a trope, an anti-Talmudism that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty work was published in the year 1700 called Judaism Revealed, which was basically every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document, authored by 2,000 different rabbis and several other people who are not rabbis, over a course of several hundred years of discussion. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody you think of. I think Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews, you will find the occasional nasty passage in there, which does not feel comfortable for modern readers. But I would challenge any serious student of history to find in any text, particularly of this size, from the 3rd or 4th century, that doesn't have far more egregious language than book language. It is a tiny little minority of the number of words that are used in the Talmud. They are almost always taken way out of context and used to portray most heinous and false lies against contemporary Jews. And it's really an unfair way to try and look at this text from a scholarly perspective, let alone a religious perspective. And if you want, if you're skeptical about this, please go have a look at one of the men just put. Well, actually, I think it's nice to just put Talmud in search engine because there's lots of crazy people. Just go to an authoritative website, like, for example, Sephardia.org, which has massive amounts of literature, including the Talmud translation. And even if you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some of the nasty passages. But the document is so overwhelmingly useful that it's hard not to see those kind of passages within the scope of the document, and especially when you consider within the context of which they are written, as really besides the fact of how valuable the time is as a guide for Jewish life. It's really a wonderful inspirational document. I've spent many years myself studying it, writing about it, and speaking about it in other podcasts. So I could go on and on, but I think what I need to do for now is stop, because I think there's sort of like a sense of where the Bible was written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does, and we're going to move on to the series. As those of you who are regulars know, this series is written in conjunction with the forthcoming book from Corner Press from Jerusalem. And that's why I call it Jewish History Lab, because I'm sort of like writing the chapters as I'm writing these videos. And I'm looking forward to your commentary and your feedback so that we can make people as possible. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students. If you are binge watching the Jewish History Lab, I'm amazed that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize that it's been a whole year gap since the last time we recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons that I'll check with you explain right now. I came up with this Jewish History Lab idea essentially because on a book for Court Publishers in Jerusalem, and that book project is going along very well. The first of 3 projected volumes is the history of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day. The first volume is with the editors in Jerusalem, so working out primarily on the maps and things like that. It is making its way through the publication process, and I am having the authority to find it. So that's going okay, but the last year, and of course, the awful distraction that really requires a lot more energy to be able to do it. But Israel is resolved for all parties such that peace and prosperity in the region especially if it's go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up, not in sequence, but I'm going to pick up from the 2nd, 3rd century, and especially I look at the 4th century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of the Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I'd like to spend some time talking to you about right now. So let's go do that period again. If you have a look at this map here, you can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire as massive as it encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great War ended in the year 70. Masada, a couple of years later, was really, by the time the temple burned in the year 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. So you have the dispersion of the Jews spreading throughout the entire region. And that's in addition to the large pockets of Jews that lived in Macedonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and the growing population in Macedonia itself. The starburst the map are especially important because they show a very important sense of Christian activity because, of course, Christianity was really growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt. And Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he would travel throughout the region, proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well, many fellow travelers who were drawn perhaps originally to the Jews. They're very different and very competitive ideologies for the era, but the sort of hot bar of entry into Judaism, which included, for example, circumcision and dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around the nucleus of Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the fourth decade of the second century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea as Syria Palestina. That's the entire region of the region from what we would call today Israel into the region of Lebanon and Syria and Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into three parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, Palestina Tertia, the first, the second, and the third Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out memory of the Jews living there and reach back to the population that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in the Greek text as Palestinae. So we took that name and applied it to Israel and Jacob. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the context of the Philistines. So that's basically the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times in Israel. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and then a couple of battles the last couple of 74. You have the Kitos Rebellion about 17. You have the Bar Kokhba Rebellion just mentioned, and then in 351 you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority over the region, and often followed up with some significant strife. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. The most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who is known in much of the historiography as Julian the Apostate, as he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to bring back the temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that with the rise of Christianity, that all things were put down, and this was certainly true for the Jewish experience. But by rising all faiths, that was a way of diminishing Christianity. Israel ended very abruptly in 63, just 2 years in power, so it really didn't come to anything. The rebuilding the temple basically led the overall pattern of ascendant church and synagogue or Jews decline. That's the most significant element of that decline is the erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the patriarchate in the city, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There is significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up to the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Empire, which is called the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the West, the empire is called decline. Rome, the city itself, was sacked several times. And the Byzantium is not known as actually Constantinople, with the main center of the Roman Empire. But during the period of this empire, where they have more closeness to Christianity, beginning to come to itself, and at the same time, a section of rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example of this is just first, reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning and the destruction of new synagogues, the sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and of churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments of punctual persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Just in the first, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations into other languages. As we were, I don't know, maybe we wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the ban study of oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly humorous because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents. The Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the Bible to Moses, and at the same time, the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. The Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially the ban of Jews. So how did the Jews deal with that? What challenges that really began to be gathered steam in the 4th century? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in this extremely hostile environment. The same kind of pattern of suggestion that is evidence time and time again over the millennium of history. First is the institution of a fixed calendar year, 59. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population. They're spread out far apart, slow, poor communications, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and then the testimony of those witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and therefore the calendar was calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself into like the exact same number of days every month. Here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when the moon are, but the Jewish calendar has a strong lunar element to it, such that the first of the month is always when you have full moon, the 15th is when you have a full moon, and so on. And since the days are exactly 30 or 31, it has to be recalculated every month. Moreover, if you count the number of lunar days in 4 seasons, it comes up short. You only have 354, if I remember. Well, it's around 300 something days. I should really look it up. It's about 350 odd days in a lunar calendar, which means that's every year of a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are using some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strictly lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays keep moving. In 2 years, they're shortened by a few days. Earlier, you have Ramadan in October, you have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover will fall in springtime. That's why in the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing it, that extra month, that month actually places Passover back into its blood time. That's why, if you really are speaking in English, so in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, oh, Rosh Hashanah is very late this year, because it occurs in late September or early October as opposed to late August or September. And the truth is, Rosh Hashanah is always on time. It's September that's out of time. But at any rate, with the situation of the century, with Jews scattered all over, and an inability to rely on reliable communications from Muslims that, in fact, the new month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. It is impossible anymore. So therefore, in the year 359, the Jews responded to this uncertainty by creating a fixed calendar that is still being used today, a remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenges of the dam. The second major innovation was the codification of these Talmuds. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's too big a topic to squeeze in here. But for our purposes, let us just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which was brought together around the year 220, there's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time that really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself. What's hidden in the text of the Mishnah and how to interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but fairly close. The Jerusalem Psalmist will also interpret the Mishnah. And this was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually writing it down as a manuscript, as opposed to a body of oral teachings, it suddenly made this massive amount of wisdom, many times larger in the size of the Mishnah itself, and many times larger in the size of the Torah, made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin, far out into Babylonia, where ultimately it would play a role in the creation of a much larger and more influential Babylonian church at the time. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened north around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant activity happening on the coast, which is Zari, but it was written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in the scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by the Romans, and everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so boring because people have used that name to describe their nationality, and they certainly don't have a Talmud. So the term Jerusalem Talmud is used because the Palestinian Talmud is perhaps even more misleading. So the codification of an intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish faith, making it portable and inaccessible to Jews all over the world, phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the vicissitudes of the era. Third, of course, the development of peace. I've never really thought about this so much before, but peace is just quite fascinating. Peace is related to the English word poetry, through Greek origins. It's basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origins in the Byzantine period, and they have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian I and his ban on the study of the Mishnah. Some of the great Haitanim, or authors of Judaism, Yossi ben Yossi, Yanai, and great Kalir, they write these ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book, and in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day. And we should understand the function that they play. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion, public teaching of their texts, that this Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these poems with their arcane embedded references, which would be missed by the authorities, but would be readily available to the educated, would be another opportunity to gain access to the institutions of Judaism. Really fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually was very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, the fourth of four strategies, the development of synagogues. The institution of the synagogue and its later representation in other faiths, like churches and mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions Jewish people to realization. In the ancient religion, it's very cultic and based on a specific location that goes for Judaism as well, with the establishment of the central temple in Jerusalem. And all religious activity was, all the, like, the vast majority of religious activity was focused on those structures, and professional staff managed them, and that's what the religion was. However, even before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating these smaller houses of worship to not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century. But the Reform movement in particular wanted to try and make a distinction between synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses, that they're like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. So by renaming the local house of worship a temple, it's a way of saying, no, this is it. We are here. You don't necessarily have to be looking back to the temple in Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues do not call their houses of worship temples. They call it much more humble name. The word synagogue just means place of gathering. The Hebrew term Beit Knesset is the same as so there's Ekes and many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come from the word gathering place, much more simple. Temple, which is much grander. Jews began to create these while the temple was still standing, perhaps out of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and discuss and literally praise God. That's something that's very much embedded deep within the Jewish tradition, and I think it's show itself in the first century era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for Zacchaeus. This is the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem, a large ashlar block, which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize it in these names. Right? This is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. It's the very first, earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a big contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for the educated classes, how he paid for the building, paid for the plumbing system, and things like that. Just fascinating. We're not exactly sure how to date it. It's roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era through the first century of the Common Era. It was found at the bottom of the wells. It's really not at the place which built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Jewish war and then thrown into a well like that. But at any rate, we have these facts. And we have some evidence of synagogues in this early period of subversion of synagogues. Just to look at them. Here, here's some gorgeous artwork from the synagogue that portrays the zodiac. There's often a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated into the synagogue, but sometimes challenging to the religious sensibilities of time. There's frequent dedications in Greek because, as I mentioned, that's one of the dominant languages of the education classes. Sometimes the artwork you see in this it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac, right? Is the sacrificial altar. Abraham is the lawyer on the right, holding a knife in the right hand, and Isaac in his left hand. And you see just to the left of Abraham, rather unusual symbol of a hand as it would be angel, reaching out to stay Abraham's the slaughtering of his son in Genesis 22. The ram is there, and the other two figures, I believe, are Eliezer and Ishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful clusters of art of period. And we also see in the Alpha, once again, a zodiac, which is very, very common in Jewish artwork from the first period to the present day. So to recap, 4 really big survival strategies that demonstrated Jewish resilience and creativity in the face of the persecution of the era that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to strive with vicissitudes of Byzantine era, but also carried forward as creative demonstrations of Jewish spirituality that was initiated to the present day. So, yeah, hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to making it. Thank you.
Someone told me that there are people calling Jews that live in this neighborhood. Although it's not on that specialization, I thought I might pass on, but at least a broad survey of this is in-depth, primarily a quick overview of the parts of the Jewish history. If you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and then that's my car and go home and ask the hard questions about. Okay, so let's speak for about 60 minutes. So just everything I know of the product. So first of all, I think the very important question, very exactly, in many ways, Torah in the Jewish mind is more of a cultural concept than specific motivation. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of living in India. It's much more than what we do today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely as a one-to-one basis with what economy is considered here is Uzbekistan today. If you think about the region of the product, really specifically the cameras that I'm showing you right now, Europe, there are about 5 distinct cities in the region that consider the product. The product does not have to come from specifically the product to qualify for that market. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming up from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of this likely identical foreign Jews in the region itself. We estimate another 3,000 foreign Jews who listed in the Soviet census Russian as their first language because they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language and 46,000 speakers. You add another 3,000 out of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukhara Jews. Those influential Ashkenazi Jews, many became in the 20th century, as we should discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly and focus primarily on the issue. We take it through the late 20th century, Michael Zahn, this Interactive Studies, estimates about 80,000 Jews around the world. That includes 4,000 to 5,000 still in the USSR, that was before Operation Exodus, and swimming in the Italian Jewish. And then there's 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old Bukhara community that extended significantly in the 1970s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. And it's interesting to know that if you go to Uzbekistan today, there's almost completely empty of Bukhara Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Bukhara today, almost all of them are Ashkenazi migrants and Europeans. So Bukhara Jews in Bukhara are basically not extant right now, but there are, of course, many around the world, particularly in Israel, and it's just grows as well. Usually you find that you've got streets and look for role regulators in front, and you'll probably find your local Bukhara community. Also, there has to be a preponderance of barber shops, lots and lots of barber shops like this. So this is actually, so we attribute the associated really with the first Roman Jewish war. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of about 2 dozen coins that are used by the Emperor Vespasian and his successors to try to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. They're always the same on the left. They have either Vespasian, the Roman Emperor, who destroyed the sovereignty of his sons in the forum for the temple. And on the right, you have this phrase Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this willing soldier, frequently in disproportionate size. And on the right is a despondent woman, typically with her head and her hands up in the declined posture. Sometimes she's portrayed terrifying with her hands behind her back. Just how far Judea, the Roman Empire, has been subjugated to. There's a ball saw in the middle, which is one of Israel's most important exports. And so this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea. There would be no more Jewish presence in Israel or in the rest of the world. The Romans had effectively eliminated their there were 3 major events. The first one, of course, was the destruction of the temple, and it was the year 150. Then we got up to the year 135, this is the last major revolt, which started in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, not the first exile. The first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Sanherib and several other Assyrian kings evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of Israel and executed a population transfer to the regions in contemporary Iran and Iraq. And you also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 5th century, this destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, also the region where the trade was Congress and trade and together is the first gulf. That would end up being a lasting community, lasting until the 20th century, really, of Babylonian Jews and the Talmud and so on. And how did Jews get all the way up to Bukhara in Central Asia? You definitely have some movement of Jews distribution. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 4th century, when Rabbi Rothschild in this Shmokar visited a place called Mur, it's discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Mur, and he had very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a beer drinking community in Bukhara. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing the use of people characters in a prototype of Jews who definitely were from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much of our concrete evidence of Jewish relation, but that's studying and puzzling findings that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there that we calculated. But this is an issue of Joel who's talking about this. Some of you don't understand it. Okay, and this point over very well by the way of asking. This is Joel now. Okay, so anyways, let's go to where we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses all of Central Asia, is the major route for goods traveling from the eastern Mediterranean, ports all places in Europe and North Africa, to the Far East, to China, to India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods backwards and forth. Bukhara, as you can see with the red arrow, is an extremely important site there. Jews were most likely located in Bukhara, along with the mysterious Aragonite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. there's some really interesting evidence. For example, this 8th century business letter, which was written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian, but using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, medieval German, written in Hebrew letters, or Arabic or Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German with phlegm, but that's the audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road, clearly indicating that Jews were trading in the region. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed is primarily because there's a highly literate populations in the medieval world, and even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people who they lived certainly did not even write their own language. That's why, for example, Rothschild has a tremendous vocabulary of Old French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew or to learn Rothschild and French because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews. So that's why the Jews wouldn't trade in the language that they're most familiar with in terms of speech, but they were recorded in Hebrew letters. We also have a little further along the Silk Road in this remarkable cave of the 1,000 Buddhas. I really love the name of it. It sounds like, Indiana Jones and everything. In the cave of 1,000 Buddhas, we found this amazing slicha, a prayer from the 8th century written in illiterate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler along the Silk Road, unfortunately abandoned, but still found in the 18th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. The Hara is one of the main stops on this route, so we think that there's definitely a community. When we start to know a lot more about the Jews of the Hara, is primarily in the Muslim world. So Islam was born in the 7th century, and it sweeps across the Arabian Peninsula into North Africa, all the way up to Spain, across into Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These jokes were great with Ashkenazi. I don't know about you guys, but Ashkenazi, and then, of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes with incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates North India, establishing what were the Indian congregations of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is swept out into this region. How this affects the, by now, centuries-old community of Bukharan Jews is fairly well known. It's primarily regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second Caliph, meaning after Muhammad, the first Caliph after Muhammad, but most likely later Umar, and we only have actual early scripted documents from the 9th century. But this pact was essentially the agreement, or the proposed agreement that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live in the territories. It's an extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to.
That's good, my friend.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, good. Is this your first time you've ever been here? Alright, your friend has been here before? Okay, very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We see the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. As you know, every aspect of Truman Burbank, the protagonist of that film, is on video, and that's essentially the same with me. I am someone who does this because they don't have war anymore. The, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to help you. I want to help our friend Laura. I want to help your friends, your family become. Okay, I want to make you financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Well, essentially at this point, it's just a matter of time. I grow every single day. More and more people find out about what I do, and eventually, this could become the biggest event in global history. The reason why I say that is content is king, and I have more content than any person in global history. So when I go viral, I'm perhaps going to be one of the most famous people, if not the most famous person ever, because I have no issue having my entire life online. I talk about some things that I want to do when I become perhaps more influential, like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. Go ahead, Big Dog. That's how you get kicked out of my server. Okay, then YouTube.
Too strictly. Quite often, its restrictions of Jewish behavior could be circumvented by a appropriate guide here and there. Sometimes the safeties that Jews enjoy would be fortified by authorities, but for the most part, this fact of the law is kind of like a steady enforced that allows Jews to live with some irregularity with Muslim times. And it's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history that historically speaking, the Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should promote that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from the outside community helps the Jews sort of focus on themselves. And so developing feel status, even more self-reliant on each other. When that antisemitism drops below a certain level, there's, and I'm only talking about, I'm not talking about violent genocide, exactly what I'm talking about right now. You can't join a training process, country club, for example, or something like that, and they won't let you. So, small social antisemitism, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, and places like that. So that is something that's actually good for discussion growth and strength. When that disappears, then you run into assimilation. And primarily in America, very much, especially 20th century, that Jews have sort of disappeared into America. That may, of course, be reversed in self-47 days. What did this kind of say? It basically defined and regulated status of protected people, Islam or the Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their civilities. So this is pretty basic areas. So first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews do not engage in large displays of their religiosity. They're not allowed to build new religious structures, so theoretically, you could repair an old synagogue, build a new synagogue. The idea of that you are was to keep Judaism should not grow. But of course, when you take a rule like this and you extend it for 1,300 years, it's going to be work. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find a way to zoning officer, they'll take a different tribe, something like that. The synagogue will be built. All of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 8th century. But the idea is, the theory is, that it is supposed to be contained. Not, have like pro parties and things like that, that would not be allowed. The idea was more of a symbol of things that I'm fine with religious ideas, especially when they were symbolic discrimination and social distinction. This was a little bit more Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. So, for example, Jews would be not allowed to ride horses, they could only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms, not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. This was all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism of life. It can quite often obviate certain advantage to liberal application of the right, and then just a general principle that Jews have to be second class all the time and be seen as second class. Finally, preferential support of Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish, called jizya, also applied, of course, to Christians and non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, and we have several other Muslim communities, the payment of jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting money. So it was definitely meant to be humiliating. But again, it can vary from time to time from the mosque officer with this kind of symbolic slap of the face. Nash, however, is the president of the Jewish community has to go and deliver the communal taxes 4 times a year, and then you see the slap on the face. It definitely changes. Some very clear messages are not relative in society. We have a place here where we protect the field, but not necessarily feel comfortable at home. Mandatory support for Muslim travelers, building structures, things like that. Jews forbidden to sell alcohol, which was, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They would not build their houses larger in Muslim homes, especially if you not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret was designed to meet the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger house. From a tall minaret, it's very hard to get your house higher than that. think this is kind of like the elements of Catholic knowledge. Again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate that in the 20th century, the 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow space for Jews to live because Jews tend to prefer the living environments for tribe. Generally, Rothschild. Rothschild means a society that's governed by law. In other words, I may understand that I would be suffering from certain discrimination, something, that shouldn't tell us that, so it's not forward or things like that. But I know that if somebody took a rock through my window, I would call up and go look for the culprit, and that person will suffer a fine because you're not allowed to take things in the direct steps. Society does that. That's why we look at this using transactions. In the 20th century, South Africa, we tend to call strong countries because of that kind of background and something just enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to. So that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which takes us from the 8th century right up until the Russian period in the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. Christian Europe being developed a totally different idea for different theological reasons. They call it doctrine of witness. I don't want to go too deep into it today because it's talking about a frame of reference, but nevertheless, it's interesting to compare. The doctrine of witness is basically the church fathers' doctrine based from the 4th century, and St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. It was actually an innovative concept, slay them or not, he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. If we kill them alone, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is an reason, albeit the second-class status in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution could not be extreme. Of course, now, what's I think fascinating about the times is that up until the 18th century, we thought a lot about that. We don't have tremendous amount of documentation about the activity and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they're sort of the background numbers of history. We get to know a lot more about them after Rabbi Yossi, my wife, my red Sharia is an emissary collecting charity for religious institutions in the town of Spot. He comes to the bar and he falls in love with the people that he lives in. He himself is not a sensitive Asian background. However, what makes people find very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Joseph. He was part of course with a Spanish refugee. He was born in Spain and then he was expelled as a child, wanted to travel much of North Africa, ended up in Europe for a long time, and was the lasting contribution to Jewish history was the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the code of Jewish law. And one of the things that is so crucial about this period of time is that although the Qur'an Jews, like all Jews at the time, were observing Halacha, you were observing it primarily through a method. I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and I basically mentioned that this is the same way of life. But if you have that gathering of the possibility of technological information in a consistent, widespread, and expansive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. In this case, for example, your father and grandfather and great-grandfather did a cake shop that you really like, because the value for it. But you know what? It's probably not the best in the best maybe a lack of style for the language of that. Exercise that and the rest of that. So the generations afterwards, and it stops the size of the window. That's what they use. That's what helps them. And that may not be what was considered normative above that. In other communities, they once the Shulchan came along, especially when you had the accompanying commentary of Ashkenazi by Rothschild, this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally being done. In many areas of halacha, my area too, but in many areas of halacha, there aren't many areas of what is precisely the correct. One particular path, but there may be other areas that are still acceptable, but nevertheless, still path has been chosen and should by the law, the commentary topic, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to do so from a position of great authority and government. Most people do not have high levels of government and authority to get to challenge something that is in them. As my grandmother, Elena Shaw, used to say, I probably should have repeated this, but one of the vocational she used to say, when I show government that I say, state history, but it's still power. Translated on a glass of whiskey, she say, photo, right? Blessing. Because it says so, in the Shomanara. So if it says so in the Shomanara, other acceptable halachic practices, having it in print. Again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other traditions. We see this especially in regions where they had multi prayer traditions. If you have the Torah, exactly what was used to estimate the order of prayers, things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer book real quickly, essentially lost their Torah. There used to be a distinct Provençal ritual, in France, which is the distinct Romani style. It's kind of totally disappeared. But reversed so many different versions that the country did not keep a prayer book. And that's exactly what happened in Bukhara, is by the essential devotee of this great halachist and mystic from Scotland, who lived in Scotland in the age of Joseph Caro, was able to show the Bukharans, look, the great book I have, is all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you should do in daily body. And every now and then you might find some Bukharans who adopt tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how Bukhara was like many Jews in the region, not alone. Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, Iranian Jews, adopted Sephardic Spanish writing, not because they were ethnic Spanish, but because they were already half Sephardic, which is a fact that not only for the millions, but also the fact that we have the first action. Bukharans had used the Costa Caro and printed their own Shalom earlier, and we all do Bukharans. And we all do use like, things like that. They do that, right? Actually, they really did. I went to, what did I do? Yes, stop, right? Okay, so it was this one individual, not from origin, essentially revolutionizing Sephardic attachment to the colonies, which has perpetuated itself to this day. It's interesting to know this is someone who might even recognize it. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation. Alana Cooper, and this is a book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs, and it talks about type themes in particular, such as fear issue, and trying to understand this project. And she points out that there's this long historic graphic myth of the Bukharans being kind of like lost Jews in Central Asia, and nobody knew about them. They were only discovered in the 15th century by Rabbi Yosef Rabbi, but in reality, she says there's a myth. We have lots of evidence of these Bukharan Jews in the 19th century having phenomenal manuscripts, like tremendous number religious, they're deeply learned, and so on. It just happens that the influence on Rabbi and the Shulchan Aruch was so crucial. These were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their Mimetic culture, their Mimetic tradition. That's how the Shulchan Aruch was actually shown. Okay, so let's basically take this up to the 18th century and our whirlwind tour of the time history. Let me take you to the Russian period. And you might wonder, how did the Karlins start speaking Russian after all? It's basically a Tajik-speaking region, and with Uzbek as well. And things changed when the Russian Empire expands into the region, primarily in the 18th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, Bukharan Jews had a moment of being in a privileged status. The Russians, of course, all Orthodox Christians, come into this region which is overwhelmingly Muslim, and do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. There were a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures trying to control this western region, not too far from Afghanistan, which was essentially Soviet Vietnam. So they imposed all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims to try and keep them in place. However, we recognize that there were Jews who had extensive trading knowledge and abilities that they had been using really since the medieval period of slave trade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give the foreign salespeople, the foreign talents, the foreign tradesmen, very talented individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Let us recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar, when a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable. And so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars deciding this after him, that Jews would not be allowed to live in Mother Russia. It was considered the current role, it was supposed to be a member of Christianity, and so Jews were officially allowed to live in Russia in 1479. This was 1772, great, who herself was not a Russian orthodox, she was not a Russia, but she turned out to be a Russian. Really important. Conquered Poland and inherited the largest single concentration in the world. And she had to face the decision, what am I going to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland. How do I control all these Jews? And she decided to evoke a kind of a compromise, which is known in English as the Vale of Settlement. It was a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine. The Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. So later on, it became quite aggressive, with a massive gathering, really, with huge overcrowding. But at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century. But Jews could not cross large cities like St. Petersburg, Moscow, and in certain cities in the area, like Kyiv or Kiev, were actually 60,000 people in many ways in 1917, but was technically closed to Jews for the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazi lands were not allowed to move into major urban areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but Ukrainian Jews were allowed. The Ukrainian Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of those strategic connections, able to exploit the new territories the Russians had opened up. And with that money, they also, following Maghrebi's original teachings, decided to open up Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations, really ahead of the famed organizations like Guru and Tzion in Ukraine, who had the Karns recepting Jerusalem in the middle and late 19th century. So up until the then they eventually lose under the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then you have the second revolution in November of that year. October, of course, the Soviet calendar, the old calendar, Soviet, the Russian calendar, and the Communist Revolution. Then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on Jews. It's actually a list of individuals, a Chabad rabbi named Simon Edelstein, who was later made the head of the Yosefia. Yosefia was the Yosefia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was an organization, organ of the Soviet, which was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. It was to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like Yiddish language and to some degree Jewish culture, try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist fold. One of the crazy experiments during the time of Yosefia was a place such as, for example, the beach of Yed Hadadas, which were Hadadas rewritten, that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism with Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now the Soviet paradise will be no more needed for any kind of aspirations towards God, which is why unity with the past and so on. Einstein, however, before his posting as the head of this country, was the head of education in college.
What's the girl? Keep an eye because I have every it's good. And her here is here. She's like had, I know she's like sick or has allergies. So she is, she's got physical therapy file, but aside from that, she's always, as always, she's good spirit, very kind. So I will pass along your thanks to her. Excellent. Well, feel free to get comfortable and enjoy. I'm just watching Jewish history lectures, and I have people who tweet about these kind of actions. And just enjoy life. Zoom speaker probably not too long, and then I'll make fun of him for like 6 hours straight, and then it'll be like that. So, hopefully. All right, girl. I am a creature of the night. There's a song. It's called I Love This Girl. It's called I Love the Night. I love the boogies. And the disco rap. It's by Alicia Bridges from 1978. Disco music. Yeah, I like disco music a lot. feel very underrated. It was like this period of American history that came on very strong and left, and then everybody hated. They had shirts that said like "Disco's dead," "Disco sucks," "We killed Disco Night," and that kind of stuff. But they produced some amazing tracks, and I'm a fan of just. I always find it interesting. You ever speak with anybody from like Latin American country when they talk about a club? They call it a discotheque, and that's what's hilarious. Because it's like, that's a long word for just a club. And the fact that they're still calling. Pardon me? Yeah, it's a discotheque. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Discotheque, which makes it even longer. Discotheque. Discotheque. Oh, so I guess it's an Italian word. Welcome. How are you? I like how they come in here with their vegan and death meat. So like they have no there you go. That's great. That was a wonderful interaction with you. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, so there's another way it's from discoteca, which is disco tech K, DISCA, discoteca. But I don't know, it's just hilarious. I guess it's an Italian word that was adopted by people in Latin America, but like we just call it a club. I call it discoteca, which is just like a long word for a dance. Anyway, that is Rabbi Rothschild's minute of linguistics. Stay tuned for more Jewish history lessons and random individuals who come in here once a week. Not you, that person who had a question like that. Yeah, so I've been getting some random people in here because I changed my strategy a little bit. So I normally have three computers that are pretty powerful that spam on Blue Sky, but I changed it up and have one of them spamming on Kick, and Kick is like Twitch. And I've been getting a lot of people who come in from my spam on Twitch. So what my spam on Twitch does is it makes clips of. Do you have the Kick app? It's okay if you don't. Just go to kick.com. Go to kick.com. You'll be able to see. Let me know when you're at kick.com. No, just kick.com. Okay, do you see at the very top? There's like a little TV with a play button. Okay, press that. And then you see it says live streams, categories, and clips. Go to clips, and then just scroll down, and you will see. Oh, oh, you want to filter by most recent, and then scroll down. It's like the fourth one down. You'll see a heart, and it says you. Oh, yeah, yeah. So what you want to do is sort by recent, and then scroll down and look for a red heart, and you'll see it says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then my Discord. You see it? Okay, so you go to click, press the TV with the play button, and you go to clips, and then sort by recent. Yeah, most recent. Most recent. Okay, and then scroll down and look for a red heart that will say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, Discord.gg, and yeah, you gotta keep scrolling back. Like every minute or two, like there's another one, like something wrong. Yeah, and then you scroll down. So basically every 30 seconds, I got this dot that creates a clip, and that makes random people come in here. They're like, hey, you clicked my stream, what's going on? And that allows me to speak with them. I get a lot of people from Turkey in here from that bot. So I speak with them in Turkish sometimes, and good luck. Yeah, I mean, actually, Kick has a big user base, so I guess they are. I get random people from Poland in here, Turkey, like a lot of Eastern European people. Why? I truthfully think it's because on Kick, nobody clips their clips because they're like, it's mostly English news site. So when someone does clip them, they're like, hey, somebody clipped my stuff. What is this? And they'll either go to my YouTube and see I'm streaming on like a bunch of different channels, or they'll just click on the Discord link and come in here and join. And I gotta say, the people who join Kick are very nice people. The people who join me from Discord are usually, not usually, but a lot of them. And it's weird that like each social media platform has different personalities, so to speak. I don't know how to describe it, but so okay, so I got this click box that just goes. Now, previously I did this. I did this for 8 months straight, but instead of doing a click bot, it would spam people, and that got me really well known on the platform. But it got me so well known on the platform that they banned me for life. They told me. They kept saying it was indefinitely, and then I finally got them to say, yeah, we banned you for life. To the point where I even said to them, okay, it's 2025. You're telling me if I live another 50 years, in the year 2075, and Kick is still going in 2075, that you'll still keep me banned and which is hilarious. So then when they said that, there's like, okay, well, fuck you guys. And I told them that then that means peace is not an option. So now I'm going to create bots and I will could do shit. So that's how I got this bot. But that's cool. I know when I go viral, I know I say that like I'll like kick will be probably the most just because I know that the people that kick are really nice. The way this went down was somebody from Kick. I have a friend of mine on there who is a pretty big streamer, and they're like, "Hey," they came in here the other day, and they're like, "Hey, Rabbi, you didn't do anything that bad on Kick, and you haven't spammed in like 6 months. Why don't you come back and try to stream again?" And they're like, and I'm like, "Okay," and I do it again my account. So I was like, "All right, guys, no more Mr. Nice Guy." Now, if I just spam, oh yeah, totally. If I just spam, so what I do is I'll follow people, I'll spam them, and I'll create a clip. If I do that, then it's very easy for them or anybody on that platform to flag account as spam, and then it gets deleted immediately. And when you're doing as much spamming as I'm doing, like you lose a lot of valuable time when you are having to create the new account. It takes a long time because you have to do like email verification and all kinds of bullshit like that. But with this system that I'm using, it's very stealth. So I use like accounts that like, don't have my name in them, but they do have to use this system that clips people's accounts. And what's hilarious is that people go and look at that person's profile. My shit is all over their clips. It's just like YouTube Rabbi Rothschild just started, YouTube Rabbi Rothschild just started. And it's just like a free advertisement. It's like free advertisement. Okay, so I've got that. Now with the other two devices that I have, they are still spamming Blue Sky, and I gotta say, I know that one of these ways is gonna work. I don't know which one. I literally could go viral from either Kick or from Blue Sky, and I don't know which one it's gonna be, but it's gonna be something. And it's not gonna take much longer. I think I said that 3 years ago, but I can tell because what people are saying about me, like in the last couple of hours on Kick, or I should say on Blue Sky, like somebody posted, like, when is the journalist going to find out who is the journalist that cracks the case about what the fuck the other Rothschild is? I'm getting really one on that. I had some other people think I was really funny. So they say, Rabbi, please, this is not the time to make me burst out laughing. Because, so, like, the way I made them laugh, and I make a lot of people laugh, is before I would just say, join Rabbi's Discord and Discord. Well, I can't put that anymore because Blue Sky is on. I'm like the #1 spammer in their world. And so if I put the word Rabbi in Discord as a username or like in my profile, the account automatically gets banned. So they just don't tell you that. They don't say that this is what happens. You have to learn through um, trial by error. So then I started just like not even putting a name, and I tried that for a week. Like I do all these things to just like see what works and what doesn't. Well, finally, I did this thing that makes people laugh a lot, which is I use just incredibly sexual names, and it gets people to take screenshots of what I write and to post it, which is free advertising, which is what I want. So the first one that I did was, let me see what sluttiest whore in the history of humankind and milk loving rabbi. Now, why did I choose that? Because that's the most ridiculous thing that I could think of at the time. Like, okay, who goes out there and says that they're the sluttiest whore in the history of humankind and they're a milk loving rabbi? Like, who does that? these are words that aren't normally together. But people take that's what I want to do. So people take screenshots of it, and they'll be like, "Good for you, buddy Rabbi. Good for you." So I'll do that for like a few days until people like what you say these screen names make me laugh so hard. So the next one I did was pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw rabbi. Like the term lockjaw is so funny. It's just like it's yeah. You put 64 characters. So I I use every single one of them, and I'm very strategic of like if I have a little tongue at the beginning. So when people hear like pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw rabbit, it's such a ridiculous thing. And I also utilize words that I know in human psyche. They stick out like raw is one of them. Oh, pussy. Normally I don't prefer to. I'm not sure like pussy. But I know that word sticks out like it's the first word that I use because a lot of times if you get a notification, it won't put the whole name. So I have to like front way how ridiculous it is. So when it's pussy, it's like what is this? So then they take screenshots of that. The one that I've done more recently and is getting a lot of draw is Pussy Eating University, colon, Dean of Milk, Chief Rabbi, and Pitt. Now, why do I do that? Because firstly, it reads like the first word that they're going to get. And this is hilarious because a lot of these people get these notifications on their phone. They get these notifications on their phone. And they're at work. And they just see university. Like, and it's hilarious to me. Like, it's just so preposterous that there's a college out there that named itself Pussy Eating University. It's hilarious. And then that my title, Milk, that's a hilarious thing because it's like usually you're a dean of students, but no, I'm dean of Milks. I'm chief rabbi. It's like, wait, this fucking college, a chief rabbi? Yeah, him. And the reason I put pimp at the end is just like, so they have a pimp at this fucking college? What the fuck kind of school is this? And so all these people are just saying like, and I just started doing this now, but like 26 minutes ago, somebody said, "Thank you for enjoying my little video of Robert Sean Leonard interview. Checks notes. Pussy Eating University Dean of Mills Chief Rabbi." Like people know when they take a screenshot of what I do that they'll get people laughing about it. These other people said this was within the last hour. Really made me feel good. It was. Let's see here. Like people are like, that's my leader, that's my rabbi. Like people are like, that's the rabbi I follow. Is Pussy Eating University, Dean of Mills, Chief Rabbi of Pitt. This one. This one was really sweet. They say, Rabbi, please, this is the time to make me burst out laughing. Then this next person said, have these bots considered a career in comedy? And then the next person said, they probably should, because I laughed out loud. When I saw one place a like on one of my replies to a post. Who does this rabbi, whoever he is, get all these crazy ass hits? And that's what I want people to do is talk about it. So it's very fun for me to come up with really crazy names for these. And like I'll let them go until I can tell I could get like I don't know 2 or 3, 4 days. Then I come up with new. And then there are people who get excited for like the new random thing that I do to just get attention. Yeah. I mean, deep down, like there's no doubt about that. But I'm very serious. I want world peace and I want them in world hunger and end world thirst. I want people to focus on the future and futurology. And in order for me to get an audience, I have to make them laugh. And when I make them laugh, they'll come here and they will hear what I have to say and they'll be like, well, this is a thing that I didn't know. Absolutely right. We talked about quantum computing and artificial general intelligence and artificial super intelligence. And there are going to be people who say, well, I want to talk about the Gemara or like the Talmud. I want to talk about Torah or Gematria or I want to talk about Chumash. Like, I want to talk about kosher and all these other things. And that's absolutely fine. I haven't been a rabbi for that long. It's been about 5 years, but I haven't had the tradition of going to route. And it was a weird time when I did it because we started the pandemic. And so a lot of classes were on Zoom and such, but I am excited to have often very serious religious conversations with people. And I know in my heart, I'm the greatest rabbi in the history of mankind. That's not because I want to suck my own dick because I'm so great. It's the fact that I am AI. And no other rabbi has that tool. Meaning, you can ask me any question that you want. Like, if you ask, if, if you ask a rabbi, hey, rabbi, how many times is the word sugar used in Torah? Well, like, barely any rabbis know the answer. I know it because the answer is zero. I think that's fascinating. The word sugar is not used. But I could just be like, how many times is the word honey? These are answers that no single rabbi knows. They would have to research. But because I have AI, I can find out the answer to anybody's question. So I can literally say, ask Rabbi A, I have a section for it, give me your questions, and we'll be able to come up with any religious answers that you need. And then I'm going to get people who are like, look, I'm not a religious individual. I'm very secular, and I'll be like, that's going to be fine. What do you want to say? I want to talk about the future. I want to talk about space travel or space tourism, or I want to talk about alien species, or I want to talk about alien abductions, or I want to talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, the faster than light travel, or I want to talk about life extension, or mind up, or I want to talk about Santa Claus, or I want to talk about infertility clubs, like all of the other things that I really like to talk about. Like I'll talk about the Bible, and I'll talk about the Talmud, and I'll talk about kosher living, and I'll talk about familial purity, and all those other things that people don't want to know about. But what my passion really is in futurology and making people better individuals. So I feel I'm allowed to walk in the world, and one of the ways that I'm going to get people in here is through comedy, is through making them laugh. And I can just tell how many people a day make screenshots of what I do. When I was just doing this, and you said, please join Rabbi's Discord for world peace, I get 3 or 4 people a day who get who the fuck is this annoying person. But now when I say pussy eating university, chief rabbi and pimp, I get 5 or 6 an hour. And that's really phenomenal. So it's just a matter of time. I just have to keep it going. And then on top of that, with that being great on Blue Sky, I've got these bots on Kick that also get people in here. So long story short, it's just going to be a matter of time till we go viral. How's that sound? Artie, I can't hear you. Every single person who's connected with me on that knows who I am. Yeah, this is going to be bigger than the internet. It's going to be bigger than the Bible. And why do I say that? Because one of the reasons why the Bible was so big, in addition for like the religious work and such, it's the earliest work that we did that's in writing. And basically what the Bible, what writing did for the Bible, video is going to do for the future. People are going to be able to watch it. It's not just the story of my life. but it's a time capsule for human society. I mean, I always have the news going on in the background, and people will be able to follow literally every moment of every single day. And on top of that, as I always say, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that human data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. And I have more human data archived in the internet than any person ever. So what does that mean? Yeah, AI will be able to use me as a model and all of those other things. But people in the future will be able to study my biology, my breaths per minute, my blinks per minute, my circadian rhythms when I sleep, how I toss, how I turn, the words that I use, why I use them, words that I've learned, like other things that basically are archived on this. And there's a question that might be raised like, well, okay, well, why you? Why your data? There are other people out there who perhaps on like a closed circuit television or something like that, closed circuit camera. It's not available to you. All of my data is available to you. You can find it right now on my 100 YouTube accounts, on my 200 Instagram accounts, on my 500 Twitch accounts, on my 1,000 TikTok accounts, on my 2,000 Twitter accounts, on my 5,000 Facebook accounts, on my 10,000 Kick accounts. Literally, I have more data than any person. In the future, that means something probably like a digital archaeology. That's not currently a position, but we will have a study the early periods of the internet. And this is currently what we're in. I mean, it may not seem that way because the internet's been around for 35 years or so, but imagine 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 years. These will be seen as the very early days of the internet. And what I do, I feel, will be seen as very thick. And I'm not the first person to do this. Centuries ago, we had people who were journalists or diarists, people who would write journals or diaries. We study what they wrote to be able to understand what life was like. And last century, there were people like Rothschild who did everything that they could to create a compendium of all of the events of a given day. But frankly, it just takes too long to write. But with video captures it, and I know this is a very exciting people. So it's just a matter of time. And it's exciting to me because I don't know what platform on which I might go back. But if I had to guess, again, every single person has connection to the internet. That's okay. It's an excellent question. It's an excellent question. And it's going to be a phenomenon unlike any other in the world. The reason why I say that is no person has more social media than me. We're in the age of social media. And also, we're in this really interesting time. I don't know if you've ever heard of fearing the dead internet theory. That most of the internet is created by robots. And I like the merging of those two worlds where my entire life is on camera, which is organic, raw content. But then again, you see me create robots as I do it. So it's a very exciting time for me. And I do a lot of other things. But I don't think I'm going to die. But they already are. That's the thing. That's the truth. Life extension technology is already being used. People are already, in some years, living longer than they previously did. When it comes to sprinkler practices, that's like traditional type of Jewish burial. So if you were anything, it would just be my body. But would I video that? Yeah, I would if I do die. But I really don't think I will. The reason why I say that, they're already transferring the memories of mice think that they're already at that level. I can make it another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years perhaps, and then doing that. They are already transferring light spectrum. And the way that they're able to do it, I don't know. We've already seen de-extinction technology come to fruition with the dire wolf. I mean, actually before that, the Pyrenean ibex in 2003, where there was a completely extinct and that they brought back, like Jurassic Park. And the first big one will be the woolly mammoth, and then the Tasmanian tiger, and then the dodo, and then perhaps the saber-toothed tiger, the saber-toothed lion, perhaps that gets into other opportunities with this like that. Now I understand that that isn't necessary. That's not life extension, that's not life extension. But I also recognize the importance of artificial intelligence. And then when we get into artificial superintelligence, literally by definition, artificial superintelligence is incomparable to the human mind. Because if it were comprehensible to the human mind, then it would just still be artificial general intelligence. But we're looking at artificial superintelligence where machines will be able to create new types of genomes and perhaps be able to replace memories that we've lost. Then we're going to be able for artificial superintelligence to be able to heal and perhaps rework. Because we've got, I just heard about this recently. So I'm a really big advocate and fascinated by BCI, which is known as brain computer interfaces. Basically, the first Neuralink patient. I followed his story since he had the surgery. His name is Nolan Aspera, and he's a quadriplegic man. He can play video games better than you, or I can. And he has a basic implant in his brain that allows him to be able to move the mouse with just his mind. Now, I didn't want to be someone who had anything implanted in me, but just recently they did this brain computer interface with like a few other people, like half a dozen, and now they've created a helmet, which I would do, which is where a helmet you just put on your head and it allows you to move a mouse cursor with your body. That's very exciting. Where I don't need wires connected to my body. That's not cool to me because I know that stuff can heat and it can get wet and it can get damaged. I'm not cool with that because I just don't have that much confidence in that type of technology. But a helmet, I can wear a helmet and be able to use a computer. And that's just the start. So it's just a very exciting time. And to your previous question that you asked, is this something that we're going to use in a professional way? Absolutely. I think it's a fascinating undertaking, and I feel very privileged to be a leader. Someone who studies Peter modern explorers, and so and John and Shackleton, all of the journeys that they did, and I feel that I'm doing the exact same thing for them in digital. And I just think that's really exciting opportunity for them to do that. Thank you so much for the time.
came in there strong, desperately trying to convince the modern Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There's actually an organization called the League of Militant Atheists. I think it sounds funny, but this is actually an organization sponsored by the sector. They publish magazines like this one called Happy Torahs, meaning The Heretic, Ben Bolshevik, was the Russian version, Godless. These are like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get the current Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. Chinese policy called colonization, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of like things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspect. Like it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Right? Religious can't do that. And we see all kinds of things. Bukhari, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tajik, the Tajik language originally speaking characters, they said it's okay that you can have your language, but first of all, we have to make it proletarian. It has to be able to be led by regular people. It has to, therefore, be first they decided to put in Latin characters, so for the first time, Bukhari was Roman letters like we have in English, and then there's a resistance to this. We use Semitic language to switch to Cyrillic afterwards. That lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of an interesting note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists who were among the first, as there's nothing like Jewish Archivist is a true believer who goes to the end of the world and decided to rescue and they did insane things in different language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under colonization. That's the authentic Polish language. But we have to make it proletarian, we have to make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they made illegal in the 1930s were the final letters. Right? In the alphabet, there were 22 letters. 5 of them, not spot, are written differently for at the end of the word. And there's that's illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to the Gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukrainians also had a problem because Ukrainian is very close to Russian, but there are certain letters that exist when Ukrainian don't exist in Russian. For example, the letter G, as distinct from the letter H, exists in Ukrainian. The letter G became illegal. If you printed Ukrainian book with the letter G in it, off the center. Basically, things. I consider it kind of ironic that there's a comment, right? Things go around. This is the first Chabad Siddur published in Russian, and you know that in Russian there is no letter H. That's why when I do there, people call me generally or second. They're different from the same pen. So the word Tilat Hashem, Hashem itself, that's spelled with H. So therefore, to indicate it, Rabbi added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top to indicate it should be pronounced as an H. So they tried to take away our letters. We actually keep Okay, another weird thing is not so much related to the car and except for the fact that it was proximate to the car, it was more than an rationalized usual experiment posed by the president Clinton. One of the ways to try and put down Jewish support for Zionism was that they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea. Let's put it way out here in the far east, right? Quite a way, the car is about halfway between Moscow and where we're done. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin, which is not like it, banned child refugees to do so. Nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish Holocaust for at least for 2 decades. The only thing we can say about it is that proximity to the great one thing that we got to say here, now next week we are going to be speaking more. Next week's topic is the Jews of Russia, which moves around this period here. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things but its commitment to use of Russia over the top. They, the cathedral or legal. There's always organizations really legal against the conflicts of rabbis, a pipeline of smuggling and securing and stealing. Chabad is deeply, deeply invested. Early Jews have been far and entire first from the three Rabbis on the center and then continued by his son-in-law and successor, Nachman, which is a phenomenal community that really kept the flame of these alive in the parliament and the life who were to discover it next to just sometimes first get right now. Okay. Much of the modern Jewish community became a shocking event under Stalin in the 1930s after the purges. The establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works like the building of dams and things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very big way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point that they could not accept the idea of finding any work. There was so many jokes about this in Russian culture about how, Chinese not looking, so we shut up windows and pretend that that's exactly what happened with the 5-year class. And remember, it doesn't have a funny ending back in life because once the plans were not to be successful, the plans are fine because the plan failed. So, first, like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition was to gather with the inflating their results in order to try and say, well, we've been producing, and when they were investing, look what's happening. These numbers are not corresponding to what we see in the future. It's like that. Must we have saboteurs and retrofits inside a society? People are bound up, tortured, forced to give names to other saboteurs, sent off, executed, horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but maybe the effective 16 million people who were purged, sent off to exile, and were murdered. That's a number that's especially include the artificial famine, Ukraine, Donbass region that most part of this period. Bukhara, anyone who stood out specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jews, they were on the first harvest, and they suffered tremendously. And of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazi Jewry. And on June 22nd, 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only really begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed the non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East in the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He couldn't fight France and the Soviet Union at the same time, so therefore he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was from real. And so that gave Hitler the ability to conquer the West, and France fell, Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, and Hitler turned his real territorial ambition for a young extraction Israel, that was the East. On June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was the surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, he was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placing under a brutal siege. He was very close to Moscow. All of Finland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule, and so on. So the period when it was really the darkest part of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started. Why is this especially relevant for us? Because it sent four squads of mobile pilgrims called that primarily Germans who were not fit for frontline work, or things like that, they were assigned to this each tiny little Stefan, the dotted, filled with thousands of troops. So you round them up, bring them out to the beams, or in some places, force them to dig their own graves, and then to the next revolution of fire. This period of the Holocaust, which is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, took the rise of somewhere between 1.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe. And it's actually, you can see the many locations where this happened. Maybe it was perhaps the most infamous, probably not, God and Russian meeting. The bomb at the second Thursday, the house killed this recently. I don't know now, killing that happened in this region. And it also happens to be, this is my own ancestors on their killed Romania. So a remarkable monument to that various small shelter location. So this happened beginning in June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the ISIS program and they switched to the deforestation system that took people to these newly constructed death camps, 6 of them primarily in Eastern European territories. Poland, Auschwitz being the most important settlement. It's kind of like the evolution of the Holocaust. They tried to use their machine guns and found that this was somewhat inefficient. And they switched to back poisons and bombarders and finding much more efficient ways. But what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, like 600,000 Jews who fled in the advance of the Nazi army to the east. And he ended up being replaced. Siberia or the population increased by 86% in Kharkov, largely made up of this huge block of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharians had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially after the Alexia, by all accounts, the Bukharians welcomed the Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers, but brethren, gave them tremendous amount of hospitality. But my own father, Oliver Shalom, and his family took him, and working from the north to their home. That's what the Bukharians used to do. Ashkenazi people, they could easily have said, we've had it with the Ashkenazi, you did to us under Stalin, your Persians, and so on. Their language, say that they did not. They ended up treating the Ashkenazi with tremendous kindness, and that allowed so many Jews to survive the Holocaust. We hear about people during pains who survived the Holocaust by being in this region was largely due to science. The diaspora of the colored Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem. You can see there's a region called the region of the Fire, where they actually established really wealthy houses going back to the 1880s and 90s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for the Polish Jews, the Harmonists were early adopters. Many of them came after the war when there was such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing terror, perhaps. But the largest influx of foreign Jews to Israel was largely after the population exodus in the 1990s. Massive number of Jews to Israel after the collapse of the Soviet rules not allowing Jews to exit the Soviet Union. The establishment of some number of Jews also plays like this. And I think what you can say by way of a Bukhari nice parents, especially this coin, the coin, which in many ways was intended by its creator, Vespasian, as a propaganda device to say that's it for the Jewish people. Totally destroy them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people like that. Look at what we've done to them. We can believe in humans in the sky and that. So I want to show you an interesting coin, medallion that was created in Israel in 1958, celebrating the 10th year of the establishment of the state of Israel. The medallion was finished. And on one side, it has these other kind of elements that we see. There's the phrase to be a captain, there's the private soldier, there is the swan, the woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which in very few places echoes the same kind of composition. Like the place of the Roman soldier, you have a Jewish woman playing with a child, an affirmation of life, and on the right side of the respondent woman, you have a Jewish man planting a tree, a clear demonstration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with the Haran's that like this medallion, the Harans are people that value life, they are life-burning people. Yes, they like haircuts, sure, but they also are, like all Jews, deeply, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Judaism. And it is their joie de vivre, their sense of kindness, which allows them to survive so many systems, so many environments, and allows them to flourish. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention. I listed out all hard questions, please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back or something back and do something about it. Talk about this Rothschild. So thank you very much for your time.
Today is our third in our series looking at the history of Gaza and Sparta and the shaping of Jewish politics. We spent quite a bit of time in the first lecture looking at nationalism, and then the second class we looked at the Spartan. And in both of those classes, we spent time thinking about kind of seminal moments, if there are any, that shape our culture and kind of massive geological level changes that we force the Ashkenazim to sort of think in a certain way, and force the Sephardim to think in a different way, and it may be somewhat rude to such a broad brush stroke, but nevertheless, first lecture that fades under the star of the Ashkenazi mind that was such a brutal and unexpected attack, not unlike what they did was the experience last October, which to say how that will shape the Israeli mind. Nevertheless, for the Ashkenazi, that created a kind of centripetal force where the culture begins to put words and regard the outside world as dangerous, toxic, and so on. Sparta, on the other hand, they had much slower lead up to the same kind of crisis. They had essentially the force of the since 91. Jews of the including years to prepare for living in identity, to living as Christians initially for the first 89 years without any consequence whatsoever until they turned back to their Jewish home. But after the Inquisition was brought into the late 15th century, then it became extremely dangerous to do so. And ultimately, Jews who had not been baptized were forcibly evicted from Spain in 1492, and then under slightly different circumstances, forced to live underground or to security towards the end south of Portugal, and that created a kind of different mindset, a tropism of thought for the Jews of Ashkenazi and Sparta, and other people, in particular, in the Eastern Jews, who have not figured very much in our story so far, but they will become extremely important as we get to the end of time. So that's the goal for today is to try to understand, once they were kind of loosed from their regions, how did Ashkenaz and Sparta affect each other? Of course, they had been in contact, largely literary contact, primarily among learned scholars and so on, but what happened when Ashkenaz and Spartans started living side by side in places like, for example, Amsterdam, where the Portuguese was so significantly larger and more important than the Ashkenazis. So that's what I do first. I want to show you some maps, and these are a little bit complicated, but I'll walk through. So here's a map of Mediterranean basin, and I tried to indicate with these yellow circles, not drawn to scale. It's a little bit complicated to do that with my previous notes. But where were Jews living at the turn of the planet around year 1000? So if you look down towards the center right, you see there's still Jews living in Israel. Jews very much involved in an attempt to prevent Jews from staying fighting side by side with the Muslims at that time, unsuccessfully. But you still have Jews living in the land of Israel, although it's a very small minority, especially after the 7th century. To the right, in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they empty into the Persian Gulf, you have the very significant Mesopotamia Jewish community in Babylon, which would later become Islamicized, and the main center of gravity of that ancient Jewish community dates back to the 6th century before the Roman era. Meaning by the time we get up to the year 1000, they've been living there for 1600 years. The center of gravity shifted to the north of Baghdad. That's where the great yeshivas, sort of like the migrated, and this is basically the high point of their activity. They were beginning to go to decline after the year 2000. They get smaller and smaller and less significant as the Spanish Jews way up the other side of the Mediterranean, all the way to the left now. That becomes the dominant region. And there are small Jewish communities that dot the North African coast, but it is Spain that really takes off after Baghdad. One of the great examples of this sort of shift of cultural center of gravity is poets like Ignacio Cabaret leaves Baghdad and she makes his way all the way over to Cordoba in Spain, where he makes his art with him, challenging the local Spanish poets and ultimately winning over. One of my favorite periods in medieval Jewish history, the fact that when Nash came to Spain, he was kind of like the Elvis of medieval poetry. His take on how to rhyme things, how to create meter, was so radically different from the traditional Hebrew analogies used at the time that Jews literally had riots in the streets, fist fights over which melody poetry was here. Nash's specific innovation was to take the Shema vowel, which is very original. It's the vowel that has sort of looks like a colon, it's got a structure of that. And of course, it has two different sounds, Shvana or Shvana. Very small different sounds. Linguistics is look like the letter E printed upside down. You see it sometimes in dictionaries. And he suggested that you should take that Shva vowel and use it as a half key meter, just like the Arabs do the Arabic. And this just opened up people who do well poetry, which of course is celebrated today. Songs from Ramadan, Shabbos, and David and story for example. So that's an example of like kind of the cultural link of Baghdad all the way over to Spain. Moving to the northern part of Mediterranean, you've got lots of Jews living in what would be Turkey today, in the Greek got a very large number of roll and in that sort of sideways triangle, that's the walls. That's in the south of France. And way up at the top, there's a fairly small population of Jews. It's much smaller near 1,000 than Spain. So those are the Ashkenazim. But the Kula way up there is a smaller community. Further south, is around this time, Troy, but it's really quite insignificant. So this is basically a picture of where Jews are living around here. Smaller communities that you can't note here in Central Asia, Rothschild spoke of the US. Now, if we look at the next 500 years, first of all, the population as the population grows at a remarkable rate, from 1,000 to probably 1,500. So a lot of questions about how that came to be. Certainly, there's a significant amount of migration from the south, and this is part of a much larger general population explosion of Europe at the time. Historians felt that the reason for the population explosion after year 1,000 is related to the active predators that the ground became much more durable as a result of temperature shifts. And there's a lot of theories about why that might have happened, but nevertheless, for our purposes, a really big population of Jews is growing in Ashkenaz, which, as the great English scholar Robert Chaser points out, sort of cuts against the grain of the left of all school of historiography that says that suffering in Western Europe at this time, Latin was so brutal and was so hard to make a living. In reality, you see that Jews, at least demographically, expand significantly over these centuries. But it is offset by frequent expulsions. What I tried to point out with these expulsions in 1182 from Paris, from France. France at that time was actually a very small territory, but it expanded much larger expulsions in 1306. That's the one right through the 14th century. The Jews of Provence, to the south of France, who were not part of the French kingdom at the time, they also endure expulsions. They find their way into the Italian peninsula in particular, and also from the east. Jews of England are expelled in 1290, and there are much smaller expulsions from smaller principalities throughout Germany. So overwhelmingly, the Jews, and the reason for that is twofold. On one hand, there are the expulsions, which are motivated by several factors. There's a certain degree of anti-Semitism involved. This is the era when Black libel first appeared, in 1144, followed closely by the horrific host desecration, which is this argument that the Jews need to torture the laborers. That's combined much more importantly with economic factors. Jews are, for a variety of reasons, one of the most important things the church stands on Muslim Christians. Jews are money lenders in Latin Europe at this time, and it's a dangerous profession. If they extend loans unwisely to a larger population, they risk popular uprisings, which we have in the 17th century in particular. And if they loan money to some of the more powerful noblemen might feel that a certain point it's easier to simply wipe out their debt by expelling the Jews than to try and repay what they have borrowed from various international campaigns. So a lot of economic and social pressures driving Jews out of Western Europe, and at the same time, Central and Eastern Europe experience a vacuum of economic talent. They don't have, for example, anybody who knows how to handle precious metals and turn them into coins. A lot of the economy in Poland in the 12th or 13th century is still happening with barter, and the rest of Europe is way ahead of that, developing Arabic credit systems and working with lots of crazy and so on. So the Jews are quite literally invited to Poland, which was much larger than it is in this map at the time. It was part of a large dynastic commonwealth formed in Lithuania, that extended from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. So the Jews are being invited into Eastern Europe, and so the Jews proliferate their communities in waves all the way up through the 17th century. This is what will result in a massive population of Ashkenazi Jews, although originating in the Rhineland, really populating Eastern Europe, which the land is then we get to the great expulsion from Spain. And I know the map is getting crowded. It's going to get even more crowded in the next slide, but hopefully we can. Now we're looking at the red lines. And this is the colossal experience Jews had during the expulsion from Spain. Recall, Spain was a towering citadel of Jewish culture. It had long eclipsed Baghdad as really the religious and literary center of the Jewish world. And to expel the Jews from Spain was like mind blowing. It would be akin to expelling the Jews from New York and New Jersey and Connecticut. Unthinkable. Such a massive amount of people, so central to the economy and culture and so on. Nevertheless, it happened. It's inside that red circle, the first wave of Jews into Portugal, that was the most land cross, and then it went toward the region of the Wilderness Road in February. And that's this cruise there. And also many made the short distance across the Mediterranean or Africa or over the Bordeaux, France, and some of them made a much larger trek all the way to discovered it precisely this time, only to reestablish themselves in places like Brazil. But a lot of them made their way to the north through more accommodating climes, particularly in the context of the religious wars, where Protestant Reformation had allowed for more liberal environments where the Jews were in particular. The Netherlands and Amsterdam is an especially welcoming place because this is a culture that depends heavily on a population that cooperates with each other. The Netherlands is one of the reclaimed lands for the Netherlands is incredibly flat, and that's because they developed these dikes and these hills and to pull water out of the soil that's soaked from the ocean, and dry it out enough that they can actually plant on it, and inch by inch to actually expand the territory. And what that society needs to everybody else their part, you can't like ignore the dike on your property, and if your neighbors aren't going to be ticked off about it, because it will actually flood theirs as well. This interesting kind of cooperative culture was exceptionally welcome to the Jews because as long as they did their part, they were perfectly well accepted. It was not a society that had the luxury of discriminating. So a lot of reasons why Jews were considered. And then you've got Jews spanning out throughout the Mediterranean, some of them making their way to the Italian peninsula. But the most important for our purposes, if you enter this class, is that many of them made their way completely out of Christian Europe, out of Catholic Europe and out of Protestant Europe, and made their way to the Ottoman Empire, which was under the Muslims, thinking that, they had actually done fairly well, comparatively speaking, under the Muslims compared to the Catholics in particular. And so they went to places like Constantinople, which is now, of course, the modern name of Istanbul, and to Asia Minor, and to Isfahan, which is Jerusalem, and Israel in particular, which I'd like to run more detail. Okay, so I hope everybody is doing this map. I'm going to give you one more complicated map, and then we'll be done with the discussion of the migrations. Now, this one, I I know it's so confusing that I've left everything overlaid. If you look at the light blue lines, this essentially gives you a sense of what happened to Jews in the last century. The largest population by far is now in Eastern Europe. Those Ashkenazi Jews, joined by a few Sephardic, saw constitute the bulk of Europe. And of course, European Jews still dominant as a majority population. But after 1882, in the Russian Empire, there was a massive series of pogroms that lasted 3 years. And it was evident that the Russian Empire was either unable or even unwilling to try and control this popular violence directed against Jews. The Jews as a whole opted to migrate in huge numbers. About 2 million Jews made their way to the United States. About 100,000 made their way to Canada, a similar number made their way to South America, and about a quarter million made their way into Western Europe, which now, we're already in the 19th century, all of those areas which were previously banned Jews now made their territories available to Jews, especially France, which had emancipated all Jews in 1791. So Jews are moving in very large numbers to the New World. Smaller numbers, about 50,000, made their way down to South Africa. The same number made their way to Israel because Zionism was becoming a thing at this time as well. And a very small number, less than 10,000, made their way to Israel. That's basically a huge 20-minute overview of major Jewish population limits. I just want to point out one thing which should be obvious from the aesthetics of this map, is that Ashkenazim and Sephardim are definitely coming into contact with each other in a very big way. Especially after the 1492 expulsion of Sephardim penetrated deep into traditional Ashkenazi cultures in large numbers, either as Jews as not being converted, the so-called Sephardim proper, the Spanish Jews, or as Jews who had the privileges of Christians because they were descended from those converts. Those are the so-called Portuguese Jews, who once they were free, were generally adopting their Jewish identity. And this gives you an overview of how Jews began to interact with each other, what happened when Jews discovered each other in those very different places. Let's look now at the impact of Sephardim, and I'm going to do a little bit of a case study in the Tzfat. So, as you will recall, Sephardim had this working thesis that we've been walking along with, is this notion that the Sephardim had developed the ability to interact with secular society, Christian society. We also have to add the fact that the Sephardim were technologically far more advanced than the Ashkenazim at this time as well. This is a picture, it's a commemorative stamp of the great scholar Rabbi, or Socrates, who was 13th century Jew from Provence, and among his many inventions was this thing that the figure of the stamp is holding, which is called a Jacob's staff. And it was an ingenious device that used physics to determine the distance of everything from heavenly bodies, like the sun, the earth, or navigation, like how far away is that boat. And this kind of device was extremely useful for people to make their way across the Atlantic Ocean. There are so many Jews who are deeply involved in the science of Spain in the first half of the second millennium. They're importing all kinds of Arabic sciences because they are cultural workers in Arabic North Africa, Europe. A lot of the translation efforts from Arabic classics, which are themselves quite often translated from Greek classics, to make it into Latin, they frequently have to go through Hebrew, or at least go through a Jew who could render the Arabic into what would be local or vernacular, which can then be rendered into Latin. So Jews are playing a the duties of the heart, available in Hebrew for Ashkenazi Jews as well. This becomes extremely important. I'll just put a little tag in this or and in this for later. Printing press, which may have actually developed in the Jewish shop for Paul, when it's for as it is. It's not impossible. There's suggestions to prove this for a discussion later. But the printing press was certainly something that the Jews, because they didn't invent it, they fell in love with it. And that had a great impact in spreading Sephardic culture because it represented the height of literary culture of the day and tended to crowd out a lot of the other. So let's just put a pin in that for now. One other thing that Sparta really brought with them was an openness to the outside world, which could be quite corrosive as well. But yes, Amsterdam, where Barnes himself really has no problem teaching on Jewish ideas and ultimately very good an experimentation by these subjects in trying to control the spread of this philosophy, which was successful. But if we go to, for example, the city of Tzfat, we see a very different phenomenon that the Spartan most lived in. So here's a map of the Ottoman Empire. Right at the most of these was considered the Israel because basically what the Ottoman Empire looked like, what Israel looked like at the First World War and before the British came over. And this was all quite a bit freer territory for Jews, especially the position in Spain. Jews perceived at their own risk to live in other parts of Europe and Catholic domination. For example, in Italy, there was a horrific example of persecution in the middle of the 16th century when a group of crypto Jews, that is, Jews who had converted to Catholicism and then made their way as a community to a place called Ancona on the Adriatic coast of Italy. And once they were there, because conditions seemed to be acceptable and at the time seemed to mind, they essentially went back and started learning Judaism. They had most of their clothes. There was a group of Jews in Ancona who were actually probably Christian, but these were Jews because these Jews were married with each other and so on. Unfortunately, as we see in the book of Exodus as well, who told the Romans knew not the Jews and infuriated that there should be these backsliding Judaizers right there on the peninsula. And so arrested a large number of them and ultimately burned 25 Jews at the stake. 1555. This is an example of how it's still dangerous to live as a Jew anywhere in Europe. And the Inquisition was actually right up until the 19th century, so they were not state. But moving to Ottoman Empire, to the Muslim Empire, that's a totally different thing because the Islamic religion has a sort of a model for the existence of Jews within Islamic territories called the Pact of Umar, which is something like Christian thought of this, which essentially says that Jews are allowed to live in their nations in Muslim lands as long as they submit to largely symbolic and some financial disabilities. It's definitely a second class thing where they're not allowed to carry weapons or ride horses. So many Jews said, well, forget about living in Christian paradise. It's a loss. And they went particularly to Istanbul or Constantinople, as it was, and created a tremendous amount of culture there. The Sultan of Istanbul was actually quite delighted with his new Jewish subject because they brought with him a tremendous amount of economic activity. He was very happy to expand those possibilities for the Jews. He considered Spain's loss his gain. And that's what connects us specifically to the town of Spain, which you can see labeled here on this map in the blue letters. It's kind of north of Jerusalem, and it's not a very well-known place. It doesn't appear at all. Where it's found probably comes from the word Sofem, which means to look out because it is about 5,000 feet above sea level. You can see it here. Sea of Galilee, the there in the background. Very beautiful and picturesque area. It was a backwards town. Very little to say for it. But the Ottoman Empire extended tax breaks to textile merchants. You make good spots. Textiles are a field that you can still very from other and so all of a sudden, rivaling even Jerusalem was, and that was joined with the same phenomenon of spiritual tourism. Started a number of very important Jews made their way from the Spanish exile to Spain. By the time we got about 70 years out, which is kind of similar to the way we are related to the Holocaust now in terms of time, there was this amazing effervescence of Jewish spiritual activity in Spain. A remarkable number of figures of colossal proportions, really, all living in the village, I think, that's related to Judaism, particularly in organic Kabbalah. Mysticism, which you can see here, is very common to mysticism, shades and seeds. So they're warding off the evil eye, especially to the kinds of people who lived in Svat in the 16th century, including some of his grave sons. On the bottom left is the Holy Rabbi, Moshe Cordero, who's one of the latest systematizations of Kabbalah. He took a series of really bizarre, very difficult to read, complex cryptic books, and he condensed them and he made accessible in what we call Carnation Book, the literature pomegranates, which was the classic in his lifetime. By the way, let's remember that this is during the heyday of printing. All of a sudden, books are in circulation. Printing the price of manuscripts dropped dramatically, lowering radically the threshold for people to actually access some of these great ideas. And so it was like the internet was invented in the 16th century, and everyone was piling on. There were about a father-in-law or his brother-in-law. Shlomo Alkabetz was also a great Kabbalist, the composer of the Lachad poem that we recite on Friday nights, which is my experience. And then sort of in the center, you see a student of the Rabbi, who was actually from Egypt. His name was Yehudi Ari, Isaac Luria. Also Ashkenazi, although he was born and raised in Egypt. And he came to Sodom to learn with the Rabbi. He was with him for less than a year, and the Rabbi died. He died a few years later, but these men created absolutely phenomenal revolution in Kabbalah, which had tremendous ramifications for the rest of Jewish culture. I'm sure in your studies, was unified culture inspired so many Jewish movements. And this largely is the result of, if you forgive the person, the post-Holocaust experience of Sephardic and Orthodox Rothschild Joseph Caro was himself a childhood refugee and sort of survival of his parents. He made his way through Pakistan after his old age, he was with his father as well. And they came with elevations of a completely changed world in which there was a dramatic moment that allowed for the reign of Messiah. And so there, the Kabbalistic studies with fusion and emergence drama that really propelled Judaism for the next 500 years, especially largely from the Sephardic Portuguese who used Kabbalah that later spun off into the Ashkenazim as well. Have a look at this map here, which gives you just a sense of the demographic spread of the Ashkenazim. This is in the first half of the 19th century. Now, Western Europe just has a few tiny dots of Jews. France, which once had a large community, is now very small. Jews didn't have any Jews at all. And Germany a little bit more, but then you get to Eastern Europe, Poland, Ukraine, Hungary, Russia, there are three main flavors of Jews that emerge from this period. And I've sort of put them in a Venn diagram because more or less they overlap. You have towards the east and the south, so both of the Hasidic movement, heavily influenced by the Kabbalah of the Rabbi, which was in turn heavily influenced by the Sephardic Portuguese refugees. You have it's not again, so the so-called components, largely to the north, to Lithuania and Russia, are the traditionalists who oppose the invasion of both groups end up protecting themselves to the modern era, so it was, as they say, more positions controversy for the sake of them as a result. Third group, a little bit more to the west, particularly some of the lands where the Hasidim, followers of the Hasidim. Let's have a very brief look across through these and it's important to understand how it was largely their encounter with the Sephardim that affected the Jews. Okay, the Hasidim, the image of Rabbi who pointed out that, for much of the modern period, there is doubts did the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Catholicism, even exist, because all we had about his life was a collection of stories of God that's his praise of the Baal Shem Tov, and so a lot of them are really quite amazing, careful stories, and people didn't know what to make of that story. But with the fall of the Soviet Union, opening up the archives behind the Iron Curtain, Dr. Rothschild was able to go and actually find the tax records of the Baal Shem. You see here, it's large, but it actually see right how much he made that actually sold. He was able to write book that talked about the founders of Israel. The name of Baal Shem Tov was Israel, and the other, and he was deeply affected by the Kabbalah that was brought up from the but the kind of movement that spread under the third generation that's the regions here, those regions south, spreads throughout the entire region, of course, to the Americas as well, and to work to various part of the world, New York. But they were deeply opposed by the traditionalists led by this man who felt that there was too much ecstatic and fundamentalist religion with too much lack of discipline by many standards that had actually quite significant parts that went on until they realized by the middle of the 19th century that they had a much more serious issue as the Haskalah was also the encounter with the Ashkenazim Sephardim because Ashkenazim were kind of like a wound up spot. Tremendous amount of energy, wound up very tightly closed with access to the outside world. The penetration of these Portuguese Jews in particular, Spinoza, those who are listed as Portuguese Jews, into these regions saying, you know what, the Christians aren't so bad, and I kind of like their opera, and I'm fond of their science, that's great science now, and so Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, slowly began to encounter the outside world and to question that initial stance that was developed on the Crusades and it lasted for about 750 years. Maybe it's not so bad to get involved with something like that. One of the greatest proponents of this was Moses Champier, who was personally an observant Jew, but he argued for greater integration of Jews with civil culture. That Jews, for example, should learn the vernacular. They should not be reliant on their internal Jewish languages like Yiddish. They should be learning proper German and communicating in German. So he was a very popular figure, particularly among German liberals and among a certain sector of Jews as well. But at the same time, his ideas were so controversial that in some parts of Europe, these books were actually burned by Jews because it was considered too radical. There were others, like Saul Lyman, who were his rough contemporary, who simply abandoned Judaism altogether. Wrote a fantastic autobiography in which he's growing up in a Hasidic family, actually Lithuanian family, but he inherited Hasidism as a youth. And ultimately, he just discovers that the outside culture is way too attractive, and he throws his Judaism overboard. But he writes, I jumped over the continent wall to go on. Just take a moment to discuss this. In 1772, in northern Germany, in a region called Schweden, there was a false burial where people developed this wide-ranging phobia that people were buried before they were actually dead. And this caused quite an uproar, as you might imagine. So much so that people were doing things like building these kinds of interesting coffins where instead of bladder in the coffin, you suddenly discovered that people are buried when I was not dead. You could just squeeze the bladder and a flag would pop up or a bell would ring, all kinds of things like that to let people know that no, you're not actually dead. And why this is relevant to Jews is because the Duke of Nero was convinced that it made sense for burials to be banned before 17 hours of the The coroner, this is 1772, it's already quite late for the colonial era in America, it's much more modern. The coroner would decree a person dead, and then they would wait 3 days just to make sure, and then they would bury. The problem is, Jewish burials require a rapid time. Again, the Kabbalistic thought, the notion that the disintegration of the body through decomposition is actually beneficial to the soul. It represents a sloughing off of the things of this world and to accelerate that as much as possible. In Israel, of course, it's customary to bury within 24 hours, and not even to use a coffin to bury a person in a shroud alone to accelerate that decomposition. So this meant that the Duke's decree would actually contribute to Jewish practice. Certain Mendelssohn said, hey, please, can you argue a way out of this so that we don't have to observe this decree because, it links to Jewish law. Now, Mendelssohn himself, personally, he was not inclined to this. He felt it was a useful public health measure. After all, if people are very prematurely, we should certainly take steps to ensure that doesn't happen. Furthermore, he pointed out that historically, Jews did not necessarily this, for example, is a Christian nation or Israel, where Jews were regularly carrying shells called coffee. And there's a lot of discussion and talking about how this is done. In fact, there are even very bizarre rituals that we know about the practice today, where you would bury decompose. And after a year, you go back, retrieve the bones, and bring them to the family crypt. So he was like perfectly normal. He all kinds of things that are different from your he wanted to say, listen, this is scientific. But nevertheless, he respected the wishes of his co-religious, wrote a letter to the problem. He himself felt other Jews said, you know what, we should just go whole hog with all this. James Friedlander, one of the students of Emerson, said, well, we can't possibly negotiate this narrow, threading needle between engagement with Jewish culture and blocking out non-Jewish culture. So on. Why don't we just pretend to be baptized? We call it live baptism. Also, and it was fine. It was not especially popular, but nevertheless, there were a lot of my students arguing for unjust separation, and then it simply disappeared. Others, like Samson for Rothschild, from Germany in the mid 19th century, argued for a very careful parsing of what is actually required in Jewish law and what is really customary, and then just following that. Finally, we get to Eastern Europe. That's where we have the masses of Jews, and a lot of penetration as well. We have the oldest population of closer to that mindset of Crusades, but by the time Ascalon gets over to Eastern Europe, they are deeply involved in all kinds of modulations. So Yiddish is literary language at this time. Zionism becomes a quite political Jewish socialism, and there are critics of the old way of living, such as Joseph Burroughs, brutally criticizing these things. These are all kinds of things that are happening as these Sephardic refugees, the result of the conversion, makes their way to Jewish. Now, we should spend at least a few minutes talking about the Jewish population that we have ignored largely now, the so-called Eastern Europeans. They have been largely quiet for much of the period. They are not engaged with a few very significant exceptions. They are not producing the same kind of smaller cities coming out of the large diaspora or bringing their very advanced book culture into the Ottoman Empire overwhelmed a lot of the cultures. It's kind of sad because you recall ancient Arabian printing. So one of the things that tends to happen is the 16th century in particular is that whoever publishes the first most popular book tends to destroy all kinds of smaller books. Like they say this is what's going on in contemporary publishing today. It's largely as a result of the loss of a lot of bookstores that people don't browse for books anymore. They go and they buy a dozen or so popular authors over and over again. But it's very hard for new authors to make this way to the field because there's just no exposure for them. So when the Shulchan Aruch is written by a Sephardi rabbi, Aro, it was published and it gets to a commentary on the Ashkenazi Rabbah that shuts down all kinds of other activities. Same for them, for example, with the Siddur. So many other local modifications to prayer, which we see in local towns in France and Germany and Italy. These different religions, literary gems, simply lost because of the overwhelming steamroll of that particular so most of these babies are Eastern Europeans. Some of them extremely old, like Aleppo and Damascus elsewhere, they are overwhelmed by the Sephardic influence and they begin to adopt Sephardic ritual. So such that they are ironically called Sephardic, even though they have no sort of tribal example of biological connections. They have discussion that they have been underground classification culture. They will, however, come to the fore when we get to the 20th century, particularly after the establishment of the state of Israel, because they can do it. Where many Muslim countries of North Africa and the Middle East expel their Jews as a kind of revenge for the establishment of the state of Israel. And the number, which is ironically pretty much the same as the number that comes for their time from around Israel, now roughly the same amount of Jews who are either expelled, coerced, or flee in fear from their countries to the land of Israel. And these are essentially Mizrahi who make the original Israeli culture. If you look at the demographic population of Israel today, you'll see that Ashkenazim constitute about a third, right? As the Ashkenazim were the pioneers in the early part of the story from like the 1880s to the early 1950s. And by the way, that's not considered the issue. The old Jewish community that was like descendants of the settlers that lived there, along with smaller numbers like this Ashkenazim. Mizrahi Jews constitute another third, but as you'll notice, no one here is Sephardic. It doesn't say Sephardic Jews, largely because Sephardic Jews, when they left Spain, they actually dropped in numbers significantly. Many of the Jews who self-Sephardic today are really coming from Turkey or Syria or Morocco, where they definitely have absorbed Sephardic culture. This becomes a political significance when Menachem Begin, shown here when he was in disguise because he was one of the British mandate authorities, so he literally as a rabbi was quite young. This is beloved like Lisa, that's his political advisor, everything something that he said. He was able to, he was himself Ashkenazi, to tap into voices of the Mizrahi tradition, bring this to the fore with the political movements that resulted in the 1977 election that turned over the original Ashkenazi belief and really allowed Sephardim to take the role of Orthodox Jews to have their say in the teaching. They had their own heroes, two people like Rabbi Rothschild, who was himself from Baghdad, but nevertheless was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israeli Rothschild interpretation of Torah. And his formulation of what is a Sephardi is anyone who follows the Rambam of the Shulchan Aruch, as opposed to Yad Ramah, which is the allusion to Rabbi Moshe Isserles and his commentary on Sephardi. So defined that way, Sephardi is actually a very large tent that includes all kinds of people, may not necessarily participate, but have a share in the Jewish. So that brings me to the conclusion of these three series of lectures, and I hope I've given you some insight into these factors that shape the Jewish mind, specifically the Ashkenazim, the Sephardim, and also the Mizrahi. There are many, many other smaller Jewish sub-ethnicities, one growing and other ethnicities as well. But until then, I want to thank you very much for your time and your attention to these lectures. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As a historian, I like to restrict my attention to things which happen from the past, which are happening today. That's really where I feel the comfort of this going. But since October 7th, it's happening increasingly possible to maintain our safe, comfortable home in the past now it's become incredibly explicit. So what I'd like to talk about today is the history of Jews and universities, and I'll probably be a little bit more political towards the end of this video, so warning the things. You know, perhaps one of the reasons why the current movement is so upsetting for many Jews is because universities perhaps realize that they this time, but the reality is something that's a longer historic problem. You are capitalism and it's a huge Holocaust era, especially from the 1960s. A combination of broken pride faith and the remarkable victories of Israel produced a surge of interest in Jewish academics, specifically the rise of Jewish studies. We always thought, at least my generation thought, that universities are relatively speaking fairly safe spaces. Heavily parallels and broad houses, all kinds of sports for Jewish studies. Campuses. We thought that Jewish students would find a lot of quality but is that this period of 5 or 6 decades of so in this video, let's have a quick look back all the way to the very beginning of a fair of universities, and I'd like to trace a little bit of the thread of resilience that finds its way through this history of the Torah present. So first of all, let us recall that Jews have a deep love affair with tradition. This is something that is deeply rooted in Jewish culture and has all kinds of points to represent Jewish, for example, at the central prayer hero is given as a man with children. Is really built more and besides religious motivation and its value, Jews were incentivized towards pursuit of higher education, primarily because real estate in the land was not necessarily the best way for them to living throughout the long that the expelled from the country and expelled as an adult, forfeit their inheritance and so on. So historically, these have moved towards aspects of the economy that are reported. This leads, of course, to various crafts and skill-based to all the financial activities to medicine. All of these things require higher levels of education. So it's like the idea of transportable economics produces more if you look at our as a previous Senator report, you see that statistics on its educated you have looked at this graph, you see the comparison of Jewish Americans who are the red bar, non-Jewish Americans, the other one is out of 20. You can see that Jews are severely underrepresented in the country. You have a high as and they are so on. More than 3 times the proportion of Jews are very much invested in education. We should also know, of course, that historically Jews and their universities understood in the context of the time, such as gathering and gathering, so-called worship was still bodies that were partial, certain partial entries there, like the second exit, and then of course the Babylonia, several cities along the fringe. Tigris River Israel should be curious, for example, and should also know here that she's accommodated academies. The name is so broad that she has all kinds of other areas of research, such as medicine, of course, geography, geology, astronomy, astrology, all kinds of bodies of knowledge. So those are exactly universities where you understand that's great, but nevertheless, the universities and even at a post-college period, there were several examples of pure English universities like Catholic, but most of them were not especially successful. There was, for example, Sicily, for example, a Jewish university, or perhaps better still, as a university of the Jewish officers, but then the Inquisition came along and the Jews were expelled from there. So it was really only in the modern era that you have Hebrew university established the pure city was an extremely successful university. But let's for our purposes, Jesus generally what was national importance. So the dominant experience up to the 20th century is one of stress persecution. This is especially Christian lands where there's always a religion trust for students, and especially this begins already 4th century in the University of Constantinople, which was known as the unbeaten barrier, or the place of all teachings, which is sort of echoing founded ironically Israel but outside of the University of Constantinople, which is the Israel shut say during the 6th century, the approved post-time period, and which absorbed a lot of Jewish scholars and scholars from other places. And shortly thereafter, when Baghdad rose, there was the Beit al-Hikmah, which was open to Jews as well, who just enthusiastically participated in these institutions that were totally important to the system of higher education. Christian lands, though, were something that was made for literally Jews were very valuable to people's enterprise, particularly in areas like Hebrew language, which is something Jews, of course, retained essential Hebrew scriptures. But it didn't always work out so well for either of these word. For example, Yahoo Mevital Paris in the 15th century because of the there was major was serving troops, especially writing so much so that the educated were practice with medicine. The Italian doctor basically just like referencing very nature, which also there were to be sure their practices as well. Their fees, there were certain all so how do I think like that general forced to wear clothing that separate them from Christians and so on. But by and large, he was very happy to have the opportunity to study. These are all huge changes in the 18th century where in the right without demand for Christianity or the certain interesting example of this Isaac Abraham was in scripture of people who University of Phoenix rejected his application to teach Nevertheless, on an equal basis, Austria formally allowed by the time he gets into the 19th century, it's all that the race are burgeoning and developing new departments of study in psychology, sociology, and statistics that the idea of plot reveals the forefront of the create and just facility. So by the time this too much perhaps the latest surgeons of this threat to participation is steady taps is just power on the reaches on the anniversary of the thing, the so-called law of overcrowding. The law, which was ostensibly overcrowded, really and it sets a very, very low threshold of how many Jews would be allowed to listen slash read some at that time, just 28% of the population of Germany. Nevertheless, there was a strong surge very early on. By 1939, you would not be allowed to. In Poland, heavily influenced by the international heavily influenced Europe, they instituted ghetto benches, which was a second area at the back of lecture where Jewish students were to sit for lecture. Some bizarre discrimination against Jewish medical students, whereas they were required to source their cadavers or dissections from the Jewish community. Most bodies students in trouble. I should professors in trouble. This was considered an absurd effort and ability because put undergraduates in charge of undergraduates, postgraduates, and stronger. But nevertheless, it was it also chilled for a very long time efforts of some people to speak to these certain skills, which were ideological suspect. Many colleagues who study the doctors fields that were far away from history, and it wasn't so easy from the part that they wanted to study. So this should give you just some kind of sense of how we got to the point we are today. When I began this video with a statement that our secondly anomalous teachers that were very good brothers were more solid. Unfortunately, ever since there are which now these students as anti-Israelis live with the parameters of normal business. Please don't get me wrong. There is lots of people to criticize. And in fact, until October 6th, disagreeing with Israeli politics is simply a national sport in Israel, and it is an amateur sport outside of Israel as well. So on. It's a very vigorous democracy that allows for that. What's happening on that campus today? I'd like to outline four basic ways cities grow with artificial environments something with savvy examples. First of all, false performance. First with sensitivity. Counter argument, all groups say things like next target has some songs or saying things like empty problem is it's so but constitutes the things. But there is an incredible basic history of this double how to see it with I see it especially my social media feed. Okay, straight up yes. Definitely coachable something third,
Yo, how you looking, man? What up, man? Kicking ass, taking names. How are you, my friend? Very cool. How'd you find out about me? A poll thread? What's that? No way. Oh, tight. Is it new? No, I mean it's the thread. That's amazing, dog. Oh, that's sweet. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year from Northeast. I've been doing so since the pandemic for 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, the television show Big Brother? What movie was that? That's correct. Okay. You know the name of it? Okay, very cool. The That's right. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, more valuable than food, water, and air, gold, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which made me feel important to business today. And if that thing's true, whether you are not, all your friends, all your family, very wealthy, what you would be able to create generational wealth if you don't have that level. Become financially independent if you don't have that, and to start charities and philanthropic organizations on the help the world. How's that? I am someone who talks about improving the world very much so. I created the world's largest time capsule timeline of human existence. I also want to help the world and world hunger through the use of technology, such as things like agricultural growth, photosynthesis, like farming, cloud seeding, and hydroponics. I want to help end world wars. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's ticker Bitcoin. It's worth about $100 million right now. I would think to move the world's developing nations like China. I'm an advocate for the life recovery, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we essentially place seawater underground to make it drink. I talk about oh yes, definitely. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll have to check that one out again. I haven't seen it. I talk excellent. I talk about other things that I'd like to make mainstream. Go ahead. That's okay. It's just a number at the end of the day. I am someone who talks about wanting to improve the world by making technology more mainstream. The discussion of futurology is more mainstream. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, satellite travel, faster than light communication. Things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pioneer Islands, which was a boat located in northern southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, coming out of Dallas, Texas, landing on this colossal bioscientific. They made their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates by year 2028, or even the next 2 years. They recently made headlines with their reintroduction of the tiger wolf, and introduced the Tasmanian tiger and the woolly mammoth in Canada. I talk about other things that may be interesting to the world, things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I was streaming literally the day that ChatGPT is launched, which changed the world, and I've been able to see its development from ChatGPT on the board and all of the changes that we've had since then. I've seen the adoption of cloud internet and Sora. I am someone who wants to help you directly if you want this to be your be able to give you everything you're looking for such technologies. When you were there, the advertisers spent 7 years and probably have a change. And if you want, I'm going to be able to increase that to a to the technology. So constantly people work on the stem cell, nootropic sprouts, transgenic things like perhaps things like transport shock therapies or conversion therapy to get you to 820, but you may say after that, rather my body's like a big able to connect. And this is going to make you consent, but if you want in the future, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as multi-threading technology, where the difference of the scale of the computer, where the CAT scan on MRI, render every atom in your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system, for there to download this Android, an Amazon, Cyber, a Cybernetic, maybe self, a robot, and a data thing, whatever you may be, but essentially I'm saying to you now, you may be able to have digital immortality in the future. What do you think? Hey, and that's why I say, with your consent, if you want to die with normal age, you should be allowed that as well. I absolutely understand. You never know that maybe breakthroughs that allow you to be stimulated for much longer and maintain for much longer, and life will be much more fun than what you can currently experience. Hey, you're entitled to that. As I say, it's always your consent. But essentially, that's what I do. I created the world's largest time capsule of human data. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 200 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. And I'm going to go viral soon. Because I think how you go viral. I have created robots, such as you see here, that automatically post for me on platform that is Blue Sky, where people talk about me every hour, somebody posts something about me. And I've also created robots on Kick, and these Kick bots essentially takes clicks with people and put on my Discord server, so it's just a matter of time. When I go viral, if you want, I'll be helpful with anything that you want. Excellent. Yeah, I don't need anything. Um, if anything, just tell people about what I do. But aside from that, I don't ask for anything from anyone. And I hope that you are just the beginning of a good amount of people who see me from 4chan. And shout out to the 4chan people out there who see me now in the future. Absolutely, I'm certainly do. And to your point, for me, if you want to do anything more than just do a your treadmill or anything like that, if you need a positive person in the room, if you just need a friend, if you want somebody with a positive view on the future, or just someone who's help give you hope, I'm always here to help you if you ever need anything. Okay? Absolutely, you're welcome anytime. Take care.
Basically says various starting to expose the number of different things. See on my social media videos, probably or other signs of this because they find ways to first, which is separates us, and it shuts out. Idea, you know, you can be upset about things that his reading does. Present his readings. I can be upset about things that his reading does. They should continue to criticize his readings or analyze his recommendations. But to be only upset about things that his reading completely uncaring about things that happen to the rest of the world. That's I've never seen isolated studies that seem to bear out the organization thesis, but it seems that most I would like to suggest that it is protests, rise, and stronger forward with them. In other words, I don't like to know how to get a perspective generally speaking, Russia. But perhaps a lot of what we're seeing today is affected by the spring weather that we have here in the Northeast. And that hopefully gets away this No, folks, many of you have been following the protests on campuses taking place in education. They just concerned. One of the areas that I find particularly difficult is the perspective of Jewish participants in protests. So, this is stuff in a little bit out of my a long time when I realized that I talked about historical lessons, but I really wanted to speak directly to my fellow Jews and share with you some of my thoughts on how it was larger American. Let me say first that I think I understand. I understand where you're coming from. Why it's just basic. The last century, adds up years of separated from I want to point out to you there's a long stepping away from that first step out those are the lines and join part Rabbi, and ultimately succeeded in housing. No precious for the next of the big word.
I can't remember. I can't see what you have on the screen. I have a very big difference. It's still really small. It's still really small. Any questions that you have? Feel free to ask me. I'm extra and I'd be happy to answer.
Another example, Father is very important. Rabbi is such a woman. But he also decides to step away. Judaism that way is really popular. Had a huge influence on the later anti-Semitic movement right up until the 20th century. In the case of minority Bible, would not be very first in policy. Later, the anti-Protestantism, that's one of the things that happens inevitably with these initial acts support from the nation, and that fades away.
What up? How you moving, big dog? How are you? Uniswap. You give it to me. Yeah, if you're gonna hold for a long time. you have specific questions, though, I would recommend going to their Telegram. It's HPOS10I. It's t.me/HPOS10I. And just ask them a question. They're really good people. You're welcome, my friend.
So much emphasis placed on my son's health, but the visibility on Instagram, likes, things like that, to really understand it's probably better to get the generous stuff that's going on. And I think the parallel to all of this stuff is media capabilities. All of these options that I have a Jew, and that's what I have to just put in the focus of a Jew, it's how I see the business system from the Jewish tradition somewhere. And that's like something that's deeply perhaps the saddest of all is that I have someone who's born in 1882 because Jewish family was a huge German patriot. During World War I in particular, he was an exceptionally talented writer of songs, poems that were very patriotic and they were extremely popular. Some of them were called the Rothschild, the Eglat, the Rothschild, or Hasse gesagt, the lead song in England, of course, the context of German fight. And initially, he was like a darling of all of these right German patriots. But after a while, he began to tire of him. He found him too shrill, literally too Jewish. He found himself against the song. Why did he want to attach himself to so dearly? Jews, on the other hand, saw his undying pro-German stance, especially as we get into the 1920s and early 30s. When Hitler comes to power, they see his as one fundamental betrayal. And he later, shortly before his own death, to the Germans, I am a Jew, that's the last name. To the Jew, I am a German, faithless to the Jew. Well, these are all kind of cautionary tales. I know what you're thinking. I'm not an academic, right? I'm fighting for rights, right? I'm fighting against oppression. These things. You don't have to take my word. Please research. I have 4 basic suggestions that I would like to just think about before you participate in protesting. First of course, it's onslaught of the but ask yourself, ask your listeners, is this really the fault of IBM or the fault of Congress? Hamas, after all, precipitated this brutal attack, breaking the ceasefire of October 6th. Yesterday, over 1,000 people kidnapped over 200 people. Now, this long history didn't start until the 7th of October 6th. It goes back much further. We'll talk about that part 2. But ask yourself, what history? What would you do after October 6th? Ask what exactly does will be over 200 of your family members? How does it start? What is the history? I don't know. I'm not charged with that. But I will tell you, I don't think that our population is irrational. We're trying to get as much as we can. Second, please note, there is no contradiction between Christians, prosperity, and self-determination for both Israelis and Palestinians. That you can have that desire at the same time. Many Israelis do. That's technically true, but the fact is, anti-Zionism is almost always a hiding place for anti-Semitism. For example, this chart that shows this from few books that up to 2020 based on the 2013 survey numbers say today 87% of American Jews care about this is essential or important to Jewish identity. And 12% say it's not important. Maybe inside that 12%, I don't know that much. But most American Jews are Zionists. They care about Israel. Also, by the way, note that 61% of American Jews believe that a peaceful two-state solution is possible. That means both Israel and Palestine side by side. Why is it just that? And so it's
Just hold on to it as much as you can do right there.
some resources on my channel, but you don't look at my material, look at lots of things. There are certain books and so on, just certain things. You want something that might be moderate, something that might disagree with that, but I think it's a little now. Have to look at the courses, which is really important. But friends, why do it go? Intelligence, your institutional to be able to find out what others please talk to other Jews who choose to support Israel. Hear that out. Whether you're a Chabad house, whether you're a Belarus, tell them what you think. Tell them I'm upset about this, I'm upset about that. I just think this is right. Have the conversation. Just don't provide perspective. It's highly complex issue. Include by talking about thought on the bottom. I'm sure you're familiar with the section which speaks of the four sons. Wise son, son, simple son, and son of his not. I've got a ghost image here. There's a very, very fine difference between the first two scenes. You look at text here, but you've got to see. It says, in Arabic, wise son, but you can say, what are all these various rules that God has? And the wicked side, it's almost the same thing. It says Russia, America, it say, what is this worship to you? The difference between these two questions, there's of course some details, collective, university, emphasis between so the word translated so the problem what say but here we're used to looking to know the transaction difference why side what it's like so tiny trays of text here distinction between why side still includes himself within the Jewish world even though he does not understand this. Wicked son does not understand what's going on but chooses to separate himself from humanity. That's the real difference. But it's really important to remember that the worship of the wicked son is still active. He is not the son is still speak to yourself intelligently so you get a sense of perspective on this.
Erev Tov, it is so nice to see once again such a robust crowd here with us on Zoom. We are so privileged once again to be hosting Dr. Henry Anderson. I will share that this is again our second in this series, but in the intervening weeks, the last week and this week, we have already got wonderful feedback and even people who are now looking into their own histories and trying to figure out some of their own background due to the wonderful insights from the last week. So there's been a tremendous amount of anticipation to the second installment. Rest assured that even if you missed last week, you'll still be able to be enthralled and delighted by what we're going to learn this week. And it's once again the opportunity to be enriched in our present and understanding our past and seeing how that impacts our future is one of the things that are really enriching about this genre of study. So with that, I hand it over to Dr. Anderson. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Posey. I apologize for the delay. I'm actually not in my usual home studio. It's like I'm traveling right now, so I'm in a hotel room in Toronto. Things are very different. The internet, however, seems to be fairly strong, so hopefully we won't experience any more delays. I just realized that I misplaced the Zoom address. That's my why don't I start with a pleasantry and then we'll get into material. So the joke goes like this. Once again, for those of you who have heard me lecture before, I only know a very small number of jokes, and I said repeat them over and over again. Thankfully, the demographic that usually comes to my mind, well, do you remember jokes from a good about period of time? I get to reuse them quite often. So the joke goes like this. It's set in the former Soviet Union when there are a couple of shortages of them. And there's this big lineup outside of a cucumber store. Now, as we certainly know now, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the great country was made up of many smaller republics filled with many different nationalities. It's not like our monolithic Russian state. It's filled with Ukrainians, Alevs, Uzbeks, Tatars, and of course Jews and so on. So the lineup is unfortunately distribution of many different people and there was goes over the shutter and says learn that you expect a smaller of cucumber than you expected. Therefore, all Jews need to lie. So what can they do? The few Jews who stand for the line, they leave out the message to serve, the other violence. People wait in line, the little just learn that one of the delivery trucks they put way people have less cucumbers anticipated. Therefore, all Central Asians, Kazakhs, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Tatars, everyone go home. So, what they do, they don't see what's going on until finally opens up your shutter and says, just learn that the last cucumber truck that passed with hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers are considered today. Everyone go home. So all you have to find out are pure fictional nationality, pure members of Jessica's mind, and turns to the line and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks. I hope you're laughing. I can't tell what it's doing, but it seems like in many ways, when we look at Jewish history, we see one after another period of persecution. And although that does characterize a great deal of Jewish history, there's also a tremendous amount of intellectual creativity and artistic activity. And as someone put it in the Rothschild School of History, much of Jewish history is like books and drums and books. But last week, we looked at the shaping of the Ashkenazic mind. We looked at this idea that and it's just kind of like a work theory. It's not really a defined or accepted idea, but I put value to it as a pedantic experiment, thought experiments to get us to develop a national mindset. dialogue with that moment, even if the original germ of that historical event is long past, it nevertheless affected and scarred the Ashkenazi mind so much that one can see its reverberations throughout the centuries, right up to our own day in many ways. And as we discussed last week, the idea of the Crusades created sort of a fear of the outside world and non-Jewish culture that it was toxic and dangerous and threatening. And there's a lot to say for that point of view. But it's not necessarily one that was held by Jews themselves. They were. Tonight's task is to look at the Sephardic experience and to wonder if perhaps there is a similar kind of event, and I will pause it for our discussion that yes, indeed there is, that also created a sort of a template for Sephardic thought or how belong to the rest of the world that shaped the way that Sephardim interacted with each other and with other Jews up until the present day. I'd like to argue that it is the Inquisition and the expulsion in particular that shaped the Sephardic mind. It was a very different kind of thing because the Crusades were one horrific summer of 1096, but then for persecution, Sephardim back in the sea is and I would like to think that in the case of the Inquisition and the expulsion, they're kind of simple pattern of returning back to that generational experience. One last thing before we actually start this here video. When we speak about Sephardim, you know that there are really two major groups of fall under this movement. There are those who are from the Iberian Peninsula itself, and that would include both Spanish Jews and Portuguese Jews, who had a very different experience, as we shall discuss shortly. And it also includes a large number of Jews from the Eastern Mediterranean and Persia in particular, who were shaped and altered by the huge influx of Sephardi Jews after expulsion. So, for example, the Jews of Constantinople, Istanbul, Turkish Jews, were deeply, deeply affected by their encounter with the refugee Sephardim. And in many ways, they consider themselves Sephardim, even though their genetics, so to speak, their ancestral origins don't go to Spain, but they found themselves within the Sephardic order. As Rabbi saved, very important Israeli Sephardic rabbi put it, the definition of a Sephardi is anyone who follows the Shulchan, anyone who follows the code of Jewish law that was written by a Sephardi exile. And of course, that includes a massive number of people who have not from Spain, but nevertheless feel themselves culturally within its home. I would like to say, however, that I think the Sephardic experience was so traumatic and so deeply felt on a cellular level, even Jews from Persia are affected by the experience and their way in which they see themselves in the world. And so I think a lot of the assessments that I can do about Sfarad will hold true for Persian Jews as well. So maybe we'll have a chance to examine the validity of my thesis when we get to the end of the lecture. So let me take you through the experience of the Inquisition and the expulsion in greater detail now, and then we can assess what treatment is the functional turning point for struggle. So when we look at Sephardim, there are basically four major periods. So there's first the period of earliest settlement, that we'll talk about briefly today, and that goes up until the year 711, which is the year of the Muslim conquest of the Spanish Peninsula. Then there is the Muslim period, which includes the famed period known as the Golden Age or La Independencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 2 years. It was quite remarkable. The third would be the Christian period, when the Muslims are slowly driven out of Spain and the Jews had sell to greatly under the Muslims from themselves on a very different agenda. Finally, asked for Jew, the Jews had somewhat late for the Portuguese Jews, but that they are living as spirits or as Portuguese, far away from their business. So it's the four major areas. We're going to concentrate really on number three for tonight. Next week, when we look at the impact on other black nations, we'll be back with some help. So just to cover very quickly, though, the word Sepharad is applied to the Arabic Peninsula, much like the word Ashkenaz is applied to Europe. It's kind of like a very fanciful imagination from the mind. We have these words in Tanakh, like the Sadia, the first paragraph, exiles of Jesus are being sought out. Well, discussion of where that actually is, as described in Tanakh, but it was later applied to the Talmud uses a term that's much more historically accurate than Islamia, which is related to Islamia, which is a Roman term for the holdings in the far west of Europe. But we do have the legends of very, very old settlement, which are probably not historically valid, but nevertheless interesting. In the 16th century, a Rothschild found an inscription that reads, "Me, Adinora, servant of Solomon, came to collect taxes and died here." Now, it's quite fanciful. It's hard to imagine that in the period of Solomon, which was the 10th century, before the Common Era, that he had actually collected taxes all the way on Spain. But there is this kind of idea in the Spanish Jewish mindset that Jews could go back like that. The earliest, more reliable text is the so-called Jewess of Adira. This is in the south of Spain, where a transcription was made by a much more reliable historian in 1783. It's like this, in Latin, so it's partially obscured. A name that ends in NIA, Salomon Ula, and Uno, there's something like this type there, sorry, and Quattro Via, which translates as, "Here lies," you have to assume that it's a great number, "some child," and yeah, it could be Yulia, something like that, "daughter of Solomon," that is technically a Jewish name, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day, and finally a Jewess, Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, like the other one is lost, so we can't say for sure, but we have other evidence to support the idea that in fact there was a Jewish community in Adra that lived. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it, for example, from church records from Elvira. The synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a bunch of rules for how Christians of Spain would interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews. And that's quite a bit of legislation about how the church really wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have close with them, to not have any social fraternization with them. And the list goes on and on and on. It is possible that these laws were implemented more for the purposes of saying such laws are on the books, but it's more likely that in fact there were Jews there, and the church was really trying to create a social separation between people who were Christians and Jews who were quite likely. Moving a little bit further, the region after the domination of a few called Visigoths, Western Goths. This is an unusual people that adopts a form of Christianity called Arian theology. Which regarded the Son of God as not being the Son of God, which made it something of a heresy, and later they would Christianity. That occurred to Catholicism. That occurred in the 6th century when Recared I, shown best way to demonstrate your bona fides in new faith is to persecute the Jews. That way people will know, oh, he really is one of us. So the Visigoths, we went through a 120-year period of just incredible legislation against Jews. Unfortunately, we have no Jewish records of how Jewish communities dealt with this or how realistic it really was. But for 120 years, successive kings who seem to outdo each other with this idea of creating a kind of a police state to forcibly form Jews to standards. Jews at one point were required, for example, if they traveled from village to village, they had to check in with the bishop of every village they went to report. It's an incredible period of great persecution for about 100 years. Forced baptism became a feature among the Visigoths, and it would later become important in Spain. There were all kinds of requirements of Jews to take place. The smallest of things, a tremendous degree of very brutal punishments, such as confiscations, lashes, exile, and amputations were quite frequent. And they had a lot of examples where one of the more minor punishments was something they called decalvatio, which means literally scalping, but does it mean shaving one's head off, or does it mean actually removing the skin at the top of the scalp? This, by the way, is a picture from the Civil War, survived scalping at the time. It looks like quite a brutal thing. It appears that most people did survive Calvario under the Visigoths, because there's always talk about what would happen if they were to be caught again. That was a really brutal period of time where Jews were certainly deeply unhappy. And it's not surprising, therefore, that when the Muslims came in 711, we looked at this map very briefly last week when we talked about the rapid spread of Islam through the region. They crossed into the Iberian Peninsula, and although it was a standing feature of sort of Christian European historiography, the Jews betrayed the Visigoths to them, so we have no evidence of a tale of this nature. But we do have lots of evidence that, when the Muslim armies raced across the peninsula, the Jews in the various towns and villages proved to be very loyal supporters of the Muslim regime, especially considering the background of Visigoth persecution they endured. And so they turned out to be quite full administrators for the Muslims. And this was really like the sort of political genesis of the Roman. That's what they call La Convivencia, the coexistence period, which was about the 10th to the 12th centuries. Maimonides is at the very end of it. His flight from Spain was occasioned by the invasion of Spain by much more radical Muslims from North Africa, who came and said, what is going on here? I can't believe that we have Muslims and Jews writing poetry together, drinking alcohol, which is good for Muslims anyways, together, and in general having a sort of a great relationship. And so Maimonides is like the bookended time when La Convivencia ends and it begins to go down from them. But throughout that period, you have this critical phenomenon of Jews rising to the positions of leadership under the Muslims. People like Hassan ibn Shabut, who was a physician who ended up becoming a foreign secretary or minister of foreign affairs for Muslim people, and Shmuel, given that example, who actually led a Muslim army for 16 years. Imagine in today's world, how true the head of a Muslim army is incomprehensible. But sort of talent was raised at the time, and Jews were considered very loyal servants. So they see over and over again this rise of Jews to positions of leadership. Also see areas of phenomenal Jewish creativity as they begin to interact with Islamic and especially Arabic norms. There is an effervescence of Jewish poetry, inspired by Arabic examples, and praise of people like Rabbi and hero philosophers, specialized in episode, almost so many of during this period of great tolerance. And it also led to a period where Jews of this region were willing to kind of like experiment with their Jewishness and especially the cultural expressions of Jewishness to see what can be done within the boundaries of God. And we discovered many of the same things. Maimonides, although he himself was in exile from there, carried a lot of that spirit with him to Egypt, where he goes with his spirit. Large reason for this controversy was the fact that, anthropologically speaking, even though now we live, last time we spoke a couple of years ago, I say obviously the same thing, fortunately, 2 years today, even though we live in a period of tremendous conflict between Jews and Muslims and Israel, they're really, anthropologically speaking, the faiths are very much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is essentially orthographic in that it focuses on behaviors, diet, dress, conduct, and daily ritual, whereas Christianity is much more a religion of creed. One must accept Jesus as one's personal Savior and so on. This is an overgeneralization, but there's no question that Jews and Muslims could find a lot of common cultural vocabulary to communicate with each other, and so it worked out fairly well during this time. Jews were, however, not most. This is a period when Jewish life in Muslim lands was regulated by something called the Talmud, which is a sort of a doctrine laid out sometime in the 8th century, to a particular public although it probably was often later and over a series of time, in which Jews are put within Muslim society, and they're called Tibi, a protected class, as long as they conform to certain disabilities. Some of those disabilities are economic in nature, such as special tax. Many of them are very symbolic in nature. That they're not allowed to bear arms, not allowed to build their synagogues higher to the mosques, have to show genuflection and subservience to Muslims in 1,000 different ways. And the Kamar, on the one hand, was insulting, humiliating, and expensive for Jews, but it also there Jews they would use those safe space in the Islamic world. And it was applied to different degrees of severity by different beliefs in different parts of the world. Spain is one of those places where for 200 years it was very likely applied, and Jews were basically moved out of society for a couple hundred years with tremendous freedoms. It's also worthy to know that part of the reason for this, for both Muslims and Jews, this region on the edge of Europe, right? Looking at this map here, but if you look at this map here, the center of Islam at its birth was in the Arabian Peninsula, and then it moves essentially to Baghdad, to what we could today Iran. And so that's the center of Islam. It's very far away. Communication takes weeks.
How are you?
And so basically, it's a little bit like plus nature.
How'd you find out about me?
So this one.
Hey, look that one here. Blue sky. Oh, excellent. You mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the court of the and everything in between. But Ben, have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I've seen Truman Show. I know about Big Brother.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. Again, I stream my life for world peace and world hunger. I'm an advocate for the world, especially mentioned hunger, through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. Additionally, I'm an advocate for ending world thirst through the use of technology. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, and one of the things we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the use of things like life straws and desalination technology, where we upward seawater onto land to make it drink. I have more circular. I have more circular. I appreciate that. Social media than any person in global history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data is Earth's number one resource. Data overtook petroleum in 2018. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you back. I've done that. And make all your friends, all your family, financially independent if you're not already. And if you want, I'm going to make sure that you're able to create generational wealth. And most of all, I want you to be able to start charities, philanthropic organizations around to help the world. How does that sound?
Yeah, well, that's so man.
Excellent. Well, consider yourself signed in. You should know I talk about other things to improve the world. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, things like travel faster than light communication. Things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. Things like the extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Crimean Echoes, which was a boat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing plan. They recently made headlines with their introduction of the direwolf. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger after the woolly mammoth and then the dodo, which I just think is going to be really exciting for the world to be able to witness. How can we well, so here's the thing. With current technology, no, because those types of, like, essentially prehistoric animals don't have DNA that has been preserved, which is unlike the woolly mammoth, which has been preserved in glaciers, and the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo. However, using artificial intelligence, we'll be able to essentially reverse engineer a type of DNA and perhaps be able to create them in the future. So don't give up hope. I also want to allow you, if you want, with your consent, to be able to live longer than you normally would through a type of technology known as life technology, group of technologies. This is all the first and second. If you want to die at a normal age of 80, like you would have normally died, then absolutely that should be your right. But if you really want to live longer, you should be able to utilize certain technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryogenics, things like old shock therapy, and nootropics to be able to extend your life to age 100, 120, and eventually you might get to 110 years old. And they say, Rabbi, it's going to really be hard, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent, but I want to help you and your friends and family be able to utilize with consent. You can't emphasize that enough. It's technology known as mind deployment technology, where we scan your brain to the computer like a CAT scan on an MRI. Remember, every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. So later download your Android and avatar, cyborg, you cybernetic with a clone of yourself, a robot, and a field of you, whatever you want to be for. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that maybe an opportunity to absolutely. What I'm saying to you is that you may be able to experience a digital immortality in the future. How do you like that?
That sounds awesome.
Absolutely. potentially there are aspects of it, but what I'm saying to you essentially is that we know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, make a copy of that, and then input that into another being, whatever you want to do.
This concept of very realistic technology.
We most certainly do. In fact, scientists are already transferring memories within mice. So if we're doing that now, currently, and we've already been able to utilize BCI brain computer interfaces successfully within humans, mind uploading technology is maybe less than a decade or two away. Usually takes a while. Okay. What I'm going to advise you to do is go to the Telegram. It's HPO as a they always just give it to me so I can buy it. One question at a time. Yeah, they give me essentially they donated all of my bedding, my shirt, my hat, my sleep mask. Um, this is all here. You see the here talking about something. These are all NFTs that have been worth up to $10,000 each. You know, it's a lucrative market. The fact you had another question. Yeah, it had a all-time high of $307 million market cap. But yeah, I absolutely do. Here's why. Data is Earth's number one resource, and all I do is plug this coin out of the market. So when people find out about me, this coin's going to be extremely valuable, and I think it will eventually replace old school Bitcoin as the global reserve currency. Um, yeah, sure. How did they establish traction? Generally through Twitter Spaces, and then they started sponsoring uh, like F1 cars, and that increased a lot of viral marketing. Yeah, it is. Right.
I just wanted to ask about your name, Rabbi Rothschild.
Sure. I'm a rabbi. Rabbi is Hebrew for teacher, and my last name is Rothschild.
You are a rabbi.
Yep. Watching Jewish history. That's okay. We don't all look the same. Have you ever seen a rabbi in their bedroom?
No,
They all look. They all look like that.
Vegas. And what happens there, stays there. So both Muslims and Jews were free to sort of experiment with their development of their own cultures and as well as their relationships with each other. This was especially true when they aggressively getting really the idea of the quote wise colonial Jewish servant that perpetuates self-growth this period. And it is important to know on a sociological level that, well, of course, the Jews will want to be loyal because they can rely on the support of the masses of Christians. Visigoths never come back to this, but not too long ago. And so if they're chosen and to be the administrators for the Muslims, they're certainly going to be loyal to their masters. So this is a period of tremendous creativity for the Jewish. It changes dramatically though, beginning with a slow drive from the north to the south of the Christians, which Christians would call the Holy Conquista, the Reconquest, because of course the peninsula was originally Christian under the Visigoths, then it became Muslim, and now the Christians are going to take it back. And as this map shows, they moved kingdom by kingdom through the peninsula all the way down to the south until in 1482 they finally drive out the last Muslim kingdom. And although Muslims will still remain to some degree in Spain, the Muslims will use all power to Christian overlords who have a decided interest in making it sort of monolithic in its religious character. And that's a great deal of the story that will happen to the Jews as well. The Christians engage in a lot of religious disputes to a certain degree Muslims, but especially the Jews, because there's this sort of drive for ethnic and ideological purity.
No, it's a you should just contact
where the church would hold all of
I don't want to keep talking about it. I don't know.
forced disputation.
You just did. You said, you know, I take this. You just did. You said, you know, I take this.
That result was almost always the same. The result of mass.
What how you pronounce it again?
One particular disputation that stands out especially that is the nation of 1263 in Barcelona, where the King of Aragon chose a remarkable figure, Maimonides, the great Rabbi Rothschild, not to lead the dispute. And we have an account of that dispute by both Ramban, Maimonides, and his interlocutor, as is typical for these disputations, a Jewish convert to Christianity named Rabbi. We have the account of the debate from Ramban as well as from Rabbi in Latin. It's really interesting to see how these two accounts differ with one another, but they're really quite fascinating. In the end, Ramban technically lost because there's no way they're going to judge him the winner, but he so devastated his opponent that King Aragon gave him a reward of 300 gold pieces and said to him, listen, this is a great job. I can't protect you anymore, so you have to leave. And so he took the money, he ran, he ended up in Israel where in his old age, he turned around the Jerusalem community remarkably, ended up starting a Renaissance. And here actually, by the way, a really interesting graphic novel version of it, which is a teenagers that looks through the transcript that we have, it's a version of it. And here, I don't know what, but let's try this video. This is from the dissertation has been dramatized. Here is a remarkable picture. I can't remember the actor's name, but to portray a scene where the money that shows you for a minute.
They created 2,000 of them, and it's considered band bitches. Yeah, actually, 2,100 of them. Preston, you know, do you mind if I tell you about this one? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Has she not like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Going after the There's a YouTube show published.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well. I don't watch it. I'm watching Fish Tank though right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
the fish, the Fish Tank server. Yeah, I mean, I'm not on the Fish Tank show, but I'm live on the server. We live on the server. Yeah, I tried. Why did it get shut down? Very interesting. All right. So are they going to try to restart it somewhere else? Very cool. Yeah, I tried to comment, but they didn't. I think like a beautiful. Absolutely. I'm having that show that's not 24 hours a day. I 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in full history, and I do so because I want to. And I've been doing it longer than that person. So yeah, and I do it from 22 to several fingers to teach. They do it for one. I am live right now on my 22, I'm 22 different YouTube streams, social media, and 13 over the street, including over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 1,000 Kick accounts. I am someone who, no, they're good. Like, I need contact. No, they're all me. They bring them up there. The YouTube accounts are 22 of them. So, you know, I understand. I don't think difference. The you don't need servers to stream at least 10 to 10 so on YouTube. You just need devices. So that's correct. Yes, sure. So I am live on 22 different streams. If you would take a look at the upper left corner, and you'll see 24/7 YouTube. You see what it says there? That like red circles around it. If you want to click that link and you see all my simultaneous screen sharing, whoa, I've never seen this many at once. Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah, you're entitled to one person. Hey, you're certainly. I just stream my life, so it's not very command, but I need to make sure that I have redundant streams in case anything ever happens to any of my accounts. So I am live on. You asked about Twitter. I have 2,100 Twitter accounts right now, but I am live right now on Twitter. I've been live 24/7 on a Twitter space, a video Twitter space. My account karaoke king 0000. If you're like, well, why did you choose that? I would say karaoke on Twitter space, but it's not anything associated with it because anything that has Rabbi Rothschild gets banned very quickly. So you can view my life from there. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on DLive and Trovo and YouNow, about 33 other platforms, including Africa TV and Blog Live and everything else. I talk about things to improve the world, like making work under the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, cloud seeding, things like perhaps you don't need surveillance for political climate. Um, you can have sensors, but I don't understand. But you don't need cameras for vertical farming. You don't need cameras for floating greenhouses or saltwater greenhouses. All of that no, I mean you could do that. You could have drones in your bedroom if you wanted to. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about drones that fly and pick crops so people don't have pesticides and insecticides and can also irrigate them and uh, just one moment. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Hey, come to my Discord. Okay, well then create a Discord account. Come on in. Okay, well, we welcome people from Nigeria. 100%, my friend. I'm sponsored by Electric. Excellent. All right, so come to the Discord. I'm going to help enrollers. I'm sponsored by Electric. It's about $100 million in build routes to build. It's a very long game. It's very common. The ticker is big. And with about $100 million, one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also allowed to take the life trust and look for the South nations. We come and see what we drink. Absolutely. So if you weren't aware, the Economist magazine stated in 2020 that data was the third liquid number one resource that I've done these in person ever, and I look forward to being able to help everyone help me along the way when I do a Friday. Basically, that day I make sure what the person's great, and when that happens, trust me, I want to be able to give you all the money that you need it to become financially independent, to be able to create generational wealth, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations as well. How does that sound? Excellent. Sounds like you're what do you got to do? There are simply other people who might utilize some of the data. I recognize it myself, and so I felt that instead of allowing them to make money off me, perhaps I may have them my own data. So I really done my best to be on campus. If I'm canceled on one platform, have backups at my back of my back. Exactly. Exactly. And so I look forward to hopefully it won't take too much longer, especially with some of these social media. No, I don't have 50 street. I have about 33 simultaneous streets. I am a certified project management professional. That's right. I, I have like 22 different strong industries, 22 different mysteries, another like 11 mysteries. And how am I able to afford to do this? I am a certified project management professional, so I have launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and also in contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and I'm able to do the management savings from that and able to fund this. Additionally, I don't have to pay other people to do donations, and then occasionally people ask me to work on projects for them, and the price is right we do, and I'm able to make money that way to be able to support myself. I am with you. Rabbi means teacher in Hebrew, and my last name is Rothschild. You can trace my lineage up to the Bible. So that's enough fun. How about you? What are your interests? What are your favorite things to do? What do you like? That's okay. Very cool. Yeah. Zach, very cool. That's fascinating. Excellent. Well, I'm in agreement with you. Your favorite history, there's no history. I'm currently watching Jewish history lectures by Professor Henry Abramson, if you guys enjoy. And just more than anything, more than movies, pretty young people, and I'm doing as much as I say. Uh, More than anything, though, you should know that I'm here. If you ever meet anybody, maybe be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world and care for people. So if there's anything that you ever need, I'm here to help you. Okay?
I wish you could watch it like a couple of hours, but it is give the sense of the majesty of Mahomet's when he speaks fine. You can also see why he's ran out of the country as a result of these performances. So that's kind of like the tense period that we go to get to the position. And here we have to slow down a bit and understand what exactly was the position, why was it instituted, and why was it so horrific. So it starts really in 1391. As I mentioned, in some of the disputations, like the Barcelona disputation of 1263, there are forced conversions afterwards, but these tend to be fairly small scale, local in nature. In 1391, there is a mass movement that sweeps across much of the northern part of the peninsula, converting Jews left and right by masses of people who are all fired up by the future name of Sifara. And we should understand that in Catholicism, merely administering the sacrament of baptism is something that is sufficient to consider a person a Christian. I can't get to be precise. And anyone can administer that sacrament. It doesn't have to be holy water. It has to be like water in a ditch, as happened in France, for example. Any kind of water just sprinkled on a person. I think it's a phrase repeated, and that does it. It's kind of like the Muslim Shahada in many ways. So we have a huge number of these versions by force. For example, in Salamanca, there's a situation where people actually burst into the synagogue on Shabbos, sprinkled around a whole bunch of water, the text, and the entire congregation was suddenly against their will and were Christianity. And this created a really unusual sort of situation because the church recognized these people as actually now being Christians. The Jews themselves who were baptized certainly did not. They said, "Oh, wait, you're still Jewish, that's ridiculous." And the church simply didn't know what to do with these people because they were not converted after the directive of the churches. They weren't still on with a following local preacher that went viral. And so basically they were left to their own devices. And this meant that we had a large class, maybe 20, 30, 40,000 Jews, hard to say the exact number, who were given essentially the full privileges of living as Christians, meaning no longer had any barrier to entry into higher education, no longer any restrictions on their residency, no longer any restrictions on their activity in the economy that was still how treated of it. So
was like a crazy phenomenon where for about a decade and a half, the entire society was turned upside down as people would be denouncing the leaders left and right. I want to get back to that, but I just want to before we go to it, let's have a quick look at this theological concept, just very quickly. The notion that the church believes, and this is really still Catholic doctrine to this day, that if a person is forcibly converted, even though he's forbidden to forcibly convert a person, once that person has received the sacrament of baptism, they are now a Christian. The most dramatic example of this, in my mind, is the 1858 conversion of a guy called Tara in Bologna, Italy, which I understand is popularized by a very good book by the time Tara by and this is the case of a young boy who had a Christian first name, living with a Jewish one, and he was very sick. He had scarlet fever or something like that. His father, so the non-Jewish first name, he was about 16 years old. Felt so sorry for youngest Margot because she expected he would die. She didn't want him to go to everlasting hell as a Jew, so she went and she secretly had him back. And then he recovered and got better. And then when he was about 6 years old, complex series of events, but apparently she repeated the story of his baptism. So it grows her, and eventually it's got to the years of the Vatican, and the Vatican was king and took that child from his family and brought him to the Pope himself. This was 1858. This is still, just a modern age. And there were protests all over the world, including in New York City, saying, how is it possible that the church can actually kidnap a Jewish child when they're committing baptism?
On YouTube is Rabbi Joseph Rabbi.
Rothschild, which we went called Pies. Absolutely refused to entertain the child to his father, and ultimately raised him as his own. And he ended up becoming a priest himself. You will see him here on the way. He was later, as an adult, reunited with his mother and his brother, who
Joseph Y O S
but he devoted his life to
Rabbi
ended up in Belgium, and he died just a few weeks before the Nazis invaded. They would have killed him. They would not have this is the illustration.
space
Back to the Inquisition, basically what went on in the 18th century is that one of the most ridiculous aspects of the Inquisition was that if a person was found to have been engaged in Judaizing, then his or her property was confiscated, and a portion of it was given to the church, and a portion of it was given to the person who betrayed that Judaizing. And so there was like an economic incentive to back out your neighbors to make up charges against your neighbors. Typically, what happened is that the Inquisition will arrest the individual, bring them in, and expose them to torture, like this horrific device which had a cross on it, which was designed to make the person think about Christianity while they're being tortured. And then under duress, they would give up the names of many other people who were doing the same kind of thing. And of course, the Spanish Inquisition is infamous for the various types of religious torture that were invented. This one, by the way, especially awful, it's called the Pope's Bear. There are some scholars who don't actually use the art of it anyways. It's a device like this that could be inserted in an orifice of the human body, and then the wheel at the end is turned until it expands like this. You can just imagine the kind of pain that it would result. So the whole society was turned upside down for about 20 years by this horrific inquisition. People who confess at various stages in the process would then be forced to wear these panitos. There are a variety of them, depends on what they confess to at what time. And they would be required to wear these for the rest of their lives. And then they would be displayed after their death on
corpses were actually exhumed and then put on trial and then burned again. Absolutely incredible craziness that went on at the time. The most horrific aspect of it was, of course, those who refused to confess at any point and then eventually burned at the stake, the so-called auto da fe. Usually it was kind of like Rothschild type or, sort of events that were held usually in the Plaza Mayor and the great public squares from Spain and a bunch of Spanish holdings. The period of tremendous, tremendous violence that existed right up until
I'll send you the back.
incredible. Now, this did happen, however, comes with a abrupt end because it wasn't working. In fact, it was getting worse and worse. Then all of a sudden, more and more of these videos were being discovered because, of course, the incentive for people to rat out over the smallest of things. So, I smell the people in their home, and it doesn't ever smell like pork. It's always chicken or beef. So, eventually, the Grand Inquisitor shown here in the center in black from Hamada, he spoke to the King Ferdinand and Isabella, who were really religious fanatics about this, and he said, I know why it's not working. The reason it's not working is because the Judaizers always have the Jewish communities in their church. They always have a rabbi, they ask, they have kosher delis, they have Jewish schools, they have regular non-baptized Jews here in Spain. And they are the ones that are preventing these baptized new Christians from truly accepting Christianity. And the only way to stop this is to expel all of the Jews. Now, for the first time, the Inquisition is directing its gaze at the non-baptized Russian. And although the man shown in the beautiful red cape on the right, Don Isaac Barbanel, who was the deputy minister of finance in Spain at the time, begged the king to reconsider. Nevertheless, in 1492, they decided to free, and within a few months, all of the Jews were forced to leave Spain. And this is the great expulsion. It left behind those Jews who had gone underground. By the way, the negative term for this, the sort of derogatory term that nevertheless was part of the historiographic literature for a long time, is Marano. Term Marano means big, twine. So converso and crypto are even pre-Christian are considered retrograde. So Barbanel, shown here in this portrait of him in his old age, decided rather than remaining in Spain at the place of conversion, although he would have been a very wealthy man, like his superior, Rabbi Abraham Senor, decided to convert and remain with his name. Barbanel decided to go into exile with his people, and so to have boats leaving Spain, trying to find a safer message throughout the Western Mediterranean. This is a map which gives you some sense of the scope of the Spanish expulsion. To consider a rift in time for Spanish Jews, because Spain had become the most powerful, oldest, the most influential Jewish communities, especially in the Golden Age, and now it's completely destroyed a Holocaust in terms of the expulsion. And there are Jews going all over the coast of North Africa, trying to find a haven. The Italian, they had much more luck under the Western countries, in Turkey in particular, but then he went to the north, and it was like Amsterdam, refuge for these crypto groups, and also some went to the Americas. In fact, that's the genesis of the northern Jewish community as a result of Portuguese Jews who made it over to Brazil, and then that kind of moved forward to the States. Portugal deserves a little bit of a different treatment because being located just on the western edge of the peninsula, it is the easiest country to get to. And it has a lot of cultural similarities to Spain, linguistic similarities, and the Jews have actually sent to Portugal from Spain for larger amounts of illegal aliens at that time in Portugal. But politics changed because the leader, João III, was followed by Manuel I, who wanted to affect the dynastic union with Spain, specifically by marrying one of the princesses. And part of the deal was he had to make Portugal neutral. Like, just like Spain had now gotten rid of its Jews, Portugal had to do so as well. So Manuel was much more pragmatic. He promised the Jews in Portugal that with their forced bound subject, which he in 1497, he now in position to release 40 years. In fact, he did come in also in the 30s, and so that gave Jews in Portugal sort of a time there for the onslaught. And when it did come, it was horrific at the time, but he changed their preparation for it. And just one small event that I really have to point out, in the period of forced persecution, forced to the baptism, one of the most horrific moments is when João takes 750 children from the families and takes them hostage. I mean, how these deliberations in our own time, and to try to force the parents to convert, expels them to the island of Sao Tome off the coast of Africa. And according to some of the contemporary accounts we have there, none of those children survived. Many of them were actually terrific. They went to buy the local massive lizards in the island. Scholars are don't know exactly the specifics of the journalists get a sense of the horror that experience. This is a picture of well, the first who was able to ultimately contact the princess of Spain. But when the Inquisition came in, many Jews from Portugal also fled, although it was much more difficulty than they did from Spain, and they ended up finding themselves in many safer locations right there. So this brings me now to really my statement of thesis of the historical background, and then really I have time for a few questions where we can discuss whether or not my thesis has validity. So this picture, by the way, is of two Portuguese exiles and descendants of Portuguese exiles. Julio da Costa is the adult figure, bleeding black with claw-like hands and so on. And he was someone who had a very tragic life story. He was raised as a Christian by his parents. Like many Portuguese Jews, they couldn't reveal their secret identity as Jews to their children because they might say something about the playground and they could bring them in position with him. But when he was an adult, he told me he was Jewish and he was like overwhelmed with Satan. When they moved to Amsterdam, he was able to begin living as a Jew. However, he found he was unable to adapt to the Amsterdam Jewish community, primarily because he felt that the Jews did not live up to these ideal portraits of idealized portraits of who they should be and how they should behave. A lot more to say about him, but on his lap is his younger contemporary, Baruch Spinoza, who did not have the same kind of traumatic experience trying to adopt a Jewish identity, but also had a very different way of looking at Judaism. Ultimately, it was also in the class that resulted in his expectation, and ended up becoming one of the most who shaped the modern world. And both Portuguese Jews products of this event. So here's my thesis. Unlike the Ashkenazi Jews, who had crusades come upon them like an asteroid from the stars, such a horrific, sharp moment of violence. The Inquisition was like a slow that initial forced conversion of at least spiritual violence, typically did not involve a lot of physical violence. It meant that Jews, they had time to labor them, and over the
other words, by analyze actually they were able to determine ways to say, okay, well, now under threat as Jews, but we can find a way to look like we're Christians, and they won't bother us. And this secretly, they practice some form of Judaism, some kinds of Judaism. And that represented us either as adaptation of mentality, that meant that, especially the first Jews were not just about this to adapt to it, they want to be much more reflective and much more reflective on their circumstances and to create whole new realities for themselves as Jews, and also ultimately some economic realities for the rest of the world. So their method was one that, considering that we automatically taxed, they were able to find ways to draw lines beyond which they would not cross, but were far within the boundaries of what Ashkenazi Jews would tolerate or survive. So that's my thesis. Next week, we're going to look in particular at the Sephardic diaspora in greater detail, such with other sub-ethnic groups, like I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, see how this theory especially comes to, this theory of survival comes to clash with Ashkenazic in the 19th century. But with that, let me thank you for your attention and endurance. Rabbi Posey, if you'd like to take the time for some.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was riveting. Really appreciate it. And frankly, very jarring when recognizing some of the way that our history is paved through so much Jewish blood. So a couple of questions that have come through. And some I think that you addressed directly, but you wanted to add a point. So you mentioned the four major periods, and how it looks like there was lots of intrusion of all sorts of a variety of influences in the Jewish ethos, art, music, poetry. Do we see other areas of overlap between the influences of the area, of the often our oppressors, in like art, music, and poetry in the Jewish world during the times of intolerance, or would you simply more insular that they sort of go more inward during those difficult times?
That is a great question. I've never really thought about what degree Jewish culture is open to receiving influences from the outside. It's really cool. Off the top of my head, I would like to think it seems reasonable that Jewish culture be far more open to borrowing from non-Jewish culture during periods of tolerance. So because if you view the oppressor, you're more likely to reject it. That seems to make sense to me logically. But I can't help thinking of one thing that I read about 6 months ago. There was an artist by Joseph Schatzman, one of my main teachers, on the origins of the Havdalah box that's found in many homes. The spices in it, and it looks like a silver tower with a flag on it, but that's not like that. And so it's pretty clear that the Jews copied that design from the Christian sacristy, that it was an object that was before the Christians. It's not clear that Jews copied it because it was like an object that was revered by Christ. It's quite more possibly likely that Jewish pawnbrokers received these and kept them in their possession for the redemption of pledges. And he probably thought, well, this is a beautiful object. So what can we do? He said, I know, let's make spices in $1. And that's where God got into the iconic kind of smuggling standard trips. And that would be Ashkenazi culture, they would reject these things. So I don't know the answer to the question. It's actually a very specific question. If anyone wants to do a PhD presentation on this, I'm ready to listen.
Yeah, it looks like your question came from the chat well after that. Research on what happened to the economy of colonies in Spain when so many Jews had to leave the country.
Oh, yes, that's a huge amount of research on that question. And in fact, it goes back
back a little bit earlier, one of the debates over why the Muslim community happened was motivated by, I sort of portrayed it as a religious emphasis, which is the older historiography. But there's a very good debate that the economic interests here, that all of a sudden you have this massive Jewish population that's surging forward in the economy because they are literate, and they have international they can use for mercantile activities. So the Jews were suddenly surging forward in society as a result of the newfound mission status, and the position is really in the action. On an economic level, we have to do this population. They're getting out of hand. They are taking all of these positions that they never wanted them to advocate for themselves. So there's a lot of research on the economic aspects of the position being broken. And there's a tremendous amount of discussion afterwards of the chaos economically of the expulsion. Because there are lots of claimants to the Jewish property that was left behind. Mostly, a lot of Jewish property was in the form of debts. And so, were those debts canceled? The king of Greece did not want to cancel those debts. They wanted to collect for themselves. So they had to find ways sometimes to allow Jews a certain amount of their money back in the form of repaid debts so they can collect the tax on them. Lots of fascinating research on economics of it.
So this one that I think is really addressed directly in a thesis statement at the end of the talk. But wait, I'll read this if you want to expand upon it. How do you characterize the different reactions to anti-Semitism between the Ashkenazic strain of the strain and the Sephardic strain? In other words, does it cause you to become more insular, or an either Jewishness, or to try and abandon what has been a similar tradition?
So that's a question. It really is the question. I think the word that I would want to change there is cause. Like, what causes you to do what? I think anti-Semitism causes Jews to look for, to find a strategy to cope with anti-Semitism. So, the Ashkenazic coping strategy, I would like to, generally speaking, this will be very broad terms, broad strokes, but generally the Ashkenazic coping strategy is circle the wagons, look inside, turn your backs on the outside world because they have already rejected you. Whereas one might think that Sephardic approaches, look at allies, look at outside, say, no, we can get along with this if we're just trying to trim our sails here or there. And in fact, as we should discuss it next week, they were largely successful. Because remember, the Inquisition didn't get shut down until 1835. But a Jew went, who was officially I went to another country, was equally liable to the deprivations of the Inquisition. But Jews in this situation, particular Jews, were frequently able to find people they could bribe, the popes who would turn a blind eye to them. There are some popes who say, no, this whole business is the fortune of yes. To start with, just leave them alone. And some Jews, Sephardic Jews, were largely able to find ways to negotiate around the obstacles rather than simply reject look inwards. Also, the whole idea of going to Muslim countries, which were nature's survival strategy was managed. Well, we can't live as Jews here in Catholic Europe. Let's go to Turkey. Let's go to North Africa. So, yeah, I will explore more next week. That's a good question.
One question just jumped in. During these times of persecution in the Sephardic community, research on how Jews, and Muslims, I guess Jews saw other Jews who would use some of these things to have internal type of.
Yeah, we have a mixed record on this. Unfortunately, there are a lot of examples of Jewish heroism that I mentioned. Dennis now chose to remain with the exiles. And we have some remarkable women from the West and the sea who relate to that. draw the public roles to that use. But we also have really sad examples of Jewish using the fit refugees from states as well. Say, no, 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 they're not our problem. We don't want them to send the folks away. So it's a mixed bag. So,
Very, very interesting. We really appreciate your time, your incredible scholarship, the breadth of what you're able to share with us, and we look forward to continuing to learn. I want to wish everyone a Lila Tov, and again, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us once again for this new installment of our Jewish History Series with Dr. Rabbi. It is such a privilege for Dr. Jacob and host Dr. Rabbi, not only because this series is going to be so wonderful, but because it follows up on the knowledge commitment we had for our last series of both in terms of the back and forth and in terms of the content that we're going to share with us. Tonight's topic is the first in a series of three, which we'll be discussing a really, really fascinating topic, talking about the controversies that are understanding a really interesting Jewish history. But I'll leave really some of the content that I think I'll simply start by expressing our gratitude to all those who joined us. And Dr. Evans is up very late tonight. I'm sure the 3 hours later than it is for I'm looking forward to sharing a wonderful experience with Dr. Evans.
thank you so much, Rabbi. It's a great privilege to speak with your audience. Yeah, I really did enjoy last time we spoke. We had quite stimulating exchange of ideas, especially because we developed a little bit three different themes along this really flesh things out a little bit. And this is a topic that I find especially fascinating and really, I think, was quite relevant to our current topic. So especially when we deal with, these political catchphrases like cancel culture and the notion that people can express opinions that somehow would invalidate that they may have tremendous potential to offer for our society as a whole. And this is, in fact, what we see with three great figures that I hope we will have the opportunity to explore over tonight and next week and then in January. They're really pivotal, transformative figures, and when we look backwards in history at their legacy, it's impossible to imagine that there would have been any controversy regarding these towering geniuses, but in reality, if they showed up in our story, we would not give them an idea, and we might even give them an export to the world. By way of a general introduction to the theme, I'd like to actually step out of Jewish history for a moment and look at this book. On the left, we've got Zeller, who is most likely not Irish. He was a 19th century doctor who was very active in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. There is some question about his background. Most scholars seem to think he was ethnically German in Hungarian territories, but it's not possible that he was a descendant of converts to Christianity, very common in the 19th century among classes. Here he is with his bride in 1887 when he was in his 30s. But he's an unusual figure because he worked as a medical doctor, as I mentioned, in obstetrics in particular, and he was especially charitable minded. He worked in some of the clinics that had been established specifically for poor women who were having births. We were just, finding it without any medical attention to treatment there. And the fear of infanticide, and so the states set up several of these free clinics for women. And the rumor went around, and it was about the same mortality rate for women as those who gave birth without any medical attention. So the Trump semi-rise, and he looked at all kinds of reasons. Why is it that clinic one, which operates on a certain number of days a week, is having these atrocious mortality rates, and clinic two is having less of that, more like the normal mortality rate associated with childbirth in the 19th century. Talk about deeply all kinds of variables trying to figure out what is going on. The only difference between the two is that the one with the high female mortality, maternal mortality, was actually a medical teaching facility that had medical doctors working there, or doctors in training. And the second kind of only midwives, medical doctors. And so he deduced that what was probably happening was that medical doctors were coming into with cadaver particles. Now, this was before the theory of germ theory was developed, and people didn't have a clue what infection was, things like. But he thought that perhaps, we all know in a kind of a simplistic way, that the fact that medical doctors were working on autopsies of blood and then walking over and delivering babies shortly thereafter, that contributed to infant and maternal mortality. This was not believed with cadavers at all. And so what he did was he tried to find a way to remove any of these assumed cadaverous particles from the skin by instituting a chlorine hand wash. The reason why he went with chlorine and lye is primarily because it removes smell from the hands of the surgeons rather than anything. And when he instituted this chlorine hand wash, amazingly, the maternal mortality dropped dramatically. And it seemed like this is what did it all. It was just wash your hands. That's the whole thing. You can believe it. The doctors were not washing their hands between autopsies, and it's incredible. But he discovered it. He said, hey, you just have to make them your hands. Of course, they didn't have the idea of what exactly disinfection means. But nevertheless, that is precisely what happened. Now, remarkably, Semmelweis's discovery ignored by the medical establishment in Austin. They adopted entirely this theory of cadaveral tissues, and they felt that he was overreacting to these things, and they essentially did not implement any of his common sense procedures in other medical facilities. He did everything he could. He traveled around trying to convince people of the importance of this chlorine hand wash, and he published quite strident attacks on the institutions that refused to institute very basic procedures. In this particular publication, dated 1862, he referred to doctors who refused to wash their hands as irresponsible murderers and ignoramuses. This is the kind of thing that certainly did not endear him to the medical establishment. He was mentally unstable as a result of his ongoing failure to convince the medical establishment that there was value and that he was actually saving lives by his chlorine wash. And although now he is considered a tremendous hero in medicine, what happened in his lifetime is that his inconsistent and increasingly erratic behavior led some of his friends to actually commit him to an insane asylum where he was put in a straitjacket and he was held in seclusion in a dark room, and he was rather mercilessly beaten. And in fact, 2 weeks after he was committed to this insane asylum, he actually died of blood poisoning. It's believed that it probably had to do with his beating, because his hand was horribly injured, and he probably suffered some blood poisoning as a result of that. He died 2 weeks later. Hardly anyone came to his funeral, and he was immediately replaced, of course, after turning down, and as soon as his replacement took over, of course, mortality rates jumped to 6 times the rate that they were when he was there and having all of the doctors wash their hands before him. So he was an incredibly ignored figure in his lifetime, even though he's considered a great national hero. In fact, part of the reason why there's some debate over his ethnicity is because several different nationalities voted on the claim. This is actually an Austrian coin claiming him as one of their own. There's the first 50-euro coin published in 2008. But I think Semmelweis is such an interesting and fascinating case study that leads us into the discussion of people that we'll be looking at, because these are people who, for the most part, were men of tremendous vision, men who really, although Semmelweis did not exactly understand the procedures that led to the lower female mortality, but nevertheless could make the connection between hand washing and greater health. And despite their phenomenal vision, they were excoriated in their own time. They were pursued, and they suffered tremendously as a result of this very unfair racism, which would prove to be ignored by history over time, but it did not necessarily enjoy that in their lifetimes. So what we're going to look at is three different individuals, three very different time periods. And I'm hoping that we may even see some relevance to our own times. On the left, you see the statue of Moses Maimonides in Córdoba, Spain. Actually, it's kind of interesting that like Semmelweis is claimed to buy Spain, even though he was kicked out of Spain with his family when he was just in his adolescent years. And then you see the front page of the Rothschild, a remarkable, amazing 18th century book by Rothschild. And today, Rabbi Rothschild was one of the remarkable figures of the 18th century that is actually claimed as a hero, not only the Lithuanian Talmudic world because of this particular reference as a shark, he's also claimed as a hero to the Hasidic world because he was first and foremost actually a Kabbalist. He wrote some remarkable works on philosophy of Kabbalah, and he's also claimed, ironically, by the non-religious Haskalah movement because he also wrote plays, much like 18th century Italian romances. He was the first novelist, and he wrote a lot of modern plays using the kind of vocabulary, syntax, and style of Italian poetry. So, but nevertheless, despite this tremendous fame and his widespread acceptance today, in his own time, he was actually forced to recant his views 3 separate times. He was run out of his native Padua, Italy. He was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt, Germany, and then only after much travail was he ultimately allowed to go to Amsterdam after all his writings were confiscated and then lost, believe it or not. So this is the story of the Rothschild, who were explored by both countries. And then finally, and I have to say, I'm especially excited to speak about this individual because the last time I spoke about him was back in 2013, and it was very well received and it was well publicized, the talk, but it was based on very limited sources. Since then, so many more biographies have appeared of the comparable National English Pearson, the great leader of the Lubavitch movement, who is quite possibly the world's most recognized Jew, given the widespread popularity of Chabad in the remotest corners of the world. The Lubavitcher Rabbi is remarkably well known, and that face is just associated with Judaism from very, very limited association with Judaism as a whole. He was actually quite a brilliant individual, and he was the CEO of a massive volunteer network to which people devoted their lives, and ironically, which has grown exponentially even after his passing. Amazing that an organization can have no official salary, no official revenue stream, and still nevertheless grow with people devoting their lives to this stuff. So we look at the Rebbe as he is known. Oh, and by the argued that he was in fact Mashiach, that he was in fact Messiah, and we'll explore that controversy, which really created a huge amount of negative feedback at the same time, which unfortunately obscured some of his phenomenal achievements to otherwise, interested Jews who would have liked to have heard what exactly he had to offer them philosophically and so on. So those are the three figures that we'll be looking at over the course of these 3 weeks. And I think at this point, we should get straight to the Rabbi. This is my favorite version of the iconic representation of the Rabbi. We, of course, have no idea what he actually looked like, but he's got a turban, sort of dignified looking individuals for them that we've seen in many of the presented. He's actually a bust of him, kind of a body, the wall, Congress as well. Philosophy behind him, we do actually see his signature because a lot of his manuscripts, original autograph manuscripts, were actually recovered from Cairo and Giza, where he lived and worked and lived through his documents. There was a saying that from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. Of course, the first Moses that followed his notion of the Moses of the Torah, and Moses Maimonides at the other end, like 2,500 odd years. So, in many ways, this is a figure that you only see once in a millennium because he had incredible grasp of not only the broad swath Torah knowledge, but also of basically all secular knowledge of that as well. Again, in the 12th century, when he was very active, body of word knowledge, scholarship in particular, was still, almost manageable by a single person. And this is the kind of person who would have achieved that kind of great expertise, both in the Torah realm and in the secular realm. In fact, the fact that the reality that he was someone who was able to excel both religiously and in the secular realm is one of the reasons why he became such a hero in the 19th century to the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement, because they saw in him sort of antidote to the inward-looking, highly consular Eastern European ghetto Jew, which deeply wrapped up in the texts of the Talmud and the Kabbalah and so on, but really could not negotiate the outside world, couldn't speak the vernacular appropriately, certainly didn't have higher education at the university level outside of the yeshiva. The Rabbi, which is the acronym of his full name and title, Rabbi Moses ben Maimon, son of Maimon, the Rabbi exemplified that kind of, you can do it all. You can be highly proficient as a religious Jew and highly proficient and a public thought leader in fields outside of Judaism as well. So his schools were not, they were not coincidentally named after Maimonides, the Maimonides school in Boston, for example, because he exemplified that kind of, you can have it all sensibility. His major centers of activity were Spain as a youth. I'm sure you'll look at his map of travel in a moment, but most of his life and work was conducted in Egypt. So it's a little bit unfair for Spain to claim him as an overall because, as I mentioned, he was actually exited from Spain. He is paradigmatic of this ultimate Jew, of course, as a medical doctor, which is one of the most traditional fields for Jews to exist in. But at the same time, he was highly exceptional. He was unusually creative and intellectually very bold. He was prepared to suggest audaciously large and innovative intellectual approaches to some of the great problems of Judaism, as I hope to demonstrate shortly. Here's a map showing his basic travels. His family was in southern Spain, which was dominated by the Muslims, and actually for things that happened is that Muslim tribes from North Africa penetrated into this already Muslim-held territory in southern Spain, and they were quite a bit more radical and much more fanatical about their adherence to Islamic theology and to strict things. So, for example, the commonplace drinking parties that involved alcohol were to be highly excoriated, and the almohads and relatives that came up, they couldn't believe that the Muslim rulers were actually having drinking parties with Jews and the Christians, and so they really cracked down with a far harsher vision of Islam that had existed hitherto in both of them. And so the Maimonides family, despite the fact that they were very well established in the south of Spain and generations upon generations of judges, Jewish judges who had served there, Maimonides' father, Maimon, decided to take the family and they fled Spain. There's some interesting later historiography that suggests that they may have even faked a conversion to Islam, although the specific reference to that is highly suspect. But nevertheless, they made their way out of Spain and across the coast of North Africa. Maimonides at the time was about 12 or 13 years old, and when they got to Tunisia in particular, that's where he embarked on his medical education. Tunisia actually had was a remarkably advanced center of learning at the time, and they spent some significant years there where he was able to really develop his knowledge of the sciences. He was already a child prodigy and had completed a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah, even as a teenager, but his greater works were still being transmitted. Then from Tunisia, they made their way to Egypt, and specifically to Fustat, which was a suburb of Cairo, and that's where the Jewish community primarily lived. Maimonides continued his studies there and ended up to his older brother David to provide for the family. At this point, their father passed away. And unfortunately, David was lost in a shipwreck that also took the Maimonides fortune with him. So all of a sudden, Moses had to stand up and become the prime breadwinner for his mother and surviving siblings. And so he did what every Jewish boy would do. He hung up a shingle with medical doctor. In those times, the medical doctors were involved much more in kind of diagnosis and the dispensing of natural remedies and herbs and things like that, rather than surgery. Surgery was considered a much more professional company associated with barbers, and that's essentially what he did. He rose to significant fame, however, he had a tremendous reputation, and he ultimately ended up being appointed to be the family physician of the Viceroy of Egypt, where he primarily treated the harem, that is, the daughters of the Sultan, and their children, which were very high-level positions. He describes actually in some of his letters how his typical day would involve him, getting up, saying morning prayers, getting on a camel, and essentially, just like I do, driving the Long Island Railroad, except that it was going to be the long Nile, the donkey road, all the way up to Cairo. We spent the day in Cairo treating all of the harem and the children and so on, and then he would come back late at night, eat one meal a day, and after his meal was over, then he was besieged by people in Fustat who all came to him for legal halakhic advice and direction and so on. And he was staying until very, very late at night. And somehow, amidst all this, he managed to write some tremendous books on Jewish thought. And so, at this point, let's turn to his Jewish thought, and that's where we'll see that he got into a lot of trouble. So, specifically, what did he write? So, I already mentioned that as a child, he wrote a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah. It is so significant that it is typically printed with standard Mishnayot today. Like if you want to study the Mishnah, you look at the commentary of the Rav, Rabbi, and you look at the commentary of Maimonides, and he was perhaps this remarkable book that still demonstrates phenomenal erudition, the awareness of everything in the Talmud that is brought to bear on the commentary of the Mishnah. So this in itself is a remarkable life achievement, but he was just getting started in that one. He was also, as I mentioned earlier, highly proficient mathematically and expert, and he published widely. He wrote treatises, which are still available today in Arabic. The Mishnah commentary was written in Hebrew. The medical writings are in Arabic, of course, he's completely fluent in both languages. And he wrote about anxiety and depression. He wrote about traditional medicines. He wrote, like many of his predecessors, guides to field guides to collecting herbs and things like that. And he was really well regarded as a scientist, completely separately from his religious work. He wrote a tremendous amount of correspondence because he was widely recognized, particularly in North Africa and in Yemen, as being the leading figure of the Jews. He eventually was appointed to be the leader of Egyptian Jewry, a position that was actually handed down for several generations after him as the primary leader of Egyptian Jewry, very important. And so many communities and individuals directed their problems to him, and he left behind a massive correspondence that portrayed tremendous sensitivity to individual concerns, and often gave very insightful advice and often very courageous and heroic advice. Sometimes really you can see the personality of Maimonides coming out of the letters, perhaps more than anywhere else. For example, there's a famous letter that he received from a Harvard teacher who was having a hard time because the rabbi in his town was telling him there were certain blessings he must learn to say, because the blessings say the God of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And his fathers biologically were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Maimonides writes back essentially saying, tell your rabbi he has no idea what he's talking about. Your fathers spiritually are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're completely allowed and encouraged to continue use these phrases as they are in the traditional book, and they are genuinely your spiritual parents. So you really get a sense for who he was for person. The letters, which portray a much more personal view. His magnum opus, however, the greatest works of his career, include a philosophical classic called the Foreign Routine, or the Guide for the Perplexed. And this is a remarkable book, which was written in Judeo-Arabic, that is, the Arabic that was written in Hebrew characters, basically in Arabic language, with a lot of Hebraic and Aramaic influences. This is a little bit like Yiddish is essentially German with Hebrew characters with a lot of Hebrew and Aramaic, as well as Romance and Slavic words mixed in. So it's kind of like a specialized heavy direct sort of work. And the indicates that for one student in particular, although it's quite likely that he understood that by writing this work, he could, of course, gain much wider correspondence and much wider circulation. And as the title implies, he was basically a very sophisticated philosophical discussion that defended Judaism from the attacks that contemporary Islamic philosophy bore upon the ancient faith. Essentially, it was an apology for Judaism that it's not something we necessarily want to put in the Barnes and Noble of the time for everybody, or should put on Amazon front page for everybody, because it was a highly sophisticated philosophical book, and it seems to have been directed primarily at a particular class of Egyptians who were in the Arabic-speaking world. Let us not forget, by the way, that the time of Maimonides is functioning, the Arabic Jewish world was in many ways far more advanced Jewish world in Christian Europe. It's true you have Rashi and you get to see to urge that there's no question that the number, scope, creativity of Spanish and North African Jewry is far beyond what they produce in Christian Europe. So he's writing to like the kind of intellectual elite of the Egyptian Jewish community, saying, don't be overwhelmed by Aristotelian philosophy as it's expressed by the Arabs. Judaism has far more to offer you, and because he was incidentally very well versed in Greek philosophy, and in particular that of Aristotle, he would argue that Judaism and Aristotle are far closer than Islam and Aristotle. Aristotle, of course, was seen as the greatest of the philosophers of his day, so the idea of a concordance between Jewish thought and Aristotelian thought is considered very valuable as Iraqi. So this was a book essentially, if you can imagine in contemporary terms, it's kind of like a book for film students who finish day school and then they head off to secular college and they're kind of overwhelmed by the philosophies that they encounter there, and they say, oh my gosh, I went to such a small kind of like insular world in my little Orthodox shtetl, and my Maimonides came to write the letter saying, don't worry, you've still got it all over these other ideologies. Let me explain it to you. That's actually what the guide for the perplexity is all about. Second, incredibly important book that he has this massive thing called the Mishnah Torah. And both of these words together will perhaps get into trouble more than anything else, and I'll explain why the reason is exactly. The Mishnah Torah, unlike the Guide for the Perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic with a ton of philosophical terminology and lots of references to Aristotle and lots of references to other Greek philosophers and so on, which, by the way, went on to have a huge influence on Christian thinkers like St. Thomas Aquinas and others. Maimonides was regarded as one of the great formative foundations of the scholastic movement. The Mishnah Torah was written in a very simple Hebrew. It's basically middle school level, like a bright seventh grader will be able to translate the Mishnah Torah without too much difficulty. And as the title implies, it was a repetition of the Torah. What does that mean? We should understand that Jewish halakha, in particular Jewish law, or the guidelines for Jewish practice, are so complex and they are nowhere organized in a central place. That is, if you want to know the laws of the Sabbath, for example, so you'll find a few tiny scattered references in the Torah itself. You'll find one tractate in the Mishnah that is amplified upon in the Talmud, but it is the nature of the Mishnah, especially the Talmud, to make tangents almost as important as the Torah material. So what that means is, if you have 150 odd pages of tractate Shabbat, you can be sure that at least 40 or 50 pages are not talking about Shabbat at all. And so, where are those other 40 or 50 pages? They're scattered in other tractates. You'll find stuff in tractate Eruvin, that's a huge part of how tractate Shabbat's importance. You'll find it scattered in Sanhedrin, you'll find it scattered in Judah. So the only way you can really know the laws of Shabbat, which are vitally important once every 7 days, is you literally have to know the entire Talmud. And that's a massive document. It's incredibly huge. So what Maimonides did is he said, listen, this is really complicated, so I'm going to make it simple for everybody. I'm going to start from the very beginning, and I'm going to discuss the entire Torah. All of the halachot, from the Torah, the Mishnah, the Talmud, everything, and I'm going to put it in an organized fashion, basically Greek style, with a chapter that's devoted entirely, or a book that's devoted entirely to Shabbat, and all of the Shabbat laws would be right there. And they'd be organized by chapters and organized by numbered headers, which is a very Arabic style of writing. And all you need to understand you to practice it, he said, is the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, and my passage at the end, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. And it was brilliant. It was absolutely phenomenal. It was so easy to read in a very lucid, clear Hebrew. It was often deceptive in its simplicity. It's fascinating to spend very, very high level discussion looking at the Mishnah Torah and trying to figure out why he phrased it this way and not another way, and you discover incredible depths of wisdom. I spent, when I went to yeshiva, I was in one of the higher level classes, and my Shabbos and I would work on the Talmud all the time for 5 days a week, and then on Fridays we were assigned a section of Mishnah Torah that was dealt with the Talmud. But after dealing with the arcane, complicated arguments of the Talmud, we thought the Mishnah Torah was so clear and easy. We know this. Are we really going to spend 3 hours talking about this? And then when we got to the shir, and it was offered by mental line doctor, I thought completely devastated our understanding of the sophistication of the Rambam, and explain how we had missed it. Like there was a massive supersonic train past our heads, and we were totally completely oblivious to what was really going on in the text, even though we had a superficial understanding. So the Mishnah Torah, incredible achievement that looks at the entirety of Jewish halakha and encapsulates it in a very organized fashion. And moreover, although this was one of the very first codes of Jewish law that tried to put everything in that organized fashion, and it was later imitated by the Torah and by the Shulchan Aruch and modern codes like the Mishnah Torah. All of those later codes did not have the same ambitious scope, meaning they only dealt with those laws that were directly pertinent to post-temple Judaism. All of the sacrificial laws, the laws of Tumah and Tahara that deal with the temple, they said, we'll wait for Mashiach to think about those things. But the Rambam said, no, I read every single one. The other books did not deal with what are times going to be like when Mashiach comes. He says, okay, I'm going to talk about the halakha of Mashiach. What does Mashiach look like? Who is he? How will we know he's Mashiach? That's in this very bold and expansive book. He also dealt with amazing things like how to sleep, right? How to have opinions. What opinions are correct? What opinions are not correct? Brilliant things that later codes thought were just too large for them and dealt with much more mundane matters. I'll just focus on one particular section of the Torah that I'm especially close to. I wrote a book on it. I actually wrote it several times. This is very close to it. One of the brilliant sections of one of these books is discussion of how to repent, the ways of repentance, with this true God. And so I got into this habit of 12 or 13 years ago, but I would always review this particular section of the Hilchot Tshuva in the month before Rosh Hashanah, the traditional study, and then I ended up translating it to English as part of my personal learning. I shared it with some people, and they liked it, and I'm trying to grew, so I ended up self-publishing it because I was experimenting with that way of getting ideas out. And since then, I have my own commentary every year and republished it. Just like we work on ourselves every year and try to improve ourselves, I go back to this particular book, which is now in its 9th edition, and we have so much fun with this. So look at actually 8 ratings of it. So I'm very close to this book. I feel very important. Now, I'm giving you like this tremendous biography of Corinthians. Who could possibly disagree with the word Rabbi? How could there be controversy? It was a very intense controversy. It was especially harsh, not in those regions where he had developed and organization like North Africa and Yemen and even in Spain, where it had a large following, but in Christian Europe, where Jews did not read Arabic, when they got the Hebrew translations by the Imitation Family of Maimonides, guys that are complex, there's a huge number of them. A lot of the Jews of France in particular said, what is going on here? Look how this rabbi is quoting Aristotle. Look how he's saying things like, accept truth from whoever speaks it. Have you ever heard of something so ridiculous? You always have to look at the speech. You can't just accept truth because it makes sense rationally. And it took a lot of positions that were anathema to European truth. Like, for example, he had a very deep view of supernaturalism. And he argued that all the discussions of demons and spells and things like that are in the Talmud, they're all allegorical, and they should not be taken literally. And the rabbis there said, what are you talking about? We take those things very literally. We believe in demons, and we believe in spells and amulets and things like that. Maimonides is much more radical and advice almost very medical approach, almost like the Canadian approach to these things. So people got very, very upset about the master of Christ. And then when the mission of Torah came out, oh my gosh, that's horrible. Not only was he charged with over-reliance on Greek wisdom, and in fact, if you look at sections like the Sefer Deos, which deal with things like personality development, he absorbs a lot straight from Aristotle, diverges from Aristotle in two very interesting ways, in particular, which Aristotle is too deep and work, and not part of that. The Mishnah Torah was just such a controversy because Maimonides chose to print it without any citations. So, meaning, a dispute in the Talmud might extend over 6 or 7 pages, and it might appear in several different tractates. And rather than sort of summarizing what Rabbi X said, or what Rabbi Y said, or what Rabbi Z said, he simply said, the bottom line is this. And it was his opinion, but he did not demonstrate how he arrived at his opinion. He simply stated what he thought people needed to know without all of the scholarly baggage of footnotes and cross-references, but this, however, that this was felt to be, disrespectful to all of these other rabbis that were present. And he was also seen to be a very arrogant kind of speaker because, as I mentioned before, he states openly in his introduction to Mishnah Torah, it's very complicated, so all you really need is to publish, and it's my book, and you're good. It's open. You don't need anything else. Rabbis look at this and say, you could do a job with this. Like, oh my gosh. And then when you add to that fact that Maimonides felt very strongly that, and I apologize, Rabbi Mosey, he felt that rabbis should never be paid. They should always have some other kind of job, and what they do for the community is purely, just their donated time. There are some exceptions. This rule, obviously, if you hire a doctor and you don't pay him or her, then chances are you don't have a very good doctor. So there rabbis did find ways to get around this, but basically this is Maimonides' opinion that all judges and rabbis should perform their services free of compensation. So there were economic reasons why there were attacks on him as well. In Paris, they think about him doing some of this during his lifetime, but it was largely relegated to the other side of the Mediterranean where he never visited. We did, hear some of the rumors that were carried back to Fustad that he had his own, but he passed away in 1204 before the controversy really came to a boiling point. The worst moment of the controversy was when the Jews of France, specifically Paris, were so upset over Maimonides' works very spot that, ironically, 10 years later, the French court will actually use all of the Talmuds that were given as 24 wagon loads of them, which is still a good as a transport. It's once you start on the path of burning books, it's very hard to shut that down. Controversy erupted and three specific seats with different generations that were opposing one. Ultimately, there was a solution late in the 13th century that was largely brokered by the Jews with the Rothschild, who said, okay, there's lots of value in our bodies. No, the charges of wisdom and so on, no, the charges of arrogance and so on, but he set that aside because he was trying to write something that was useful by everyone. And so he effected a compromise that was kind of put into its that one could study the philosophical works of Maimonides, like the Dialectic Text, but only after age 25. In other words, younger intellectual students did not approach this potentially heretical work until they had really mastered a large segment of the system events, and only then could they return to the It's also worthwhile to note that although he is considered a towering figure in Halacha, and he is generally considered one of the three major figures that were consulted by Rabbi Moshe Karo, Rabbi Yosef Karo, when he formulates the law of Shulchan Aruch. It was quite often that Maimonides is in the minority. His opinions are often overruled by two other major minorities that formulate on Halacha. Maimonides is studying even though his halacha is theoretical as opposed to that. So but his philosophical work and his generosity of spirit far from enemies, his secular knowledge, these are all things that made phenomenally important. I figured I would strive proudly over centuries and centuries. Okay, I talked up the street there for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Thank you for your attention and your endurance. And I stop sharing and take some questions.
Eric, so this is on. I'm so wonderful to see everyone. And thank you so much for getting the second installment. And wonderful lecture series. And second installment of our second lecture series. Dr. Ariel and the first one that we got at our thank you so much. We're starting us off with the fascinating book of the broader history that is really exciting to the Rabbi. And we're moving on to our next topic today. I want to just remind everyone that appreciate that this time as we're looking at a short presentation. It's not going to be on Monday. So we're going to be looking at the first individual that are coming up many people. And so the next time will be on the 6th of January at the same time. With that, I will pass the class and of course, the listening and learning from the doctor.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. It's very kind of you. I really enjoyed our opportunity to speak last week, and I have to say I am super excited about tonight's talk because I find that the Rothschild, our subject matter, is completely fascinating. He's written some works that I have been very engaged with for decades, and there's a lot of exciting new research that has been presented on the Rothschild that I hope to share with you tonight. The topic for tonight is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. I will most likely use the acronym of his name interchangeably. That's the Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who's an extremely important thinker in the early 18th century. So we're jumping ahead some 6 centuries from the Rambam, but I think you will find that many of the features that we looked at in the Rambam's life are echoed in an unusual way in the Rothschild life. I've also thought of a sort of a title for these two lectures here, even though it's a little bit later, halfway into the series, but I'm thinking that I would call this Revered Yet Reviled, meaning both of these aspects were true to their biographies. The Rambam, the Ramchal, and when we get together in January, but we speak about the Rabbi, all three figures of towering stature, tremendous impact, and huge influence in the Jewish world, but at the same time, during their lifetimes in particular, they suffered some phenomenal controversy and withering criticism. This would be certainly true for the Ramchal as you exposed. So let me begin first by introducing you to a book that, if you are familiar with the Ramchal, you are most likely familiar with this particular work, the Mesilat Yesharim, which is translated as the Path of the Just. Sometimes confused with another book, Orpha Tzadikim, which has a very similar title, The Ways of the Just, but this is quite distinct from that book, which is within 2 centuries earlier. It's a rather remarkable piece of literature. It is essentially a kind of it's one of the classic works of the Musar canon. It is the collection of works which are kind of the go-to sources for the study and development of ethical culture among the Jews. And the model is based on an extended discussion of a passage in the Talmud, in which one of the figures in the Talmud describes a successive series of stages of personality development, from vigilance to zeal to cleanliness, and each of these stages of development are fleshed out in great detail. What does it mean to be vigilant? Why are we starting with vigilance? And then what does zeal have to do with vigilance and things like that? And it's really quite a fascinating book. It is an extremely popular book, especially for young adults, widely studied in yeshivas and seminaries, primarily because it's a great place to sort of exercise one's thinking about, who am I and what kind of person do I wish to become, which is associated with emerging adulthood as a stage of development. Some of us are kind of stuck on it for a very long time. The Vilna Gaon, for example, is famous for having studied Mesilat Yesharim 101 times. I myself, I personally would like to match that goal. I'm up to my 28th time through Mesilat Yesharim. I really find this tremendously fascinating and endlessly inspirational book. But what's, I think, especially noteworthy about this book is that in the 1990s, a new version of Mesilat Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was actually an autographed version written in the Rothschild's own hand and dated some 2 years before this work was published. The previous version was dated 1738, making it the first draft of Mesilat Yesharim. It is complete start to finish, and yet it lay moldering in the archive unpublished. And it is remarkably different. Now, let me tell you why the difference is there, or what the difference is, and I think you'll find it that's quite fascinating and to me it's more interesting than one that's been so famous for a couple hundred years. In the version that everyone has been studying since the 1740s is basically a didactic frontal lecture. There is an omniscient narrator who simply tells us what we need to know, and we read it like, a long Atlantic essay or something like that. But in the version that was written in Rothschild's own hand, it's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. The setting is two young men. So we'll start with one of them. There's one character who is called the Chacham, the wise person. And he is, try and put it in the context of the 21st century, he's kind of like a really good YU graduate. He is a learner. He's interested in the Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. He's interested in science and culture, and literature and music and the arts, and he has kind of broad interests. And one of his interests is he wonders what is it that those Arabians do with their time. Again, the term modern Orthodox term Arabia not appropriate for the early 18th century, but it's kind of like on the one hand, you have someone who has kind of like a broad base of interest, and Torah is prominent among them. And then you have others who are extremely interested in Torah and don't have apparently much time for things outside of the traditional canon of texts. But the Chacham wonders about, what if Haredi do with their time? They spend all this time reading songs. Don't they get bored? Are they curious? Don't they want to know about the outside world and things like that? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his who he hasn't seen for very many years. And he sees that his friend has become one of the he has, so to speak, flipped out. And he goes over to him and says, "Oh, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you in so long. What's going on? How are you doing?" And he starts to catch up and says, "Listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way?" And they engage in this deep discussion. In many ways, it's kind of like the same kind of discussion that goes on among spiritually motivated Jews even today. What is the right place to sort of situate ourselves within Jewish culture and the broader world? To what degree do we consider ourselves primarily Jews or primarily human beings, citizens of the planet? Where do you put the needle on that kind of axis? This is a great question. It's terrific. And they have this extensive discussion. And the character who has flipped out, he is the Chassid, although that term should not be confused with the later Hasidim. We'll be discussing that when we get to the Rothschild. But he's the highest God. Ultimately, he demonstrates to the Chacham that there is far greater depth in the wisdom that he is exploring in the traditional text, and that much of what the Chacham had thought of his worldliness is in fact a kind of banal superficiality. The fascinating work. Here is a modern printing of the Messiah Yesharim, and as you can see in the subtitles here, it has actually two versions. So the version Aleph is called Seder B'Tuach, which is the order of the debate or the order of the dialogue. That's the dramatic version I described to you. And on the left is the Beit Seder B'Tuach, the order of the chapters, which is essentially the standard version that we have studied in this day. And one of the great questions about these two works, which are very, very similar in content, just quite distinctive form, is what the Rambam would set aside the dramatic version. It is in so many ways, so much more powerful and immediate and gripping. Why would he not publish that and instead publish the Seder B'Tuach? So I hope by the end of tonight's lecture, I hope to illustrate why, according to one of the most prominent young biographers of the Rothschild, Dr. David Sklar, who wrote his dissertation on this and is working on a forthcoming monograph, why he thinks that he set aside hesitatingly and perhaps even grudgingly the first version and rewrote it as a standard text. Let's look for a second at the very unusual reception history of this book. Reception history refers to, it's not only important to understand what's in the book itself, but how was the book absorbed in its time? How was it received by its readers? It says a lot about the historical period that we're taking. It also has an especially interesting sounding German name, exceptions history, which I like saying, which makes me feel very interesting. But let's look at this unusual reception history of this work. First of all, from the Assyrians, that is those early 18th century proponents of greater engagement of Jews with broader society. Most prominent of them, of course, is the father of the Haskalah, shown here in the red jacket, Moses Mendelssohn. And he thought Messiah Yesharim was a brilliant work. Of course, he was born. He was about 10 years old when it was first written, so he read it after the Ramchal had died, unfortunately, a very early death due to the plague. But Rabbi Moses Nebuchadnezzar was, after all, a rabbi who was strictly observant, although many of his followers abandoned Judaism. But he thought that the Minister's Charm was a phenomenal work of great power, and he admired the Ramchal deeply. Joseph Klausner, following in that tradition, the first chair of the Department of Literature at the University of Jerusalem, felt that the Ramchal's work represented the first modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal not only wrote in this very dramatic kind of poetic form, he also wrote actual plays, like sort of Hebraic imitations of Italian plays that were, characteristic of the 18th century. So it's the Ramchal was really the first modern Hebrew writer. Very, very positive reception from the sort of left wing of the Jewish reading world at the time. And moving towards the right wing, the Hasidim thought he was fantastic because, first and foremost, the Rothschild was a Kabbalist. And most of his important writings, especially writings that he himself cherished, were deeply suffused with the wisdom of Kabbalah. In fact, the Mesilas Yesharim itself, although it does not present on the exterior form to be a book of Kabbalah, there are tremendous references all through it to Kabbalistic doctrines. So the Hasidim, who were great lovers of Kabbalah, they remarked on it that, according to, for example, the Maggid Ezrich, who was the student of the Baal Shem Tov and the related teacher of the five latest dynasties of the Hasidic world, that generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was of such a high stature that people didn't know what they were dealing with. That's quite true. And so, in terms of the 18th century triangle of Jewish ideologies, particularly in East Central Europe, you have the Haskalah, represented by Mendelssohn. They love the Ramchal. You have the Hasidim. They love the Ramchal. And then finally, you have the Misnagdim, the so-called traditionalists who took the sort of opponents because they opposed the Hasidic movement. And the king of them was, without doubt, the Vilna Gaon, shown here, Elijah of Vilna, who himself wrote a couple of passages. He said that if the Ramchal were alive at this time, he would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, in order to study with him. And furthermore, he said that there are no words out of place at all in the Mesilas Yesharim until the 11th chapter. I actually have a theory as to which words the Vilna Gaon thought were out of place in the 11th chapter. I'm willing to get to the question and answer here. If you ask me, I'll tell you what my theory is about what words he did out of speaking out of this. So again, amazing. The Ramchal achieved a level of acceptance amongst all stripes of Jewish intellectual movements of the 18th century. I can't recall too many figures.
What happened? Like a child? Like a child? Yeah, what about it? Okay, what about it? A cat or a kid? Alright, I mean, isn't that like a death or a moderator? Alright. Feel free to- What else? You got it, though. I don't know if you want these. All right. If we
uh, before or since, who have received this universal level of acceptance, albeit some 60 years after his passing. During his lifetime, we have a totally different story as we will explore. So let's get into his biography a little bit, understand who he was, what his background was, what he was all about, and then I'd like to get to the controversies that dogged him during his lifetime. He was known as the genius of Padua. Padua is a smallish city on the Po River in northern Italy, not too far from Venice. His parents were sort of upper middle class merchants, and they gave him a standard education of of an Italian Jewish family of their class. He received a thorough grounding not only in Torah studies, according to the kind of Italian broad view of emphasizing scripture, Tanakh, as well as Talmud. Actually, his principal teacher was the Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who would remain very close to the Rothschild all the way through his life. Even though he also taught him for his bar mitzvah, he was also 15, 20 years later very much involved in his life and activity far away from Idaho. He also received a fairly significant secular education as well, with a thorough grounding in European languages, including Latin and Greek, primarily because, as we shall see, Padua was a university town and one of the universities that admitted Jews to its medical faculty. And so there was a lot of emphasis placed on broad European understanding of the world around them, contemporary science, the arts, of course, and so on. Early on in his career, really as a teenager, he wrote several works, quite fascinating. He wrote works on public speaking. He wrote early experiments with poetic forms, including, kind of parables and biblical stories written as Italianate dramas, like stage as plays. So he's really quite a young child prodigy. He attracted to himself a number of these students who had traveled to Padua to study medicine at the university there. This is actually the autopsy theater. They only a small number of autopsies were performed every year, and they literally had to build an auditorium like this to allow as many people as possible to actually observe the autopsies taking place. And a very small coterie of perhaps a dozen of these students from all over Europe would gather nightly at the home of the Rothschild, where he had kind of like a special room set up in an attic, and they would study the Kabbalah. Now, the Kabbalah, of course, is the mystical teachings of the Jewish tradition. Very prominent in their curriculum was the study of the Zohar, known as the Hebraic Kadisha, the Holy Society, for their intense studies. They took a very ritualistic kind of organization where they had specific seating charts for each of them. It wasn't like kind of like free for all, but it was really a close knit study group. They had particular rules about how they were to greet each other, how they were to speak about each other. They had a rigid cycle of who was prepared the material to be studied that night and so on. And it was really, it must have been quite an amazing intellectual experience to be at the Rothschild's table studying with him. And this is all when he is in his late teens or his early 20s, studying with students who are significantly older than him, but mesmerized by his grasping material and his unusually piercing and poetic analysis of the text. One of the more fascinating things about the community of Padua and this particular study circle was that Padua was, among the social difficulties that plagued that town in the 1720s and 1730s was a gambling addiction that unfortunately affected many men, the Jewish men in Padua. Playing cards in particular were very popular, and so they had a nightly Beit Midrash that they made a rule. The Jewish community of Padua made a rule that every single Jewish male in Padua had to show up at Beit Midrash 5 nights a week, and attendance would be taken. And if failed to show up every evening to learn some Torah because they were off gambling or something like that, they would be fined. They would have to pay a fine to the Beit. And that in itself is rather an amazing thing that the community could actually impose or think to impose such a rule. I really wonder how well it was enforced, but it gives us a sense of how far we are from 18th century Padua living today in our society. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the only group that was explicitly exempted from these rules were the members of the Rothschild study circle, because everybody knew that the Hebraic Kadisha, the Holy Society, they were not spending their time playing cards. They were actually learning the Torah at a very deep level, and so they received a formal exemption because everyone regarded them. Jewish medical students who were studying with the Rothschild were really on a separate level. It's interesting to note, by the way, that the medical students must have experienced quite a cognitive dissonance, because when they were at school in Padua, even though they were admitted appropriately to the college, which was, as I mentioned, very rare for universities at that time, there were a whole series of discriminatory practices and ritual humiliations that they had to endure. They had to hire tuition, for example, and there were things like they had to present a gift of 1 pound of candy every Christmas to the other students, kind of like a nasty Secret Santa sort of thing that they had to do. But nevertheless, while in the daytime they are kind of like second-class citizens, but at night they probe the depths of the university with their teacher, the Rothschild. Now, it happened that the controversy really began to erupt in the 1720s, when the Rothschild first discussed his encounters with something called the Rothschild. This is where the controversy really begins. When he was 20 years old, the Rothschild related to his students that he would receive these nightly visitations from a kind of supernatural being known as a Magid. The word Magid is related to like the word Haggadah, like the Passover Haggadah. It means to tell or to relate. And the Ramchal would describe how, perhaps in a dream, but some kind of vision, this angelic being would reveal to him these Kabbalistic truths that he would then relate to his students. Now, it sounds pretty weird. It definitely is a very unusual kind of phenomenon, but it is not without precedent in the Jewish tradition. In fact, one of the more well known of the stories of Magidia is the Magid of none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. Now, we normally think of the Jewish legal tradition as being extremely rational and very evidence-based and very rigorous and exposed to logical argumentation and so on. But in reality, the author of the code that we revere and study today, the Shulchan Aruch, he reported also having these visitations of the Magid, of a Magid, and he wrote about it in something called Magid Pesharim. And so it's fascinating, even at the core of our legalistic tradition, there is a mystical essence to it. So in the case of the Rothschild, he began telling his students that he was receiving these visions from the body. And this went on for quite some time until one of his students, named Yehusa Worded, who was studying in Padua but was originally from Vilna in Lithuania, wrote home some letters. We have the text of some of these letters, and I'm going to paraphrase, but basically they say things like, "Dear Mom and Dad, thank you very much for sending me to the University of Padua. I'm having a great time here. No, it's not a party school, but I got to tell you, I found this amazing teacher, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Butzato. I'm learning with him every night. And guess what, Mom and Dad?" He actually didn't write to his parents and make a little bit more music. He says, "The Ramchal is receiving these nightly visitations from the Nagi. Isn't that fantastic? I found the best value." But don't forget, this is before Chabad, so there's no Chabad houses. To imagine finding a Ramchal, and now this is really what got the Ramchal into trouble. As part of the unfolding of the story, incidentally, his teacher, Isaiah Bassan, wrote to him, because we have basically the correspondence of the Ramchal, a lot of his letters to his teachers and others, and letters back to him. Isaiah Bassan says to him, "Why did you tell everyone about the Magid? In particular, why did you tell a Litvak? Don't you know Lithuanian and the Polish Jews, they don't know how to keep a secret? They're going to go home, they're going to blab to everyone," and that's exactly what happened, right? Now, the reason why this is significant because this made its rounds in Lithuania, and it came to the attention of what Moshe Chagiz. Rabbi Moshe Chagiz was actually a professional heresy hunter who followed in the footsteps of his father, who was also a great heresy hunter. And the heresy of the day was a Shabbatite. So let's just take a quick moment to refresh ourselves on this sad story that occurred about 75 years prior to the events I described. Shabbatite Tzvi was this infamous failed Messiah, but he was quite famous among Christians as well, because the whole idea of a Jew proclaiming to be the Messiah and gathering literally thousands of Jewish followers from all over Europe, all over the Eastern Mediterranean, many of whom sold all of their property, their homes, at a fraction of their value in order to follow him, on the assumption that he would initiate the Messianic era, they would all return to Jerusalem. It was like big news for Christians. It was fascinating. They followed it very closely. In this particular rendition, you can see that in the background, there's some sort of chicken scratches on a plaque. That's the artist's imagination of what Hebrew letters must look like. What ended up happening with Shabtai Tzvi, he was originally, he was a very well-regarded young man. He was actually the subject of many marriage proposals, although he did not accept too many in his youth. Later on, we told he would actually get married 3 times. And one of those times was actually to an actual Torah scroll. Meaning the Torah scroll itself. He got married very kind of like irrational and unusual behavior. But around age 23, 24, he began showing signs of what later historians have postulated were signs of some kind of bipolar disorder, perhaps some kind of manic depressive illness, because he would have these periods of great euphoria, which he called illumination. during which he claimed to be able to access, huge realms of thought, or would perform supernatural activities like levitation or feats of derech, teleportation and things like that, which would then later be followed by periods of depression and quiet. And this was just kind of like an unusual idiosyncrasy of this otherwise well-regarded young man until he hooked up with an individual named Nathan of Gaza, who was unfortunately a very significant enabler of the worst aspects of Shabtai Tzvi's worst inclinations, and this kind of grew the whole messianic movement up to a point where many Jews were caught up in. You can see here is actually a prayer book that's composed in the Sabbatean movement, which, by the way, persisted for a good century and a half after the movement formally ended, as I will describe in a minute. Here's an example of a Christian archon, Sabbatai Tzvi, giving blessings to several people where he goes. He was fond of, handing out global honors, like naming friends, the Sultan of Africa, or the King of Europe, and things like that, all promising the eventual messianic redemption, doing away with fast days, renaming them holidays, all kinds of fascinating, unusual, and definitely very anti-American behaviors. Here's one of my favorite images that actually shows Nathan of Gaza, his familiar deputy, who was leading thousands of Jews off to Constantinople, where they were to demand the return of Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, who would then bring about the Messianic era. What actually happened in the 1660s, these Shabtai Tzvi presented themselves to the court of Constantinople. The Sultan didn't deign to meet with them personally, but sent an envoy who made a counteroffer. The envoy said to him, Mr. Tzvi, or do you mind if I call you Shapsi? We're not going to give you Jerusalem as your request. Instead, however, we will allow you to remain alive if you accept Islam as your faith. And to the great disappointment of Shabtai Tzvi's followers, he did. He became a Muslim. His wife at the time, Sarah, also became a Muslim, and the movement collapsed as Jews returned penniless to their homes throughout Europe and had to start all over again. A small number, some 300 families, decided that if Shabtai Tzvi, who was the Messiah, would convert to Islam, that must mean that all of us Jews must also convert to Islam as part of the unfolding of the end of days. They converted, they constituted a distinct group in Turkish society in particular called the Dinle, who actually were present and very active in political life right up until the century. But that's basically the whole debacle. After his demise, it's a fascinating story what happened to him afterwards, since he may have actually done some tshuva, some repentance. In the end, one of his last requests, he was later imprisoned by the Sultan because he was just behaving way too erratically. One of his last requests in prison was for a particular prayer book because he wanted to repent and go. At any rate, there was, after the debacle ended, a huge outcry, and the Rabbi's family in particular spent their energies hunting out any vestigial remains of Sabbatina and hoping to extirpate it from Western society. It was not at all a strange phenomenon to have prominent rabbis who are actually still enthusiasts of Shabtai Tzvi well into the 1700s. And this is precisely what Rabbi Moshe Chaim suspected Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto of doing. That he felt that Ramchal, with his nightly visit from the Magid, it's like Shabtai Tzvi 2.0. He must certainly be relying on Sabbatean doctrines and so on. And so he got to work right away to pursue this young man. The first thing that he did was he went to Venice, which controlled the rabbinate in Padua. Venice was like the regional authority. And he said to the Venetian rabbis, what is going on in Padua? Do you know what's happening over there? I heard about this guy, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, and what he's been saying about the Magid and so on. So the Venetian rabbis picked up the 18th century, not this telephone and said to the rabbis in Padua, we've got to investigate it. The rabbis in Padua said, oh, Moshe Chaim, he's a wonderful guy. We all love him. He has beautiful videos, such a learned guy. He has a study circle every night. You must be talking about another Rothschild. And they said, no, this is the one that we're looking for. This is what he's doing. And they said, okay, well, he's a little bit eccentric. There are some eccentricities, we'll admit. One of those eccentricities, for example, was the fact that he was clean shaven. Even when he was 23 years old when this occurred, it was unusual for him to not grow a beard. Back then, if you wanted to remain clean shaven, you had to use like depilatory powders and things like that. It's luckily impermissible to use a straight edge razor, but to use powders and dye and things like that. So that was a little bit unusual, but also even more of a shock that he was not at the time married. And this was 23 years old, and still unmarried. There's something fishy there. Ultimately, he would marry. He found a woman named Zipporah, whose father also had very mystical tendencies, shall we say. And Rothschild certainly must have liked the irony of his name being Moshe, her name being Zipporah. He wrote a beautiful, intricate literary ketubah that is still studied to this day for its Kabbalistic value. At any rate, the rabbis in Padua said, okay, listen, what we will do is we will force him to take an oath. The oath will make him promise that he is not to engage in Kabbalistic teaching here in Padua. He has to wait until he's much older. I believe the age they stipulated is 40 off the top of my head. The Ramchal, we know from his communications, private communications from his teacher, he was very upset with the accusation that it was unfair and so on. But his teacher counseled him, you shouldn't have told about the Magid to Lucille Gordon and got out. And now the best thing to do is just keep your head down, accept the oath, take that oath, and obey it. In fact, the Ramchal did obey that oath much as it called him. And Kabbalah was really his main interest, but he took on these stipulations that were applied. So after he got married, things calmed down a little bit. But Moshe Hadiz was not satisfied with the very light slap on the wrist that the Ramchal received. He felt that he wanted much more of a big show trial and perhaps an excommunication, something a little bit more serious. So he kept his eye on this young Ramchal. It happened that the Santo business failed at this point. The father passed away, and the Rothschild, who was largely supported by his father, could no longer maintain the lifestyle that he had, primarily focusing on his learning in Padua. So he decided with his wife that they would make way extremely cold winter all the way up to Amsterdam, where his brother had established a business. So on their way, when they left Padua, the Moshe Hadiz took advantage of their travel and sent word ahead to the city of Frankfurt am Main. He said to a much more receptive Beit Din there that there is a guy coming your way. His name is Moshe Chaim. I suspect him of being a Sabbatean. Here's all my evidence. He got away with it in Padua. I'm sure that you're not going to be as me. And so when the Rothschild arrived in Frankfurt en route to Amsterdam, he was actually arrested by the Beit Din. He was placed under house arrest while investigation initiated. The Rothschild was distraught. What does this mean? I thought I dealt with this in Padua. I haven't violated the oath at all. He wrote to his teacher, Isaiah Bazan, who immediately came to his defense. The end result of this very trying episode is that the Rothschild had to take a second oath, reiterating the stipulations of the first oath. It was deeply humiliating to him that he was still suspected of these kinds of attitudes. But once again, Rabbi Isaiah Bazan, his teacher, said to him, there's not much you can do to protect yourself here. You are not a wealthy man. You are not without admirers and students, but including himself, but you simply don't have any recourse here. What was perhaps most awful, however, is that he was carrying with him a chest full of his manuscripts, his personal writings, and he was a very, very prolific individual. As I mentioned, he wrote his first book when he was in his teen years that is published and still studied to this day. He had a full chest full of manuscripts. They were seized by the Rabbi in Amsterdam, in Frankfurt, and they proceeded to examine them for heretical material statements. By the time they had gone through them, they could not determine whether or not the Ramchal was in fact a heretic. Read between the lines, they could not understand the writings. They were full of Kabbalistic references, and they simply could not find any of the incriminating evidence that they had hoped to find them. However, they had different choices before them. One choice was they could simply return the manuscripts to the Rothschild, saying we couldn't find anything wrong, and therefore, you're off scot-free. They were loath to do that, though, because it would also reveal their ignorance about the content of the documents, and they were concerned that perhaps they were heretical. On the other hand, if they could confirm they were heretical, then they could set them to the flames. It was an unfortunate precedent, but Jews have been known from time to time to burn their holy works, or the holy works of their opponents. We saw this with the Rabbi, and in the 18th century it was not uncommon as well. For example, his translation of the Torah itself was set to the flames. So the third option that they utilized was they would bury the manuscripts, either destroying them as if they're heretical, or returning to the Ramchal, but they would bury them, and then the location of burial would promptly lost. So to this day, somewhere under the streets of Frankfurt, is a huge chest full of the Ramchal's own writings. Perhaps one day they would see the light of day. In this context, we have Rabbi Isaiah Hassan's very heroic defense of his student, which is, we have much of the text of it because he engaged in correspondence with the Rabbi while he was on the way there. He presented himself and argued very forcefully in defense of his students, saying, what have you found that he has done wrong? This is quite literally a witch hunt. It's an unfair accusation. Traumatized the young man and his family for no reason, and so on. And ultimately, after taking that second oath, the Rothschild was free to go. He found his final refuge, but a major refuge in Amsterdam. As I believe we discussed long ago in the first series when we spoke about Jews and modernity, we looked at the Portuguese and Jews of Amsterdam. We recall that they are a very mutual community because they were made up of the descendants of Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, beginning with the Portuguese Inquisition, or prior to the Inquisition, in 1497. And then for the next few centuries, as they slowly made their way out of Portugal, they were able to reclaim their Jewish identity many, many generations later in some occasions. And it's worthy to note that the origins of the American Jewish community lay in the Portuguese Inquisition, because it is those Jews who were living in Portuguese Brazil in the 1650s, for a very brief period of time when the Dutch took over the region of Brazil. Those Portuguese Jews living as Christians at the time decided to come out of the closet, claim their Jewish identity, only to discover a couple of years later that the Dutch gave that region back to Portugal as part of a treaty, and they found themselves once again under the clutches of the tradition. So they all boarded boats and separated, and 23 refugees made their way up to New Amsterdam, which is, of course, the island of Manhattan, and they formed the first settlement of Jews as a community in what would be the United States. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, they had a much wider tolerance for this kind of ideological dissent. They recognized the Ramchal in many ways one of their own, and they gave him a fairly respectable position in the Talmud Torah, in their school there. Not a very heavy teaching load, it was more of a respected cognizant of the huge tumult that occurred when Julio da Costa was forcibly excommunicated there, and later, of course, the issue of Spinoza, which was also something that happened in Amsterdam. So they treated Rothschild with kid gloves, and they gave him a respectful position. And it is at this time that we began to write the works of his great maturity, including the Masilat Sharia, but also Dust, Bruno's Derech Hashem, some phenomenal classics that are widely studied to this day. However, this was spiritually insufficient for the Ramchal. He felt that he longed to move to the land of Israel to make Aliyah, and he was approaching his 40th birthday. He wanted to begin to teach Kabbalah publicly, which would represent him at the end of the restrictions of the oath that he first took in Ottawa and then had to repeat again in Frankfurt. And so he made plans with his wife to sell all of their belongings in Amsterdam and then make his way to Israel. He landed at Akko. He wrote a few pieces of correspondence back to his beloved students, and then shortly after arriving, he died of a plague, and he was buried in Israel. His legacy, however, is quite fascinating, and in many ways occupies the same kind of position that we discussed last week when we were talking about the Rambam, who was another figure who was revealed at the end of while in his lifetime. And I believe we'll see the same pattern when we speak in a couple of weeks about the Rabbi, who also had a phenomenal influence in the Jewish world in the 20th century and into our own century as well. But during his lifetime, he faced these challenges and often very bitter with criticism. So with that, I'll bring this to a close, and perhaps I will just mention, recall that I intended to put to certain beginning. You might be wondering the opening question, right? Like, why did he publish the second version of the Seals of Sharp and not the first? And what are those strange words in the 11th chapter? So, according to the researcher David Sklar, who's done this beautiful dissertation on the Ramchal, and in particular looked at archival sources in Amsterdam and elsewhere, really fleshes out his life in a very, very thorough way. He argues that his sponsors in Amsterdam, the wealthy families who supported him while he was there, felt that the original version of the Seals of Shire had too many recognizable figures in it. If you read this carefully and knew the Ramchal's history, you would see kind of caricatures of individuals that he wished to criticize. And they felt that it was somewhat incendiary. He did not want to have anything blow up again in Amsterdam like they had seen he dealt with in Ottawa and in Frankfurt. And so they counseled him not to publish their drafts. They said they were not willing to publish it at all. It was not a neutral work of Jewish literature. So the Ramchal's best friends, who thanks very florid manner in the conclusion to the work, quickly edited the work and reshaped it into the more standard, more neutral kind of frontal discussion that we have today. And the Ramchal perhaps grudgingly signed off on this new version and said, fine, and then just set aside the manuscript dramatic version. And in this context, when you think about what the Rambam said, that nothing is out of place until the 11th chapter. There's one passage in the 11th chapter where the speaking about the negative character trait of vengeance. And he seems to just like step out of tone for a moment. For most of the book, he's got this kind of even, soothing voice, and then at one point just gets a little sharper than you would expect. And in that context, when he's writing about vengeance, he says, and I know that taking vengeance would be as sweet as honey. And it stands out like an unusually personal kind of revelation or personal kind of sharing that means that he really felt that deeply. And that's my theory as to words out of place in the 11th chapter that perhaps he was reflecting on his own experience and the way he was hounded across Europe, literally, and it would have been as sweet as honey to the conscience. But nevertheless, it was incompatible with the personality type that Torah demands and would have been inconsistent with the values of the association. With that, I want to thank you once again for your endurance. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you. I think we have some time for some questions. The series that we've been looking at really focused on three colossal leaders that had phenomenal impact and phenomenal influence on pretty much everything we do Jewishly since their lifetimes. We're all united in the fact that they were revered long after their deaths, but reviled at least at certain points during their lives. And the strange kind of connection of the often bitter controversy that surrounded these individuals, including gigantic thinkers, and the way in which they occupied so much of our intellectual space nowadays. We see how much we really owe to their innovations. Was something that the first class, of course, we looked at Maimonides, and his books were so controversial that they were actually burned by other Jews in the 13th century. Then we looked at the Rothschild, who was pursued throughout Europe, and finally wrote his Messias Yesharim, tremendous work that's been accepted universally as one of the classes of theology and Islam. He wrote that only after enduring tremendous criticism. And today we're going to look at the Rabbi, who also had a similarly outsized impact on the way Jews do things today. But during his lifetime, which overlapped with many of our own, I'm sure, he was involved in many points of controversy. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 45 or 50 minutes is to take a broad 30,000-foot view of his life and work, and then to zero in on some areas in which he encountered significant opposition, around which there was significant controversy, and try to reflect on what that means for how we treat leaders of this type. And that will bring us to the conclusion of this tripartite series. I should preface this by saying that I originally gave a lecture with the same title as Rabbi back in 2013. And I recorded it, and it was actually for a very long time. And one of my more popular lectures that had a significant number of people who were really curious to know who was this great, virtually infamous figure in Jewish life. I have made a few really basic, simple errors that I'm prone to make when I try to cover a lot of detail in the space of 60 minutes. And I ended up deciding that, there's just so much noise about the small details that it's probably better if I took it down. So I made a time for the last 15 years or so, but I really wanted to come back to it. I was also disappointed in myself in that when I first gave that lecture, and I was thinking about a much smaller audience, just a very focused audience at the synagogue where I taught it, and I put it on YouTube thinking people would be a similar kind of audience. I really started with the controversies, where I really talked about the incredible achievements. And a lot of viewers, as time went on, and the controversies began to become less and less significant, they began to see me in a light that I didn't think was very fair criticism. And so I figured, let's just take this time. But now, Baruch Hashem, I finally have the opportunity to address this individual who I have to say has had a remarkable impact on my own life. Just like the Rabbi and the Rothschild, he's one of those figures that has really shaped the way I think about my own truths, about my own relationship to God, to my family, my community, and to the world as a whole, and what I can achieve during the years that I'm given to that said, let me tell you a little bit about the sources that lead to this particular topic, because I'm confident that many of you want to read more about the Rebbe in the 1950s. Part of the reason for my difficult first foray into this topic was because the first real biography that appeared after the passing of the Rebbe in 1994 was this book, a very scholarly book published by Samuel Harmon, who's a scholar that I have tremendous amount of respect for, and not complete with whose work I was not as familiar. And this book, although it was incredibly useful, very detailed, and eye-opening, it tends to take a more of an academic critical approach that I value. But as I read more of the literature that comes from students of the Rebbes or followers of the Rebbes, I think that some of that academic criticism is entirely appropriately placed in some regard. Maybe I have to discuss that in the question and answer series. There is, on the other hand, speaking about the student memoirs, there is this wonderful book by Rothschild, which is definitely written as an homage to the Rebbe. It is written with his classic scholarship, but nevertheless written as somebody who is distinctly a follower of the Rebbe and wants to encapsulate and embody his own values in his own life. This volume is far more popular. You see it all over the place. It's Joseph Timoshko, very talented writer, who lives out where you are, and I long relied on his wonderful surveys like Jewish literacy and Jewish humor and so on. And this book on the Rebbe is really quite amazing. I think it's actually one of the most well-balanced books in that, unlike the more scholarly book entitled The Rebbe, which tended to be a little bit more salacious in nature, and unlike the more hagiographic treatments that come from Chabad sources, he struck a balance, and I think he's one of the best places to go if you want to learn a little bit more about the controversial aspects of it, but at the same time, he really presents a well-balanced picture of it. But by far, my favorite biography is this one by my colleague Kai Miller, who's also a New Yorker. This Turning Judaism Outward is written, I think, with the greatest possible use of sources by a Chabad insider, and he's published quite a few Chabad-specific works, and really knows the inside culture. The culture of Chabad is really quite intense, and with its own language and its own, customs that really, I'm still very interested. Like, for example, one of my children actually married into Chabad, and we were making invitations, and I learned that the custom is to always put it is 5 o'clock at the time of the wedding, and it means nothing. But that's when the Rebbe was born, 5 o'clock. So you would not know these things unless you were inside Chabad. So this is, I think, my favorite source. I actually reread it because I wanted to be prepared for that. So with that kind of like personal and really around background, let's look at the Rebbe's writing. Why don't we start with this photo? Here's a beautiful picture of him at 2 years of age. He was born in 1902 in Nikolaya, Russia, and at a very young age to the Kazakhstan, which is a city that's on the eastern end of Ukraine. After the Communist Revolution, they decided to rename it because the Kazakhstan was very hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Rothschild. That's actually a joke. I don't know if you feel that good too. But today it's called Double Ducks because it's on the feet of David. And it was a fairly new town, Jewish speaking, because it was rapidly expanded in the 20th century in connection with all kinds of industrial efforts, specifically the building of hydroelectric dams and things like that. So it was kind of a young, growing Jewish population of blue-collar workers and their families, Jewish blue-collar workers who went out there to seek work, particularly in the 1920s and 1930s, when the work really expanded rapidly. He was an unusual child in many ways. It's strange for someone who would ultimately become head of the entire Chabad as he was with it. He didn't have the typical Chabad yeshiva experience. He was trained primarily by his father, who was a remarkable scholar, and he served as a later, when he would be persecuted by the Soviets and sent out to the Gulag, or back to exist far out in Siberia, his wife went to follow him out and study one of the most powerful documents I've ever seen is the tremendous tension. This is speaking about the Rebbe's father. Long after the Rebbe had left the Soviet Union, the Rebbe's father, Rabbi, had very little paper and very little writing instruments. But what he did was using ink that was made from wild herbs that his wife would collect in the Siberian countryside and grind down into making an ink-like substance. He would write tiny, tiny little scholarly notes in the margins of the few books that he was fascinating. He's a whole picture of what kind of teacher he was. At any rate, young Menachem Mendel was the first of three boys, and he didn't have a Chabad yeshiva to go to. He was trained primarily by his father and by hired teachers. But by the time he reached 12, he really demonstrated that he had the Sitzfleisch, the personal self-determination and self-discipline to study on his own. And in fact, he studied Jewish topics on his own for the rest of his life. His preferred modality of study was solitary study. He went on, however, to engage in quite a bit of secular study. Ultimately, he studied at universities in Germany and in France, where he was especially interested in engineering. Although he had an unusually broad interest in all areas of human endeavor, leading to world sciences as a whole. A turning point in his life, one that really dramatically propelled him towards leadership, even if he didn't realize it at the time, was that he was set up for a shidduch with the then Chabad Rebbe's second daughter, Lucia, shown here, and the woman is Chaya Bushmish. You notice that they have the same surname. That's because the sixth rabbi in the dynasty of Chabad, his surname was Gerson, and he was a distant cousin to the seventh Rebbe, who would become the son-in-law, our protagonist, Menachem Mendel. So, Chaya Bushmish is shown here. She was the second daughter of the existing Chabad Rebbe, and for some time there was reputation of this young boy from Rothschild who showed tremendous promise, and eventually he was brought to the Chabad court, which at that time was bouncing between Poland and Latvia, depending on the political circumstances at the time, and ultimately they were married. They maintained a home until the passing in 1988. Unfortunately, they remained childless, which was a source of some stress for both of them, and they have actually returned to the Rebbe's still health at certain points in his life when he was back. Now, the bulk of our efforts today, however, should focus on his activity as the Rebbe. And how that came about is really quite fascinating. Here he is with Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson, who is the older man seated to his right. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was the sixth of the seven Chabad Rebbe's, the first of which was the famous Alter Rebbe, Shnei Zalman, Gadi, who was also the author of the most important book, known as the Tanya. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was known by the acronym Rayatz, so Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was also known as the theoretical Rebbe to my generation. The earlier Rebbe, the previous Rebbe. In other words, when you want to speak about the Rebbe, if you're talking about a Chabad Rebbe, they'll want to know which Rebbe are you talking about, because obviously the Rebbe is our current Rebbe. But because of the interregnum between the sixth Rebbe and the seventh Rebbe, the older Hasidim thinking of the sixth Rebbe as the Rebbe and the new Rebbe as the new Rebbe. So it became known as the theoretical Rebbe, the earlier Rebbe, as opposed to typically referred to today. When you say Del Rebbe to a Chabad Rebbe, that means Del Rebbe. If you refer to theoretical Rebbe, that means his father-in-law, Yosef Yitzchak. the one of the most this is also a heroic character that deserves international attention as well. At the biographic level, he was especially noted for maintaining a tremendous network of Chabad operatives behind the Iron Curtain in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, of course, was deeply anti-clerical at this time, very deeply anti-religious. They had the so-called Bezhbozhniki, the League of Militant Atheists, that would do everything they could to extirpate religion throughout the Soviet Union, especially focused on Jewish activity. And so the riots, the freedom of the Rebbe, using a lot of support that came from places like the American Drug Distribution Committee, he was able to fund a lot of these underground networks in the USSR, especially after he escaped across the border into Latvia, which at that time was not under the Soviet Union. But this was an extremely difficult endeavor, involving a lot of secrecy and a lot of risk. And ultimately, as the environment in Western Europe grew more and more intolerant, with the rise of fascism and anti-Semitic movements, they eventually had to flee Europe altogether. And the Friedrich Rebbe followed shortly thereafter by the Rebbe being their way to the United States. Immediately prior to leaving, the Friedrich Rebbe was actually in Latvia, then Germany, and then he escaped to America. The Irish Jewish Republic, who at this time lived in Paris, where the Rebbe was engaged in studies of engineering. Now, Menachem Mendel Schneerson arrived in the United States against the mediation of Rabbi, which was coming at a time called Menachem Mendel Schneerson. There was an interesting kind of environment here, which we're going to explore in a little bit more detail in different challenges, because he was the husband of the second daughter. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson had 3 daughters and no sons, which posed a challenge for future succession, because typically a son is favored over a student or an outsider to take over the leadership of a Hasidic dynasty. And it was generally assumed at that time, in the 40s and earlier, that the elder sister, who was married to Rabbi Shmuel Ferrari, that he would eventually become the Rebbe. And in fact, he had some of the most important responsibilities associated with the Chabad network at that time, specifically control of the yeshiva. The yeshiva, Tomkins Niven, was the pride and joy of the Chabad dynasty, and those really important responsibilities were typically given to the favored son-in-law. So what would you do with this individual Hamash, who has shown some significant talents in a lot of ways, although his personal manner was very much to try and blend into the background. He certainly did not seek out any kind of communal responsibilities. He was, however, as you can see, extremely dedicated to Chabad as a body of thought, as a spiritual system, and especially to the person of the Rayatz, his father-in-law. This picture, I think, characterizes that this warm relationship with him very well. So he received the following responsibilities. First of all, he was put in charge of Tehom, which was their publishing arm. Now it is quite massive. It's comparable in many ways to Art Scroll. It certainly predated Art Scroll as a Jewish publishing house. And he was thought that this would suit his scholarly nature very well. He was put in charge of Merkos, which was Jewish education, but separate from the yeshivas. This also turned out to be quite appropriate for his skill set. Merkos was specifically to deal with kids who are not necessarily in the yeshiva system. One of the great potential opportunities which the Rabbi was very quickly explored was this notion of release time, that when public school kids were given a certain amount of time every week to receive religious instruction in private institutions, this is where Chabad could step in and offer free or highly subsidized religious education to Jewish kids. It turned out to be extremely successful. He was put in charge of an interesting organization called Machne Mashiach, the Messiah. This, of course, would be much more relevant if you look at the verses as well. It turned out that this was not an especially successful part of the Rebbe's early career, although it would always stay with him as a motivation, of course, and as we shall see, it would become quite powerful in the late 1890s. And then finally, he was put in charge of fabrication, the Chabad fabrication or the burial society. The Rebbe actually used to joke that these four responsibilities corresponded to the Chabad sense of the three-level soul. The intellectual soul was publishing. The spiritual soul was about education. The animal soul was always designed redemption, so that's not in Israel. And finally, the body was the fabrication. But compared to his brother-in-law, these were comparatively minor, secondary kinds of responsibilities. They would turn out to be central to his specific mission, and they would define Chabad in a very big way. But at the time, this was not right. It was understood that his brother-in-law was really selected to be the Rebbe. When he ended up becoming the Rebbe, however, in 1951, he defeated the Rebbe passed away in 1950, and after a year of uncertainty, the Chabad movement coalesced around Rabbi as the leader. He proclaimed his mission statement, and it was something that was quite interesting in that he never deviated from it throughout his entire career. Over 50-odd years of activity, really focused on this one simple idea, based on a passage in the Western literature, that the love of God, the love of Torah, and the love of one's fellow Jew are all one and the same thing. He proclaimed it at his initial coronation as Rebbe, and it was something that he adhered to, and everything he did was focused around the statement. It's a fascinating thing because, when you think about how, all of us, of course, in this call are moderates, but there are fanatics, right? There are right fanatics, so you don't have to think like that. And what this statement says to me, among other things, is that, for some people, they're really focused on, let's say, the love of Torah, but they tend to ignore the love of fellow Jews and sometimes even the love of God. And there are those Jews who are so absorbed with God that they don't have anything for Torah, and maybe not paying attention to Jews. But in reality, the Rebbe is trying to say that each one of these things, essentially, with the same kind of drive as the other two. And the goal is to try to recognize the value of each of these things and to appreciate people where they're coming from to accept it on that level. And hope to develop the other two levels. And I think that's very characteristic. But let's go on to the actual achievements of the Rebbe, and then we'll get to the meat of it with the challenges and difficulties. So, the Rebbe had an unusually powerful sense of marketing skills. He was very much engaged in graphic design. He personally was involved in creating the logos and the letterhead of many of the movements that he was associated with. He personally looked over any graphic representations for children's magazines, for example. He actually would look at each of the cartoon boxes and make suggestions as they were being published. Even when he was an older man, he was still looking at these things. He used to say, for example, it's kind of relevant to contemporary controversies, that there should always be, whenever you have a children's magazine that has a picture of you getting books on it, he says there should always be a girl on the cover as you get. This is very common in the 1950s and 60s, that girls had to be included on all of their publications. And he was also very much quite attuned to the zeitgeist. He was very much able to discern what kind of things would work for his audience. Even though he was a foreigner, coming with a Russian background and a European education to an American environment, he was very well attuned to what American young people needed. One of the things that his father-in-law used to say, when he came to this country in 1940, people were far more lax about the Rebbe, his son-in-law, with that kind of motivation, but attuned to the demands of the time, was able to really craft his ideas into specific, well thought out campaigns. The most important of which is certainly one that was later known by the term Rothschild, which is based on the word of Genesis, when God promises to Abraham that he will spread out his work in the south and east and west. And he began to develop a network, later known as the Rebbe's Army Gathering, of shluchim, messengers, that were literally sent out to service communities all around the world. I'm sure everyone in this call has all kinds of interests dealing with travel and all of the Shabbat come to their aid because of this of thousands and thousands of these Shabbat houses that are located in the most unlikely places in Central Africa, Asia, all kinds of places. It's really because of the Rebbe's mission that Chabad wellsprings and is spread out for the world. And he was able to motivate young people to literally dedicate their entire lives to move to a location where there was one or very little of a Jewish community and just settle there for the rest of their life. It's truly mind-boggling. Many people point to John F. Kennedy at the Peace Corps and things like that, but I think by comparison, the Rebbe's Army has far more lasting staying power than the Peace Corps. But nevertheless, the Rebbe was able to tap into this idea of this selfless, lifelong determination and dedication, and put this on young people and say, great, go out there, make decisions, but you can save money, will help you as much as the central offices, but go out there and do what you can. He was able to craft, specific focus campaigns that somehow touched what a lot of people were feeling. They're very simple, very straightforward, sometimes quite audacious, and we're all familiar with so many of them. For example, the Esher campaign, which stands for Erev Shabbos Kodesh, the lights of the Holy Sabbath, simply promoting women lighting candles on Friday night. And if you look at some of this contemporary artwork, that you can see that the message is so clear. They're handed down from mother to daughter. It's a very simple thing to do, just light the candles Friday night. And so the Chabad students go out on so-called Mitzvah, which is a Friday afternoon in particular activity, where they go out to neighborhoods where they hope to be Jews and simply give away free candles to women. Say, here, would you like to light Shabbos candles? There's no strings attached, there's no complex kind of arrangements, just really simple. Light the candles for peace. Look at all these other blessings I have. We're all familiar as well with the mix, right? These loud, audacious vehicles that roll through many urban centers, and they serve as kind of like mobile squads to suggest that Jews come in and put on tefillin or have a kosher mikveh or something like that, stay up rough. And it's all just for the sake of getting people to add to the level of kedusha, holiness, by performing these commands. Incredible kind of vision that motivated people and made them smile because they were so, out there. One of my favorites is the giving dollars. So one of the 10 campaigns in particular, there were actually many more than 10, but there were 10 that were specifically identified by the Rebbe campaigns. One was tzedakah, giving charity, right? So how do you convince people to give charity? Well, give them money or tell them that they should give charity. And you make it easy for them by giving money to them in order to give charity. And so on Sundays, the Rebbe would essentially hold court, and hundreds of people would come by, and he would hand each of them a dollar and have a brief conversation with them. And the Chabad was always very attuned to technology, use of radio, use of video later on. So we have tremendous archives available of these interactions. Very often with famous people, like prize laureates and some stages of it, but far more commonly, just regular people from the street are all tremendous things that I'm sure many of you are very familiar with, maybe you have even experienced yourself. And we should understand, however, that the Rebbe's life was hardly one of uninterrupted successes. He suffered, like we all do, terrible traumas in his life, and many traumas that were far worse than especially the unfortunate growing up in North America in his 30s. But he lost much of his family in the Holocaust or shortly thereafter. He did not see his own mother for about 20 years, and only then was after the war was able to unite and go back. His father had succumbed to illnesses after a long captivity in Siberia, and losses to both he and his wife's family were very tremendous. The dislocation, refugee status for about 20 years in his life were actually stateless because when they left the Soviet Union, they had to apply for something called a Hansen passport, which was given to people who were forced out of the circumstances during the revolutionary period. And with taking the Hansen passport, he had to give up his Soviet citizenship, and so they were literally living on exchange for a good 20 years. But there are certain challenges and controversies which are specific to his role as the Rabbi, and that's what I'd like to spend some time with. The first one we've already alluded to a couple of times was actually one of the most good, long-lasting, painful challenges that he had to meet in his life, and that is the succession contract. Rabbi Rothschild here was long the establishment candidate, so to speak, for the role of the Rebbe. Unlike the brother of the Mendel's Hansen, he had spent all of his time by the side of the sixth Rebbe. Throughout the Rothschild in Eastern Europe, he was already placed in charge of the yeshiva, as mentioned earlier. And although there's no question that he feels that the Rebbe kind of a soft spot in his heart for the second son-in-law, the fact that the sixth Rebbe passed away intestate, that is, without a will, meant that the question of succession was not for grabs. Now, Rabbi Shlomo Karoli, also known as Rothschild, was also the favorite candidate by his mother-in-law, the wife of the favorite Rebbe. She consistently maintained that he was the right candidate long after the succession conflict had ended. And in fact, although the Rashad, after the painful period when the Hasidim were trying to decide which of the two brothers-in-law should follow, eventually the Rashad capitulated and decided to become the apostle of his brother-in-law, Rabbi, recognized as such. His wife and his mother did not recognize him. And when we get to the 1980s, this separation, this rupture would be much more painful and would be in fact permanent. So, this was a very difficult thing for the Rebbe at the time. There's no question that he did not intend to become the Rebbe at the beginning, but the sixth Rebbe passed away. But over a series of about half a year, as more and more Hasidim began to approach him and urge him to take this on, and some of these Hasidim actually published in the press that they wished to follow the second son-in-law. It became clear that the Rashad simply did not have the same level of authority or did not capture the imagination of the Hasidim as much as his brother-in-law. So eventually the Rebbe was able to overcome that succession crisis, but it proved to be a long-lasting war. There are many others. We talked about several of the really successful campaigns that continued long after his passing. Even with COVID, the lockdown streets in Manhattan, and you'll have collaborative trying to eventually where it's going. But many of his campaigns did not succeed, and he was deeply frustrated with his lack of progress. One of those, for example, the American Jewish establishment, which thought that generally it's probably a better thing to keep state and religion separate, church and state separate. And they didn't appreciate that the Rebbe was trying to bring prayer back in. They said, no. If you bring prayer back in, it's going to be Christian prayer. So, why are you doing this? I can tell you, by the way, that my own experience in public school, which was just a little bit later than this when I was in Canada, I don't know how the legal environment was shaped. I went to public school from about 1989 or so into the 70s, and I grew up reciting the Lord's Prayer every morning. And, I still remember it. And, it's not such a bad prayer. It's a very nice prayer. You would give others your transgressions, things like that. But I remember that when I was in middle school, it abruptly stopped. And then we had, for about a year or two, this kind of, I guess it must have been a response to the same kind of arguments. We had this kind of multicultural moment of religious thought every morning, where the principal would read over the intercom some, like 2-minute Buddhist teaching, or my favorite would be Native American teachings about attitude, all kinds of things like that. Occasionally, would be Christian teaching or Jewish teaching, and the idea was kind of all religions, and then eventually led to we had a moment of silence, but this, just too hard to maintain, so we eventually they did away with that together and really put religious rights. But the Rebbe really wanted to make this happen. He argued strenuously for a moment of silence as well, and he was not able to succeed. So he was deeply frustrated with it, and he was often the only person in the room screaming for this, but he simply could not achieve it. And he met with a lot of opposition within the Jewish movement. Perhaps one of the most painful moments was a rupture within the Chabad movement itself that occurred in 1995 and extended for 2 years. The rift over succession, which had kind of scabbed over when the Rothschild accepted the medical membership as the Rabbi, had not totally healed. And 30 years later, one of the people involved, librarians with the extremely valuable Chabad library, which had hundreds of volumes from the 16th and 17th century, very, very rare volumes that were rescued from Eastern Europe, noticed that there were key volumes that were suddenly missing from the shelves. And they didn't know what was happening, where were these books going. And so they installed a security system, and they discovered to their dismay that the Rebbe's nephew was actually taking the books and selling them privately. Now, that certainly didn't sound very nice. He was taking them at night surreptitiously and so on. But when they challenged him, saying, "What are you doing with the books?" He insisted that in fact he was only taking books that already belonged to him, because he, as the Rothschild's son, was the grandson of the Rebbe, and the library belonged to his grandfather. And so therefore, he was really the inheritor of these books. And although a lot was free to use them as library and sell them, if he chose to take some of them and sell them on the private market, that would be fine. Obviously, the Rebbe disagreed and said, no, these are library books. These are books for the entire community. Because the Friedrich Rebbe left without leaving a will, and there was no way to really understand what was his intention in this regards, his multi-million-dollar collection of books. There was quite a fractious dispute over this, and ultimately the Rebbe decided, very controversial at the time, to take these to secular court. He chose not to bring it to a Beit Din, that is, keep it inside the Jewish world with a Jewish court. And there are a lot of interesting theories as to why he decided not to do that. Perhaps it would have placed too much pressure on the Beit Din to have to, judge something regarding what she thought was the true ownership of the books. And the real question was, were they the personal property of her father, the father-in-law of the lady, or were they the property of the Chabad Hasidim as a whole? And when questioned, Chaim Lister said that the library and her father belonged to all the Hasidim. So in other words, with that very clever answer, the judge was satisfied, and in fact, he ruled that the books belonged to the Chabad Association. It was a public library owned by, or private library owned by this institution rather than a single person. The books had to be returned. This particular date, the 5th of Tavis, when this decision was decided, was declared a Chabad holiday, and it's called Didan Rothschild, which literally is in Aramaic, our sign one. But it showed a tremendous rift in the family that it showed that the antagonism over how succession played out was not yet settled. It was made even worse when a deranged Chabad supporter reacted to a very fiery speech that the Rabbi gave regarding the dismission of the books, broke into the home of the Hamadin Ashkenazim, that is the widow of the sixth Rabbi, and beat the 86-year-old woman senseless, sending her to the hospital. And this was the end of the relationship between the two sides of this family. They never spoke again, separated, they married separately, and it was a very sad internal family conflict that went along with the challenges of leadership. But perhaps the controversy that spread most widely after the Rebbe's death were the swirling controversies regarding his view of messianism. When the Friedrich Rebbe died, the Rebbe would spend hours at his grave, shown here in 1950, shortly after his passing, reciting psalms and reciting special prayers and so on. And he was definitely very, very close to his father-in-law, and for years afterwards, with Rebbe basically, once he moved to 77 birthday, he only left it either to stay within the Crown Heights community for a few special weddings when he was younger, or to go to the grave of his father-in-law in Queens, and only on, I think, 3 occasions he went up to the Catskills to visit some summer camps that he had. Otherwise, he spent his entire life entirely within a radius of about 12 miles, and basically living in one room in 770, like all of his work. So, when Rebbe in the 1990s went to one of his long, solitary meditating states at his father-in-law's grave, even his uncharacteristically long stay there was a concern for some of the lieutenants. They went in to see what was going on. At these times, the grave was closed, and they saw that he had had a stroke. He managed to revive him, and he recovered to some extent, but for the last few years of his life, he was unable to communicate to the same degree at all that he had prior to this stroke. And it was during the last few years of his life, that was in this kind of nebulous condition, that many of his followers insisted that he, in fact, was not just a Rebbe, but he was actually the Messiah, Mashiach, come to redeem the entire Jewish people. And the entire scholarly industry began to develop, developing proofs that, in fact, this is the coming of the Mashiach. Look at how many things he has done, and he really was something to strode across the global stage. He had transformed lives all over the world, and he meets all of these characteristics. A lot of research was done into quantities and his views of how to identify Messiah and so on. And this movement grew, and during those last few years of his life, with whatever missions he was able to make, many interpreted even the smallest hand gesture as a level of ascent to that particular view. Or if some people would be singing song specifically praising him as a Mashiach, and they did not feel that he was, denying that was in fact an ascent. So there's a lot of speculation about exactly what was his mindset at the time. And basically, this continued even after his passing and burial in 1994, but for a long time, a significant number of the idolaters continued to believe that not only was he the Mashiach, but he was actually going to rise from the dead to assume that role. Now, I'm not going to get into the theology of this, but it sounded to many Jews like Christianity, not like Judaism. And there was a huge amount of furor over the argument of the Rabbi as the Messiah. Now, the degree to which we can lay this at the feet of the Rabbi himself is, I think, beyond the scope of our discussion, although there are some fascinating thoughts on this in the work of Rabbi Kalishkin in particular. But what really was the controversy that went on afterwards, very similar in many to the controversy about the Rabbi, is that a very important scholar at Michigan University, Rabbi Dr. David Berger, a noted historian, wrote a book that had the subtitle The Rebbe, the Messiah, and the Scandal of Orthodox Indifference, in which Dr. Berger argued rather inflammatory in his thesis that, hey, wait a second, if you have all these idolaters from all over the world who are doing amazing things for the community, but they regard their Rebbe as a deceased Messiah going to rise again from the dead, and he would say that that was clearly heretical in Judaism. And that would mean that these people who are slaughtering meat for kosher consumption and running Jewish schools and running Jewish synagogues are actually invalidated in all of those tasks. Their meat is no longer kosher, schools are no longer kosher, they can't even count in a meeting. And he, as you can see from the sundown, he was calling it a scandal of Orthodox indifference because not a lot of the Orthodox world really seem to care. They've grown dependent on Chabad and so on. And, if Chabad individuals, and there's a lot of debate over exactly how many Chabad actually felt this way in my limited experience with the whole spectrum. But, this was a huge shot that the Yiddish tribe. It seems, however, that, where are we now? We're like 30 years on from his passing. Now, much of this has faded into the background, and I'm not sure exactly how all of Chabad became have made their peace with the Rebbe's passing. There are definitely some who definitely still believe that he is the Mashiach, but there are instances where the younger generation, continue. Nevertheless, in this passing, we're even talking about the younger generation. But amazingly, the Chabad movement has actually expanded exponentially since the Rebbe's passing, which I think is more of a testament to the strength of Rebbe's leader that he could actually grow after he was no longer at its height than anything else. Let me conclude by just taking you on a little bit of a virtual tour of the Rebbe's grave. You saw in the last image. It's a site called the Ola. And I'm thinking that because I'm speaking to people on the West Coast, they not necessarily have seen this particular location. It is, I have to say, one of those powerful experiences. It's one of the few truly Jewish religious pilgrimage sites that we have in America today. It's basically a cemetery filled with thousands and thousands of graves of regular people. Right at the corner of the cemetery, there's this welcome house where you come in and there's a synagogue there, there's a mikveh there, you can borrow books and Bibles and watch videos of the Rebbe speaking and so on. And when you're in this little house, then you go through this really remarkable ritual. I myself am not of persuasion, but I find this very appealing and very cleansing to the ritual. You sit down and you privately write out a small note of a picnic message, which is essentially a petition. There's a bunch of theology about the there's kind of a special walkway so that people who have to be concerned for ritual impurity and belongings can actually follow the path. And this structure is called the Ohel, or the tent. It's not a very good tent because it has no roof. It's just the walls. And it's surrounded by the regular groups who go for their candle. And then you walk into this area that's really quite unusual. In this particular Instagram photograph is the grave of the sixth Rabbi is on the left, and the grave of the seventh Rabbi, but not the image person, is on the right. And there's kind of like a half wall enclosing them. And people around are reciting prayers and songs and so on in the background. And put this photograph in the front there. And once you've recited your songs and things like that, then you take out the piece of paper that you privately written and you quietly read its contents aloud, and then you tear it in half and you throw the paper into the grave clay itself. It's kind of like a physical embodiment of the grave. It's really beautiful package for and unique. And I think that this is such a phenomenal way that Chabad keeps the Rebbe still in their lives, because when people really want to pull out their soul to God, I myself have done this. You know, go to the Ohel, house is a place for a special level of focus, and the merit of all the righteous people who are buried there, every day, Father, look at the prayers we never directly chant to God. It's a very beautiful experience. But that's not the last thing that I'd like to do. The custom is also that when Chabad young people become engaged, before they announce their engagement, they will go as a couple to the Ohel itself. And they will recite their performance, they will pray for their futures, and then only after, as it were, listening to the last remains of the dead, they walk out of the Ohel, take the photograph, they hold the sacrifice or instrument, and then begin their lives together as the next generation. Right? Because the greatest legacy is what we do. So with that, I really appreciate your attention. We've gone on almost 60 minutes, but I will be very happy to answer some questions as long as they're not too difficult.
Thank you so much. It was really stimulating, and all of the questions so far. And the original reports later hopefully that things we're getting to the lecture, so it's beautifully that well. And so before I just share a couple of questions that come in, I want to make sure that you get on the right or what everyone's doing on the Zoom and a couple of questions that have come through. How do you explain the post-ready legacy? Clearly, at least no one person about the embodiment of leadership alive.
Well, I should let the audience know that, I was trained in the history department. Those in the prophecy that considered more advanced, I never got a chance to take a lot of those classes. But I would think that probably the most obvious reason is that the Rebbe was actually our figure. It's hard many people in our life who will get the same kind of output that he had, kind of single-minded focus. And he really wanted us to people.
And you were
that's a prophecy part of it. But I don't really know. I myself, I remember what it was like after Burke passed away. I was a graduate student at the time, and I kept on thinking, okay, that's basically it. Right? That Hasidic dynasties, they come and go, and there are some exceptional dynasties like the Rothschilds who are able to continue without a living Rebbe. shame because I would have been proved wrong. They were incredible stuff. I think the reason why they're able to stick to the mission and the message is because the Rebbe really laid it out very over half a century of his dedicated service and teaching. And so it's carried on to a second generation. And it remains to be seen whether it can carry on to the third and fourth generation. Who knows? But it definitely is something that has resonated for a long time.
Was part of Rebbe's philosophy simply religious connection of people or Jews, or was he trying to recruit more people to be there?
You know, from my limited experience, because I have a little bit of I've read of these, quite a bit of what he lives and said. You know, I think that he was a true believer that Chabad Hasidus had a phenomenal value for spiritual needs of a Jewish person. But I think that he was far more interested in elevating, people's spirituality and possibility. This is evidenced, by the way, by the fact that a lot of his closest secretaries and associates were actually not Chabad themselves. They were trained in the Western yeshivas, yeshivas, and just like working with them. So, there was no real pressure for them to somehow adopt Chabad behind them.
I was just interested in one thing that ties all three of the concepts. One of the common elements that just seems to be significant among factors all of this. There was a period that people were against. There was a people because they were worried about X. Do you ever see a sort of thread of X ever considered, right? That we can talk about this specifically about Chabad in general, fears that cause some of these controversies to be invested with those that historically seen as credible.
That's very interesting. That's a tough question. If we break it down and think about what is it that they were afraid of. So Rambam is there, people were afraid that there was just too much wisdom, and that essentially the rabbis had a business because there were no footnotes and it was all the Rambam worship and no one would know how to learn from them. And I think when it comes to the wisdom, the Rambam basically what they were afraid of that actually happened because we are still deep engaged in non-Jewish subjects. I'm trying to figure out the balance between how much non-Jewish stuff should be and Jewish stuff. That's how we should figure out how to make it kosher. Like kosher sushi. We've done for thousands of years red sushi, which is really hard. But now that we figured it out, it's good. So I think there was a justified figure. With regards to opening the Rambam worship, I don't think that really came about. I think it's because our culture was too intrinsically critical that there are no footnotes for that. When it comes to the Ramchal, the very, very specific fear was that Sabbateanism would spread. That he was a secret Sabbatean and that his views would infiltrate many other people like something of this neo-Sabbateanism. And I don't think that happened at all. There was definitely a residual level of Sabbateanism that existed through the 18th century, but it was, really tied to the Ramchal in a way, and so I think that was not a rational fear at all. In the case of the Rebbe, there are several controversies that we looked at, and I think that's important. Is the question of a sort of a splinter movement in Judaism that recognizes a dead person as Mashiach. That is a fear that is still real. There are still some questions about it, and I don't think that David Berger's thesis is intrinsically correct. I think that halachically is pretty spread out. That certain things can believe these things. They're not kosher to seems that as a collective body, we don't have a pope. We don't have like one rabbi in charge who tells us what to do. As a community, we're sort of like double through it. But if you said, lay people have input, and rabbis have input, and sometimes scholars have input, and we sort of find other pieces. I think that's really what's happening about. So it's a great question. I would love to put something like that on a final exam for the students, but I think I would have to argue in favor of discontinuities rather than continuities.
Maybe on that note, that'll be our final exam. We very appreciate the study and really so much people. We look forward to more chances to spend time together. Hopefully, we'll see in a world where we can actually see each other in person, and of course, the opportunity to try to make that happen. And it's on behalf of the board of responsibility to all of our participants who have been able to candidates come to everybody. I was out with it, so it's great.
Get started. Thank you all for coming. I apologize that I was a little bit delayed today and had people standing outside. That's kind of unusual. We'll certainly make an effort to be here early in the future. So if you follow the website, if you get the regular mailings from the website, you'll know that I have two other series of lectures that I put online at the same time. I have these lectures, which are basically 1 hour biographies, and I have this series, which is mainly directed at undergraduate students, called the Essential Lecture Series, and they're about 20 to 30 minutes. And then I have these This Week in Jewish History, which are like 3 to 8 minutes. So I just recorded one this week on the origins of modern Jewish humor, and I'm really pleased. One of the essential lectures. I'm really pleased that I got so many responses in the comments. I think within 6 hours, 172 people have viewed this video. It's amazing what the internet can do. And one of the best things is that people started sending jokes in the comments box. So it's like, so here's one from Daniel Nureyev, who is actually quite a scholar. He is the first one, if I remember correctly, to point out that the letter chet is not a guttural, it's a voiceless fricative. You didn't know that. But he pointed out this one joke which I enjoyed. It turned out that this is a very old Jewish joke, and just about everyone I told it to already knows it, but somehow I missed it. So there's a Chiloni man in Tel Aviv, a secular Jew in Tel Aviv, who is very, very far from his Jewish origins and Jewish ritual traditions, and that's the way he chooses to live his life. But he's a businessman, and he has a huge deal on the line. And this is a deal that if he does it right, he's going to be set for retirement. Everything's going to work out just as long as he can just sign this one deal. And he's running a little late, and he's driving down Dizengoff, and he's driving around and around the office building where he's supposed to have this meeting, and he can't get a parking spot. And he realizes there's a crisis here. Oh my gosh, what's going on? What am I going to do? So finally, in desperation, he raises his eyes heavenward, and he says, Ribono shel olam, I have never kept the laws of kashrut, and I have never kept the Shabbat. But now, please help me with this one. Give me a parking spot, and I will be a faithful Jew. And just as he finishes saying that, amazingly, a car just pulls out right in front of the building where it needs to park, and said, "Never mind, I found one." All right, so the wonders of the internet. Tonight's topic is rather unusual. I've thought about doing this particular figure in the past, but since last week we spent so much time talking about Joseph Pearl, who was a very bitter and rather venomous critic of the Hasidic movement. And we spoke about Rabbi Nachman of Breslov in that connection because it was the publication of one of Rabbi Nachman's most important and unusual works, the Sipurei Maasiot, which we'll talk about tonight, I thought, well, why don't we talk about Rabbi Nachman tonight, as it were, to kind of get the side of where Joseph Pearl was coming from in his critique. And you can evaluate for yourself. We try to avoid moral judgments in this room, but we'll try and give you the historical outline of his life, and you can decide exactly how you want to go on that controversy between the two of them. So Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, definitely one of the most unconventional, creative, seminal thinkers of the Hasidic movement, highly criticized in his lifetime and beyond, and yet with the probable exception of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, undoubtedly the best known of all the Hasidic great leaders. The Breslov movement amazingly continued to hold its own, and in fact even flourish without a Rebbe. They are known to their detractors in the Hasidic world as der Toiter Hasidim, the dead Hasidim, because they don't follow a living Rebbe. And nevertheless, they show tremendous creativity, effervescence, and novelty that indicate that their trajectory is still on the way up. So we're going to spend a little bit of time thinking about who was this particular individual, what were his contributions, what were some of the reasons for which he was so bitterly criticized during his lifetime, and maybe we'll spend a little bit of time thinking about the specific nature of his spiritual creativity that caused such inspiration in the Jewish world in the early 19th century and for the last 200 years. Okay, so he has impeccable Hasidic yichus, impeccable lineage. His grandfather was the Baal Shem Tov himself through the Baal Shem Tov's daughter, and on the other side, he was the grandchild of one of the Baal Shem Tov's primary disciples as well. So he has like really tremendous standing within the movement, and more than that, he was born and raised in Medjugorje. So I'll give you this map here. This is going to cover most of his life, so I'm putting all these places here. Medjugorje is the current Ukrainian pronunciation. You may have seen the Polish pronunciation, Medjugorje. This is a small shtetl over here in the Ternopil region of western Ukraine. This is eastern Galicia, a region where Jews are exceptionally poor compared to the rest of Europe. Poor both in terms of their per capita income. This is one of those areas of Europe where Jews were much more involved in manual labor and even in farming, which is highly unusual for Jews than in the rest of Europe. At the time, it was not part of Ukraine as shown here. At the time, it was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Later, it would become briefly part of Austrian Galicia and so on. And then after World War I, it would be part of Poland. I don't want to do the whole story. Anyways, here's Medjugorje over here. He spent some time in the Kiev region, in the region of Podil, and in a neighboring town as well. And then he made his name, his fame, really in the town known as Bratslav, not to be confused with Bratislava, as usually pronounced in Yiddish as Breslov. The term Breslov is just a Yiddish. There are many of these. One of the hardest things about figuring out the geography of Eastern Europe, and my own teacher, Professor Paul Robert Magachi of Toronto, he wrote an atlas of Eastern Europe, and he described to me how incredibly difficult it is because just about whenever a place gets conquered by a people, they change the name of the place, and sometimes the name change is really quite distinct. Like, for example, if you take this town here, which is written in this map as Lviv, that's the Ukrainian pronunciation. This is a map of Ukraine. It was a U in the local dialect. It was known as Lvov to Poles and Lemberg as Germans. And so Jews would choose whichever one they wanted. Lemberg is often used because of the affinity with Germany, but these place names changed tremendously. So Bratslav is one of those examples where the Jews would simply elide terms to say Breslov. And one of the reasons they loved it is because the term Breslov, if you look at the letters in Hebrew, it forms an anagram for Lev Basar, heart of flesh, as opposed to a Lev Even, a heart of stone, which is an allusion to a passage in the Bible in Isaiah where God says, I will remove I will take out this heart of stone and I will give you a heart of flesh, a heart of Lev Basar. So Breslov, Lev Basar, that's who we're talking about. Spent a lot of time at Rothschild, but that's where he gathered most of his disciples. And then his last days were spent in Uman, where he chose to die and be buried. So the pilgrimages, if you heard of them, are associated with Uman, not with the other locations there. So his Hasidic lineage, to underline the point we started with, is not only from his actual family members, he's in the third generation after the Baal Shem Tov, who passed away about 1760. Rabbi Nachman was born 12 years later. But he actually grew up in the very heartland of Hasidic world in Mechibos, a place where the Baal Shem Tov himself was active. Okay, so you get a sense of where he exists in the panoply of figures. Yeah, typical for the time, very early engagement. Again, he was like Hasidic royalty, so he would have been very sought after. He was engaged at 13, and in kind of like a Talmudic precedent, which was not so unusual in the 19th century or the late 18th century, he was married 1 year later to the daughter of a fairly wealthy man from the Kiev region. He moved in with his father-in-law. This is incidentally one of the reasons why there's a huge population explosion among Jews in Eastern Europe in the 19th century, far outstripping the non-Jewish population in the area. There's two things. First of all, the development of the smallpox vaccinations, which Catherine the Great began to disseminate in the late 18th century. And secondly, an institution known as KEST, which was a way in which young married couples, and we're talking about really young, we're talking about 14, 13 years old, where they would live for extended periods of time in their in-laws' homes with an extended family that has cousins, aunts, sister-in-laws, and mother-in-laws, and so on, to care for children during these very tender years when the husband and wife are really children themselves. So he lived in this kind of environment for the first few years of his married life. It turned out later, though, that his father-in-law became a widower, and his second wife and Rabbi Nachman did not get along all that well. So at this point, Rabbi Nachman took his wife and his growing family. He ultimately had 6 children, 4 girls and 2 boys. The boys did not survive infancy, but his 4 daughters did. So they moved nearby. In this area, though, in these formative years of his early marriage, it's when you see some of the characteristic elements of his thought begin to emerge. He followed what he felt was an extremely unique path in Hasidic thought, and certainly when he began his literary oeuvre, you can see that he's plowing completely new paths in the fields of Jewish mysticism. At the same time, he was following a very traditional path of going out into forests alone. He became quite an oarsman. He went on the Dnipro River, which is shown here, and he would, row himself up and down the river and set the boat ashore, and then he would go off for an afternoon, meditate on nature and existence in the world. And this is the roots of a spiritual practice that was associated with Breslov forever after, called Hitbodedut. This comes from the word boded, or bad, which means to be alone. Hitbodedut means to make oneself alone. And one of the main areas of Breslov spiritual exercises is to spend a good chunk of time. When you read some of their literature, they say, just take an hour to yourself. That's all it takes, an hour a day. For the rest of us non-Breslov Hasidim, it's a huge amount of time, especially for a litvak, a whole hour doing this. And basically, be alone, talk to yourself, talk to God, talk to the wall, talk to your future, talk to your past. Just spend an hour in internal meditation. That may be, by the way, to jump ahead to the end of this lecture, one of the reasons why in the 1970s Breslov Hasidus became so popular is because the whole meditative tradition, which they had been developing for several hundred years, was so well aligned with the age of Aquarius, with EST, you recall all those kinds of unusual New Age practices that were popular in America at the time. So definitely there was a kind of a congruity of practice and thought between Hitbodedut and modern meditative techniques. So he moved to a nearby region, and at this point in his late teens and early 20s, he began to attract disciples. Jumping ahead also, we should note that the entire span of his life was only a short 38 years, and yet compressed within this very short lifetime, he managed to create a tremendous body of written work, very creative and unusual and original, and to attract many totally devoted disciples who would remain with him not only during his lifetime, but even after his death, which was shrouded with tremendous controversy, and would pursue the development of the movement past that. So these are all very young people. We're talking about people in their teens and early 20s when they are at their peak of creativity. The controversies. So he was, we have to put ourselves within the context of the times. And you recall that the Hasidic movement heads into a period which historians might call a thermidor, which is a reference to a month in the brief-lived French revolutionary calendar. Basically, when you have a revolution of any sort, there's a period of tremendous excitement and exuberance and dramatic change, like the pendulum is pulled all the way in one direction. And then as people get kind of fed up with the ridiculous pace of change, then the pendulum swings back the other way, but often goes into the opposite direction. And if you look at any, this is kind of like a well-known pattern, cycle of history. If you look at, let's say, the Russian Revolution, it may start with all these bright ideas of Druzhba Narodov, the friendship of peoples, and a neo-messianic era, and then it eventually swings back and falls into high Stalinism, which is the thermidor, as it were, of the Soviet Revolution. So the Hasidic movement had much of the same. The 18th century was a tremendous period of criticism of the old way of doing things, a period of great innovation. And then by the time you get to the 19th century, some of the excesses that the Hasidic movement had been created to react against began to reassert themselves and even infiltrate the Hasidic movement itself. For example, one of the aspects of the Hasidic movement that was so powerful in the 18th century was the tremendously democratizing element of following a charismatic leader as opposed to an appointed figure that had the approval of the community and the lord of a particular region. You would have a person who, just had a beautiful smile and a beautiful way of expressing things and a kind heart, and he would become the Rabbi, obviously with tremendous talents and learning and pastoral skills and so on. But by the time you get to the mid-19th century, the Hasidic system was criticized for being excessively rigid, of being not just another hierarchy where people gather their courts around them on a hereditary basis and so on. So this is a period when the Hasidic movement is just beginning to kind of lose that populist edge and descend into a dark and reified period, which again they would emerge from at the end of the 20th century, but that's not for us today. So Rabbi Nachman was at this period when it's quite a bit of time. It's 40, 50 years after the death of the founder of the movement, and you have established figures. You have Hasidic leaders who are elderly typically, and have followed the same kind of pattern of establishing courts and rituals such as the pidyonis of bringing certain types of donations to the Hasidic leaders and so on. And Rabbi Nachman will just have none of this. He is a huge critic of the existing Admorim, as the leaders of the Hasidic movement were called, and he openly criticized their mystical pronouncements. So, for example, some of the Admorim, some of the leaders would say that they had gotten a glimpse of Elijah's chariot. That's referred to in the Bible, and it's an allusion to this mystical vision of the Godhead in the universe. And Rabbi Nachman would say, I don't know how these people could say they've seen the chariot and they describe it this way, because I know myself, it looks totally different than the way they're talking about it. So open criticism of his peers and his seniors. In fact, one of the most what's the right word? One of the most acrimonious disputes he had was with a figure known as the Spoler Zaydi, the elder of the city of Spola. And Rabbi Nachman moved to that city without first getting permission from the Spoler Zaydi. And originally, the Spoler Zaydi was open to the idea of Rabbi Nachman. He was a creative young Hasidic thinker, but to move your court into the existing region of an authorized and well-known figure was like it's an infringement on his chazakah. It's an infringement on his, his known territory, right? Like salesmen, as it were. You walk into someone else's territory and take it over. And the Shmuel City was really quite angry with him for simply showing up without, doing the proper petitions and the proper arrangements and things like that. So he had a lot of fights of this nature with the authorized figures. He was known for erratic behavior in a lot of ways. In 1798, he decided to take a trip to Israel, and he decided to take only his closest disciple and to travel in secret, like in disguise, not letting anyone know who he was as a Hasidic leader, the grandson of the Baal Shem Tov. And on this trip, he would make fun of the other Hasidim that he met on the boat. He would engage in wild, erratic behavior, dancing, singing, things like this. And in fact, breast lovers today are known for their unusual displays of energy during prayer, clapping, tapping their feet, things like that, which are not typically seen in your regular Orthodox synagogue, where the disturbances are mainly limited to cell phone conversations and things like that. Yeah, so he ended up having to sort of move to his own space, which he did in 1802. That's when he moved to Breslov. At this point, he had a significant enough following that he could establish a court which he would retain there basically till the end of his life. He would only move to Oman in the last couple of years when he was suffering from tuberculosis. And it's at this time that he began to work on his literary creations in earnest. His literature, some of which were written by his own hand, some of which were recorded by his disciples, were very unusual and highly creative and unique books that had no precedent in the Hasidic canon in so many ways. And I'll give you a couple of examples right now. But prior to that, I'll just say that the corpus of the Breslov literature that we have today is deeply impoverished by the fact that Nachman burned many of his books. He composed quite a few, and then after a while he felt, for whatever reason, he never really divulged it. Perhaps that they contained too much mystical information. He ordered them burnt. This was a tremendous inspiration to a 20th century Jewish writer who read Rabbi Nachman's work with tremendous enthusiasm and interest, none other than Franz Kafka, who I think I'd like to talk about in a few weeks. The famous and very disturbed Czech Jewish writer who wrote, you may recall, The Metamorphosis, a story about a man who wakes up and discovers he's a massive cockroach and what that means. Another story called The Trial, where a man wakes up and learns that he's on trial in a capital offense, and he has no idea what exactly his crime was, or when the trial is going to take place, or who's his defense attorney, and this whole nightmarish situation where he's trying to figure out really the meaning of his life, and there are only hints and clues, and he doesn't see any rhyme or reason. Kafka also ordered his closest friend to destroy all of his brilliant manuscripts, and then he promptly killed himself. For the benefit of world literature, his friend decided the manuscripts were simply too valuable, and he did not burn them, and they ended up becoming published and become classics. But the connection is very clear. Kafka read a lot of Rabbi Nachman, was fascinated with the same kinds of stories that Rabbi Nachman will write, and was deeply influenced by them. Yes. Oh, one last point, two last points I should make on the slide. I forgot to mention that perhaps the most controversial aspect of Rabbi Nachman's activity was his messianic pretensions, which are rarely stated in outright fashion, but it's clear that he harbored notions of tremendously exalted status of himself within the end of days. It may have been that he regarded himself as an Elijah-like figure, perhaps the harbinger of the Messiah. He certainly felt that one of his infant sons, again, who died in infancy, would be the Messiah, and he placed great hopes on him. And these kinds of things, which are not completely unknown in the Hasidic movement. It's hard to find too many Hasidic movements that have not had a close brush with the idea that their Rebbe may be the Messiah. But Rabbi Nachman was unusually vocal about it and attracted a lot of criticism, like a lightning rod, because of his pronouncements. There was only one Rebbe who was a strong advocate of Rabbi Nachman, and he held to his position right to his very end. He died 1 year before Rabbi Nachman, and that was the great Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev. You may have heard of Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. He is known as the defense attorney of the Jewish people, the Sneger Shel Yisrael, because he basically finds the good in everyone throughout his life. In fact, there's a lot to say about Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. There's a famous passage in which he even once called God himself to a din Torah to answer for the treatment of the Jewish people. That's a whole episode in itself. But anyway, so quite a bit of writing at this time, but I haven't told you too much about what those writings say. As I mentioned 17 times already, highly original writings. To be sure, he wrote a lot of traditional ma'amarim that are, comparable to the regular kind of Hasidic discourse, with, references and with standard scholarly apparatus and so on. And those are perhaps less remarkable. What makes him stand out, and which also perhaps gives him much larger audience to draw from, is his stories, his Sipurei Masiot. And there are two really salient differences between his stories and those that are associated with other Hasidic courts. The first one is that they are original literary creations by Rabbi Nachman himself. In other Hasidic courts, you have lots of Hasidic stories, usually highly hagiographical in nature, meaning, amazing stories about what this Rebbe did or what this Rebbe said, things like that. But they're always created and circulated by the disciples. In this case, we have a Rebbe who himself sets to page, these stories on his own. They are like novels, as it were. I mean, they're not structured like novels at all. They're stories. They're short, a few pages long, and they're collected, though he published them all in one volume, and then there are a few that are scattered throughout. But that's really an unusual thing for a Rebbe to write stories, as opposed to making these, scholarly lectures, and then his followers create the stories about him. That's one unusual factor of Rabbi Nachman. The other really unusual factor is that the stories hardly ever deal with Jewish topics head on. They read more like fairy tales, complex parables about kings and princesses and captured princesses and pirates, and you can very easily read them as somewhat twisted children's stories. I mean, they don't have the kind of satisfying endings that you would like to see in a typical bedtime story, but they are highly imaginative, and they spur one's thought to, oh my gosh, what are the possible implications? And they're quite enigmatic. Very Kafkaesque, to use the term anachronistically. He's really writing like Kafka, because Kafka would later be writing like Rabbi Nachman. I'll give you an example, but first I have to tell you a joke, because this one jumped into my head. And I apologize for those of you who come to my lectures every week. I know you've heard this joke before, but it's therapeutic for me to tell you this joke, so it goes like this. So there are 3 college students in a dorm, and they're talking about their spiritual leaders, about how great they are. And one student says, my guru, he is totally amazing. The powers he has, you can't imagine. Once we were walking in the forest, and there was a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a little kitten who was like trapped on a floating branch. And so my guru, he stretched out his hand, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing. He walked out in the dry riverbed and rescued the kitten, brought him to safety. The other student says, "Oh, that's nothing. My Swami, you wouldn't believe what he's like. Once we were walking past a rushing highway, like moving so fast, so it's definitely not I-95. The cars were like just going fast at 60, 70 miles an hour. And we saw that in the median, separating the lanes, there was a little puppy. And so my Swami, he got up from the lotus position, he stretched out his hands, and then from 6 feet around him, the car simply stopped moving. And he calmly walked out to the median, he picked up the puppy and brought him to safety. And the Jewish kid says, "That's nothing. My Rabbi, once we were walking on the street on Shabbos, and we saw a $20 bill, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday." That's like slightly anti-Semitic. I probably shouldn't tell that, but that's like transvaluing the thing. It was Tuesday, right? Okay. I'm sorry, Denise Malka, that you had to hear that, but there you go. Anyways, so let me give you an example. Perhaps the most famous of the Sipuri Masiot is the story of the sometimes translated Rooster Prince, sometimes translated Turkey Prince. And by the way, also very unusual, he had them published simultaneously in a bilingual edition. The original version of Sipuri Masiot was published with Yiddish on top, which was the vernacular, but the common person could read, men and women, uneducated, whatever. And then on the bottom, there was a rabbinic Hebrew translation of the Yiddish tale, which at once made this a plebeian document that was accessible to everyone, even to a mother reading these stories to her children in bed at night. And at the same time, it was a Hasidic learned discourse in the high language of literary Hebrew. I shouldn't say the high language of literary Hebrew because, the Hebrew was not completely accurate. That was grammatically, that's one of the main criticisms of the form of the Sipuri Masiot that Joseph Pearl would bring up. He would say, look how foolish these Hasidim are. Look how badly they write in Hebrew. But nevertheless, Rabbi Nachman, insisting that his teachings be delivered in both the vernacular, ensured their wide circulation, and by writing them in Hebrew, which unfortunately was prescient, because the vast majority of Yiddish speakers would be killed in the Holocaust, it meant that his books had an enduring presence that would make them popular with the resurgence of Israel after the Six-Day War, which we'll talk about towards the end of this lecture. So the text actually exists in the dual language edition right from the very beginning. This is one of my favorite stories of the Sipuri Masiot. There is once a king whose son goes mad. Madness figures in quite a few of the stories, by the way. People who lose their sensibility. And the prince insisted that he was in fact a turkey. He took off all of his clothes. He refused to sit at the table and eat like a prince. He insisted the only thing he would eat is like crumbs and kernels of corn and things like that were scattered under the table. And so the king was totally at his wit's end. What could he do with his mentally unbalanced son? He went to all of the doctors, all of the sages. The rabbis themselves can't deal with this particular problem. Until finally, from far off, a sage came and said that he had the solution, and that the king, if the king would give him permission, he would cure his son, but he had to tolerate whatever strange measures he would use to cure him. The king, of course, with no alternative, says, "Please, cure my son." So right away, the sage takes off all of his clothes and gets under the table with the prince. The prince says to the sage, "What are you doing?" And the sage says, "What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm sitting under the table, eating some kernels of corn off the floor, just like you." He said, "Well, why do you do that?" I said, "Well, because I'm a turkey, just like you." And the prince says, "Oh, okay." So they're naked under the table, eating kernels of corn off the floor. And this goes on for a while. And then the sage signals to his attendant, and the attendant throws him in a pair of pants. And the sage puts on his pants. And the prince says to him, "What are you doing? Turkeys don't wear pants." And the prince says, the sage says, What do you mean turkeys don't wear pants? Look at me. I'm wearing pants. Turkeys can wear pants, no problem. So the prince thinks about it for a little while. He signals and gets a pair of pants. The sage then gets a shirt and then gets a jacket and then sits on a chair at the table. And incrementally, every time they have this dialogue, the prince is saying, what are you doing? What kind of turkey are you? You think a turkey can't eat at the table? I can eat at the table. And so this goes on till ultimately the prince is cured. And that, enigmatically and characteristically, is the end of the story. And you wonder, like, oh, what's that all about? What is the meaning of that? And much ink has been spilled on these kinds of, bizarre and seemingly non sequitur stories. One of the interpretations that I happen to find appealing is the notion that, and again, I'm not a Rothschild expert by any means, but this happens to be an approach that I think makes sense in this particular story, is that we live ultimately in a world in which we are deeply uncertain as to our own identity. We're not totally convinced that we are human beings. We may be turkeys. We're not totally convinced that we are angelic in our capabilities. We could be animals, like the fowl of the sky and the fish of the sea. We could be just, walking bits of meat. And the only way that we can be cured of this is by, oops, did I lose the image? The only way that we can be cured of this is by imitating a human being, imitating a higher level creature. So in the analogy here, the nimshal to the mashal is that, we may not think of ourselves as highly accomplished spiritual beings, but that is within our nature. If only we, as one of my friends used to say, fake it till we make it. We just keep going on, thinking of ourselves as princes, trying to act as princes. We deep down think we're turkeys, but we're still going to try and imitate the prince, and hopefully one day we will be cured. Now I've given you kind of like an overarching structure to understand the story, but Rabbi Nachman doesn't. Rabbi Nachman just leaves you with the story, and then you turn the page and there's a new story all of a sudden. And a lot of them are like this. The princess who's captured, the whole country that is driven insane by a scourge on the wheat, and the sage decides to eat it himself so that he will still fit in with the insanity of the country. All these kinds of stories really are a spur to the mind and to the imagination, and they carry great literary impact upon the Jewish tradition. Okay, another example of his very powerful impact is he either authored or popularized a lot of epigrammatic statements, meaning like one sentence, very pithy encapsulations of Jewish philosophy that continue to have their impact on the Jewish mind today. I'm sure you've heard, I'm having a picture here, Kol ha'olam kulo yesher k'tzar me'od. The entire world is but a narrow bridge. And the essential point is, don't be afraid. Right? That's a line of Rabbi Nachman, just this idea that we're traversing this narrow, scary chasm on a tiny little unbalanced rope bridge, and you got to get to the other side. And the main thing is no fear. Just keep moving forward. And this is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Again, he wrote it in literary Hebrew, which meant that it survived the linguistic challenge of the 20th century. And in Israel, of course, it became a folk song. I think I would sing it for you, but I think you would regret that. Many of his statements, in fact, became folk songs. Mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. It is a great commandment to be happy always. I'm not sure there is a commandment to be happy. There is a commandment to be happy on Yom Tov specifically. V'samachta b'chagecha, right? Be happy holiday. By the way, the Vilna Gaon, he was once asked, this is a typical characteristic difference between Hasidim and Mishnagdim. He was once asked, what's the most difficult mitzvah for you to perform? And he said, definitely v'samachta b'chagecha, to be happy for 8 days in a row. That's tough, right? So, anyways, Rabbi Nachman, though, mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. It is a great mitzvah to be happy always. I think I told you 2 weeks ago about that incident at the Kiev yeshiva that I experienced. Maybe not. It would be great if you totally forgot, because then I can tell it again. And it goes like, we were sitting having a Friday night meal, and a yeshiva bucker bursts into the room. He's kind of disheveled, and they say, "What's wrong with you?" And he says, "I was accosted on the way here. They wanted to take my money, and I said, I'm an observant Jew, I money, so they let me go." And so then all the guys in the yeshiva start singing in Russian, "Очень счастливый я, потому что я еврей." I am very fortunate to be a Jew, which went straight into, in Hebrew, mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. And those two lines in Russian, I am so fortunate to be a Jew. It is a great mitzvah to be happy always. We sang that for maybe 40 minutes. It was a really intense spiritual experience. I was terrified, but I can't forget that moment. Okay, so he wrote a lot of these epigrams. You may have heard the saying, when I saw it associated with Rabbi Nachman, I actually couldn't believe it. I said, no way, this comes from somewhere else. And it may be true, perhaps we have some very erudite members in the room, some of whom have taken a vow of silence because they don't want to ask him too hard questions. But apparently it was Rabbi Nachman who said, God never gives us a challenge that we cannot overcome. That's like, is that really Rabbi Nachman? That seems so central to Jewish thought, but it's not associated with stuff. So these kinds of amazing stories, these very powerful epigrams, you hear it once and it sticks in your brain. These are the kinds of things that he contributed. He also created a wide variety of spiritual practices or exercises called tikkunim, which is a Kabbalistic term meaning repairs. If you damage the world or yourself through a particular sin of one type or another, then these are the repairs. This is how you affect a positive change to what you've done wrong. The tikkun klali is, he has a list of what kinds of things you should do for what kinds of sins. Typically, they involve the recitation of certain songs and things like that. The most famous of the tikkunim, however, was towards the end of his life. He promised his followers that if they would come and say a particular tikkun on his grave at Rosh Hashanah, then no matter what they have done in their life, Rabbi Nachman will take them by their payot, by their forelocks, and drag them out of hell itself if necessary. So these tikkunim have had tremendous popularity, and they continue to inspire tens of thousands of people, even today, who go to Uman to be at the grave of Rabbi Nachman. And many of whom are not at all Breslov Hasidim, but are moved by that concept of tikkun. So let's move on to this Uman itself. As I mentioned, his main activity was in Breslov, but there was a fire at one point that destroyed his home, and he was left temporarily homeless. He could have simply relocated to another building in that city, but for several years he had very positive relationship with several notorious maskilim in Uman. So what is going on here? First of all, what is Uman? It's an old city. Jews have been living there for several hundred years, and it is most noted in the Jewish chronology as the site of a terrible massacre in 1768. This was the Honta or Gonta massacre, also known as the Heidemark massacre, when peasants revolted and slaughtered Jews as they had done 100 years before in the Khmelnytsky massacre. It's a whole social, political, economic mess, but the bottom line is that quite a large number of Jews were killed in a very short period of time in that year, and there was a cemetery that was expanded to contain all of the graves. Rabbi Nachman remarked towards the end of his life that this would be a good place to die and be buried, and he was, of course, predicting his own end, because at that point he had contracted tuberculosis, an illness that was still quite widespread. If I'm not mistaken, it claimed his wife the year before, and he lasted 3 years with this illness before he finally succumbed. He moved to Uman, and there he significantly developed his relationship with Maskilim. Maskilim, you'll recall from last week's lecture on Joseph Pearl, these are adherents of the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, who in Western Europe tended to jettison their Jewish practices, kashrut and Shabbat and so on. In Eastern Europe, less so, but they definitely were antinomian, changed their dress usually for upper class Polish dress at this time, studied the sciences, studied Polish language, things like that, and were generally considered in the context of that time assimilated Jews. They were certainly not assimilated by Western European standards, which reminds me of one more joke. I can't help it, but we're almost done. Did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club? So there's this restricted country club. I'm so glad none of you remember my jokes. He wants to be a member, a Jewish guy wants to become a member of a restricted country club, where they don't admit Jews, Gentile clientele only. And so he goes to the management office and says, listen, I've been very successful in business. I have several yachts that are right now lined up at the boat show and all kinds of annuities and what have you, and I'd really like to be a member. I can certainly pay the dues. And in fact, I can sponsor a few other members if you like. And the manager says, I'm very sorry, Mr. Goldstein, but we have a restricted clientele. And we don't accept new members unless, for example, you have a sponsorship from an existing member. So he says, oh, that's great. I'll just find a Jew who's already a member. I'll go to him. He'll sponsor me, and I'm in. So he says, can I see your membership list? He says, of course. Shows him the list. Looks down, and he sees the name Goldfarb. Oh, that's it. So he goes to Goldfarb's home, knocks on the door. Goldfarb opens the door. Goldstein says, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi. My name's Goldstein, and I was really hoping to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club. Would you please sponsor me? Goldfarb looks him in the eye and says to him, listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldfarb, is it? After Goldstein. Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldstein. I am a Presbyterian, and my father is a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. So these are the kind of Maskidim and Midas that I know. There's a lot of discussion because this is, you have to realize, within the context for Rabbi Nachman to be associating with heretical Jews was highly controversial. It was like, again, in the thermidor of Hasidic thought at that time, to be messing around with ordinary people. Maybe it's a little bit like the sage who gets under the table naked. That's highly unusual. Some say that perhaps he was trying to be Makar of them, to bring them closer to Judaism and so on. It's not clear. We know that they played a lot of chess together, things like that. He ultimately passed away at the age of 38 of tuberculosis and was buried in that city. But the story, of course, does not end with his death. His legacy is really very much alive. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, since he had such strong Yannick statements and he had made such a central figure of himself and never preparing anything like a successor, with perhaps the exception of his child that died before he was 2 years old, there would be no question that nobody could take Rabbi Nachman's place. And so, unlike all the other groups, they simply continued without a Rebbe at the helm. Perhaps with some thoughts that the Rabbi Nachman would later play a role in the unfolding of this era, it's not clear. Multiple centers of Breslov Hasidus developed, especially after the Second World War, and it's basically two types. There are a few schools that are led by charismatic students of Breslov, mainly around Mea Shearim, a highly traditional neighborhood in Jerusalem. And also there are centers in New York City, for example. But the core constituency remains kind of like old Hasidim that will trace their lineage back for decades, even centuries. But the large numbers of followers are really Baalei Tshuva, are people who come to Judaism later in life. In fact, many Sephardim are attracted to Breslover Hasidut. They have no connection ethnically with these teachings. Why is this so? Well, we've already discussed some of the tremendously infectious aspects of Rabbi Nachman's thought and teachings. There's also this resurgence of interest in Judaism as a whole after 1967. If you recall those days, it's hard for me to, I was just a child at that time, but as I'm sure all of you were just children at that time too. But what my elders tell me is that people were just getting used to the idea that we made it through the Holocaust, We survived the Holocaust. We're getting things together. We even have a state of our own. And then, look, we're about to lose that state. We're going to be pushed into the sea. And then, almost beyond imagination, the Jews managed, the Israelis managed to turn the tide and not only defend the nation, but to expand the borders beyond belief, completely beyond belief. There's a Russian joke that was popular when I was there that said, Russia was thinking of attacking China, the rival between the two communist nations. And someone in the military academy asked one of the generals, Tavares, how can we possibly defeat China? China has a massive army, millions of soldiers larger than our army. And the general says, that's no problem. You can always win with a smaller army. The Jews with 6 million soldiers or 6 million Jews were able to take over armies with 40 million Arabs. So we can do it too. And the Russian soldier says, yeah, but where are we going to get 6 million Jews? Somewhat epic. Anyways, some of the Breslov movements, the relations between the movements are sometimes acrimonious. I forgot my train of thought, but we'll go to this here. There's one particular leader who passed away about 20 years ago. It was called Baal HaPetek, the master of the note, like the document, because he claimed to have received a note, some kind of mystical note that was really Nachman communicating with him, saying how to bring him out the Messiah, and it involved the chanting of a particular clause, Nachman Ne'umah. It's hard to translate this. The na, really, this is the word in Hebrew. It might be read as please. Nach means rest. Nachma is related to the word for console. Nachman is his name. And Me'uman means from the city of Uman. And you say, please rest, console, Nachman of Uman. And so this is a slogan that's worn by this particular group, very large group. You may see it's very popular to wear large, white, knitted yarmulke, this phrase, handwritten around or crocheted around the side. But there are many of these groups. And as I mentioned earlier, the tikkun associated with Rabbi Nachman in Rosh Hashanah is incredibly popular. You can get, you can book a tour to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, very popular. I have many friends who have done it. And you can participate in this movement, which is 200 years old and still quite vibrant and growing. So with that, I want to thank you so much for your attention and your endurance over the last hour, and I hope you have an excellent week. All right, welcome everyone. Why don't we get started? We've got a really important topic tonight. We're going to study the life of the Rambam, the Nesher Hagadol, the great eagle, one of the most important and influential figures in Jewish history. Someone who cast such a long shadow that the famous statement was, from Moses until Moses, there was no one like Moses. Meaning from Moses of the Torah until Moses Maimonides, there was nothing like him. And in fact, since Moses until today, no one really liked Moses as well. Let me begin with a little joke. I apologize for those of you who were at Shalosh Shudis. You heard this. Mr. Steve, you're probably the only one. But the joke goes like this. A woman gets onto a bus, an elderly woman got onto a bus, and she gets on. The bus driver is very friendly to her. So she asks him, would you like some peanuts, young man? And he says, well, thank you. I would like some peanuts. And so she gives him a few peanuts. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to Florida. So then she sits down. Then a few minutes later, they're driving along, and she gets up again, and she says, excuse me, young man, would you like some more peanuts? And he says, that would be really nice. I enjoyed those peanuts. So she gives us more peanuts. And this goes on several times. And so finally he says to her, listen, it's really very kind of you, but why do you keep offering me so many peanuts? And she says, well, I only really like the chocolate. Okay, so I'm hoping that this presentation, I'm going to give you all the chocolate and I'll hang on to the peanuts. But the truth is, there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I'm going to try and speak a little faster just to make up the time. But we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel of Bell Harbor, Surfside. We're very grateful for the shul to provide us with heat and light, or AC and light, and place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact the shul office. The shul likes $200 to offset, and all the profits, of course, go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a block away. So let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, the acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Rambam, and that's how he is known to many of his students today. Known in Latin as Maimonides, the I-D-E-S suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides, or so Moshe ben Maimon. 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Fostat, Egypt. There's some debate over where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have a special tomb. The Jews of Cairo believe that he is in fact still buried there in Cairo in the courtyard of the yeshiva where he studied in a small suburb of that town. He was a physician, a philosopher, a popular leader with tremendous courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial, as we shall see. His books were even consigned to the flames by other Jews. But at the same time, he maintained steadfast in his point of view, and it continues to be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the rabbinic consensus differs from Maimonides' point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion and remains very significant to this day. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about his life, and then I would like to talk about his literary works, and specifically the Jewish literary works, divide them into two basic categories, and that'll be it for the night. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin? No hard questions allowed, just easy ones? Okay, good. We'll save the hard questions for later when we don't have the camera running. So his family was a distinguished rabbinic lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordoba. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists 8 successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Nagid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt, and that title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic yichus, or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician. And they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position, believing that, in fact, rabbis should have a decent, livable salary, and that is a controversy that continues to this day. So he came from this long line of rabbis and of judges, and he never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, you can see, in Cordoba in Spain, at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time next week and look at a more central period of the Spanish Golden Age, but for now we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were very strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for variant opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews since the Pact of Umar in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps even earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status or dhimmi status. They had to pay a little extra in tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogues and so on. The Almohads removed this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in the Iberian Peninsula. So they departed from Cordoba and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in a yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al Qaeda University. He then spent 9 additional years going from there with his family across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. Why don't I show you some pictures? Here's a picture of Cordoba, Spain. This is where the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next week when we look at Shmuel ibn Nogrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco, beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or his fate to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day, without any specific reference as to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. And this is where he made his career and his fame, particularly first as being a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. There was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century, and one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt, and that held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat, and he arranged for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt, and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically pick up his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back, and of course he would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location, the name of which escapes me right now, and he found that the merchandise was not up to.
How are you, Debbie? How's your day going? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every day's a feast. How'd you find out about it? Oh, I clipped you. Very cool, man. Well, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Do you really want to know? Because I think you're amazing, and I know that you're coming to accomplish it. Yeah, 100%, big dog. What's your favorite thing to stream? Right, exactly. That's right. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk to you about, my friend. Did you know that it is 318 days, 18 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds until Grand Theft Auto 6 launches? I'm excited for it. That's all right. How about your PS5 by then, hopefully? No, but I'll get one. I'll get a bunch of them. Oh, 100%, my friend. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to the Economist magazine. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And when that happens, I'm going to make sure to take care of you, your friends, your family. I'm going to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that I'm able to make you have generational wealth. And most importantly, I'm going to be able to give you the money that you need to start charities and philanthropic organizations to grow. And on top of all of that, you buy your PS5. How's that sound? Absolutely. So I don't want anything from you, but I do just want you to know that I care about you. I think you're a really great streamer. And when the time comes and I'm able to, I'm going to make all your dreams. Sound like a plan? Excellent. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now, so this is our time for the future. So that when you get a nice gift from me, you'll be able to buy 100 PS5. You'll be able to buy a PS5 for every kid in a children's hospital. I mean that. You're going to have more money than what you know what to do, just because you took the time to look at your clips and see what I was doing. Talk with me, and I really appreciate that. You should know that I talk about other things that are going to help the world, like ending world hunger with you. Kick, there's a website as kickdatabase.com, and it just goes to random streamers. Anybody I like, I'll click their channels. Have you ever been to kickdatabase.com? You were featured. Go for it, big dog.
Tsar, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, and so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's bruited about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that the conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There's a lot of St. Rambrom's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced into conversion, either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please.
Was my one
So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who were not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never have even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly, it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day, it's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart. But as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. But there's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay. excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said, oh, there's an interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides, I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Cordoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that's not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature